Ahmedabad and has been associated with PwC over the last 8 years, where he has worked with some leading consulting teams and has worked directly with the top CXOs and have worked with some critical aspects of the business strategy. So thank you, sir, for joining us today and helping us with your entrepreneurial journey. And I would like to move on to introduce our moderator for the session. So the moderator for the session today with us is Ms. Sukanya Dixit. Sukanya has been very active in the startup ecosystem in the last 5 years. She has been a serial entrepreneur and has been in the founding team of several startups earlier. She decided to switch the sides of the table and give back to the startup ecosystem in India by working with technology business incubators. Before joining DSSC, she was with Startup Incubation and Innovation Center at IIT Kanpur as a portfolio manager. Prior to this, she has a stint as an entrepreneur working on Bioplastic Fabio Enterprises Private Limited and was award-winning startup and had a technology patent. So, with no further delay, I would now handle the lead to Sukanya ma'am for the session further. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Muskan, for the kind words and the generous introduction. And pleasure to meet you here, Amit.
Very happy to know, Sukanya, that there is a connection between IIT Kanpur and you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know what? I have been one of the lucky ones at IIT Bombay as well, to be a student and then get back to working in the ecosystem. I work with DSSE at IIT Bombay now, helping young ideas to go to market.
Awesome.
So that's my DNA. Startups is in my DNA, was in my DNA, and I have been quite active for the last 5 years. So one of the biggest challenges, I would jump straight away into our set of fireside chat questions, Amit, if that's okay.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So one of the biggest challenges, that comes with experience that I faced, as an entrepreneur is building a team. And while I was working on my startups, I often discovered that it's very difficult to get the right complementary skills and onboard the right set of people. So how did you get it right? You built something and the very first time you just kind of nailed it. So would love to understand from your experience.
So basically, it's a confluence of multiple things. And in fact, I started appreciating studies much, much more. Because in studies, at least, for example, the audience who is in the School of Management, the life seems difficult, but actually it is much easier. Because what you do is what you get. You study hard, you get good grades. There's a one-to-one relationship. But in business, there many times it is not. It is about external environment. It is about luck. It is about timing. And there are many things which are not in your control. And sometimes things just don't work even when you try your best. So from that perspective, as I was saying, it's a confluence of multiple things. We started with a concept which was not there anywhere in the world, because everywhere in the world people work with brokers. And by the way, No Broker is a platform which connects, for people who don't know, which connects property owners and tenants and buyers directly with each other without any broker in between. So we did something which has never been done before in the world. So we started with very first principle. And then in terms of the team building, earlier, when we were bootstrapping, we bootstrapped for a year. So I used to hire online women employees in smaller cities who had experience of working in larger companies in metros. But after getting married, they were not getting the time and they had kids. So when their kids were away in the school, they were free for half of the day. So I reached out to them through portals, trained them online, and they used to work half day a week. So Jugaad. So Jugaad is the word for the initial first year. And then afterwards, when we got some funding, then I used to basically interview everybody and try to see whether the push and pull is how much. And hiring is always an iterative process. So we kept on doing it, but ensure that the culture remains good.
Amazing. That's really nice to hear. And for that matter, Amit, I think many of us in the room today have been ardent users of No Broker, including myself. I have gone into 2 apartments in Bombay with the help of No Broker, and trust me, the seamless, amazing kind of flow you've built is really helpful. Thank you so much for that.
Very happy to hear
it. Just to top it up with connected with the last comment that you made, that culture is very important. So in one of your talks, I saw you had mentioned the importance of transparency to ensure a good culture within the startup. So as a startup, we often face a lot of challenges. Sometimes there's a cash crunch, sometimes things are not working between founders. So, how do budding startups ensure that their systems are transparent enough and, the employees feel motivated? How does that happen?
Uh, so the answer is pretty simple, but also difficult to implement. Simple, but not easy. The solution is simple, which is that allow everybody and anybody in the entire organization to ask you a question. So today also today we have 6,000 employees in No Broker, but anybody can ask me any question, and actively what I allow is basically anonymous asking of questions, because some people just feel hesitant to put their name and raise hand and ask. So one is to basically be extremely transparent, build systems so that people can ask you questions. And when they ask you questions, be ready that they can insult you, they can demean you, they can challenge you. But if you allow that actively, then slowly a huge amount of trust builds. And people get a feeling that there is a core philosophy that the founder is adhering to. They may not agree with the philosophy, but there's a core philosophy, and that is being consistently adhered. So the solution is pretty simple, but it makes you very accountable, and it's difficult to implement. But we have been doing that for past 8 years.
So absolutely, it seems to me that founders need to take a lot of answerability, and often, it might be taking some tough decisions, sacrificing for the good of the company. So apart from these, what else can a budding startup do to set up a good culture within their startup? Is there any other thing also you would like to highlight?
So it is about what you should do and what you should not do.
Right.
What you should do is that you should try to hire people for the right reasons. For example, if you are trying to hire a person at a business at a senior level where you want him to be passionate, so in the interview he should be answering about his past job with a lot of passion. Otherwise,
Right.
you'll not get a passionate person. So whatever you want, aim for that. If you're aiming for a sales guy who can achieve his incentives, see whether he will run after money, whether money is important to him, whether his family condition is such that he needs money. So try to make sure that while interviewing, whatever you're looking for, whatever you want, you basically actively look for and iterate and triangulate it in the interview. Second is what you should do, what you should not do, or what you should do after you have taken a person. And that is to actively remove people who don't match with your culture. So, for example, if your culture is that you want performers but not jerks, then in
Right.
case you find a guy who is performing but he is harsh with his team, unnecessarily so, and is mean, you have to fire him even if it costs you business that month. So it's going to be tough, but if you really mean to build a good culture, then buckle up and take that decision.
Absolutely. Amazing insights. I think, Amit, whatever you're saying is so relatable. So, and also the thing that, you started after completing your bachelor's from IIT Kanpur and MBA from IMA. Obviously, you were the creme de la creme of the students of India, and you happened to work in corporate for many years. So, when did that transition happen, and you were struck with the idea of getting into the startup world? And tell us more about the story. I think all of us are excited to hear that.
So I think the reason why I started a startup was because of good salary that I was getting. So I was getting extremely, so I was in consulting, and then I joined a foreign bank. And imagine this foreign bank, this was Australian New Zealand bank. Foreign bank with extremely sophisticated swab office with some fountain in the reception area, and not much work to do because it was all corporate banking, so no physical customers to handle, and a role like a strategy role in which you make some PPTs and that's it, you are done, and some Asia head etc would come once in a while and you just present to him. So it would become us very comfortable, and I started realizing that my way forward, because see, after MBA, your instinct is to chase a job which pays high because the media covers high salaries of jobs, and hence your instinct is to chase it. But after you chase it, and after 5 years, and for the next 5 years, you keep on comparing your salary and your designation with your batchmates. That's how everybody does. It's a very natural reaction. Once 10 years passes away, then you feel what a waste of time it is. Who cares? Because out of those 100 people whom you were comparing notes, anyway, you are not in touch with them. You are in touch with them, 5 of them or 10 of them. And that's finally the friends that we have is 5. And then you realize that, hey, and that's a message which I would want to give to the students also. Don't kill yourself over a day zero job. Anyway, the entire batch is going to shift jobs, change jobs within 1 year. It's better to focus on friendships because these are the guys who are going to forward your resume to their companies. So better focus on the friendships. So after 10, 15 years, I started feeling that I have chased, I have chased salary and I have chased status. But what really would matter is to do something which is challenging and really fulfilling. And it was difficult to take that jump because when you are mid 30s, then you gather EMIs of home loan and then you have kids. So my wife was expecting our kid and she wanted to take a break. My wife is my batchmate from IIT Kanpur. And so she wanted to take a break. But I thought that, and I was in two minds whether I should take up, whether I should start something of my own. But the way in which I reasoned was that I still have 25 years of work life left in me. And what
Right.
if 10% of that goes waste? I felt even if 2 years go waste, I still have 90%. So I convinced myself. So everybody tells me that, hey, why did you leave the job? And my thinking was it was an arithmetic decision that 90% is still left. And I would say to this audience who might be 25 to 30 years old, that you have 30, 35 years left. So you just need to give 5% of your entire work life. And in case you are interested, give it a try. So that's the reason why I left my job and took the risk.
Amazing, amazing. I think that was really inspirational, and we would all aspire to do that. And Amit, for that matter, I actually did that. I dropped out of my PhD at IIT Bombay, I
Wow.
think years back. That was a big decision. And I was very persistent. I had exactly the amount of money needed to rent a house for 3 months and
Okay.
nothing else. And that's when I went to through no broker. Definitely brokerage was a huge thing for me to be afford that time. So you mentioned fulfilling and challenging. So I think that fulfillment that you must receive from thousands of people, hiring through your, renting out homes through your platform is uncomparable. I mean, you cannot compare any monetary value to it. So thank
No,
you
you
so
are.
much for doing this for us
Thank
again.
you.
And, one quality that I developed and I saw that it's very important is to be persistent as an entrepreneur. So what, according to you, is the number one quality that an individual aspiring to be an entrepreneur or launching his or her startup should be developed within themselves to be successful?
So I would earlier perseverance is of course a very, very, very required quality. Why? Because whatever you are trying to do, you are trying to do it in a very, very unique way, which nobody has ever done in that specific way ever in the entire world or in
Correct.
the entire country before. You are trying to solve a specific problem in a specific way. So perseverance is important because many of our friends would say that this will not work. Most of the angel investors and investors would say this will not work. So in that case, perhaps the customers are the only decision makers who should say that this will work.
Correct.
Lately, I have been feeling that apart from perseverance, another quality which is extremely important is optimism. And both go hand in hand because the thing is that and so perseverance and optimism, I don't think they can be separated. Optimism is the input which gives you the output of perseverance. In your mind, you think that something will work out. So you don't have a clear answer as to how it will work out, but you have this inherent optimism कि कुछ तो कर लेंगे, लग तो ठीक रहा है, intuition लग रहा है, data है नहीं country में जो बताएगा मुझे, but fight मारेंगे तो कुछ हो जाएगा. And I think that optimism drives perseverance.
Amazing. So I think you really broke into a very difficult market, Amit. Brokers is a huge thing in Bombay, and I'm sure in other cities too. So, if there was one lesson you would want to tell your younger self, what would it be? I mean, while working, on the startup ecosystem and building your own thing from ground up, what is one very important key lesson that you would tell your younger self?
So thankfully, we haven't committed any large mistake. I think the only mistake which we have done on which I will want to give to my younger self is to basically focus on HR and finance very quickly. So I remember when I was doing my MBA, the organizational behavior subjects,
Correct.
most of the engineers did not used to like. So they used to feel that these are subjects in which a lot of writing needs to be done and a lot of HR softy things are there and there is no maths problem to be solved. And I think this is a common feedback that you can receive from any MBA alumni. सारे MBA alumni यही बोलते हैं कि यार we were focusing too much on maths and accounting, but finally what matters in life is the organizational behavior subjects, the subjects which seem to be very iffy and very soft topics to us. They are the ones who are super important. And similarly, I realized that when I started my company and when we started hiring people, I always used to think that unless there is a job which requires a full-time person, why should we hire that person? So I felt that we are a small team of 20, 30 people. Why should I hire a full-time HR? Can't I act as HR? I can see everybody in the same room. So I used to basically type the offer letters and email it. And I used to pay the vendors through my savings account or company's account. But I realized that HR and finance are basically extremely focused expert functions, and you don't need to wait for them to be so late that it requires a full-time person. Hire them upfront and the rewards will be very high.
Understood. Amazing. I think this is a very important learning, and definitely, as engineers, we often tend to ignore the social part of, social sciences. We think of it more as a social studies subject. Even I have done an MBA, and definitely I had the same feeling. So, the next question would be, to someone, who aspires to be an entrepreneur in the future, what would be your advice? Should they, work in a startup and learn on the job, or go into a corporate job and then get a few years of experience and then get into the startup world? How does it look like to you? I mean, in terms of the input-output equation that's at play.
So there are two aspects to this. One is practical, another is emotional. So the practical aspect is that unless you have gotten some funds, for example, the way in which you mentioned about the 3 months. So suppose if you want to give it a try for a year at least, then you should arrange for example, MBA students have nowadays, almost all of them have education loan EMIs. You should then do a simple broad back of the envelope calculation that do I have funds to pay my living expenses plus my education EMI plus whatever I might end up spending for my startup, marketing expense, etc. Now you need to get that 1 year funds, because in case, even if you are trying to go for funding, you may not get it for the first 1 year.
Absolutely.
And that money you need to get from your friends, family, or you may work, but that you have to accumulate. So you can't start a company just without doing that calculation. That's a very extremely practical scenario. So one is this
calculated risk taking should be.
Yes. So one is gather those funds, because otherwise you will give up in 4 months, 3 months, 6 months, and then it's very difficult to pick yourself up again after 2 years to start something of your own. So one is practical thing. Second is emotional, that when do you want to do it? In case you have the funds, funds means basic bootstrapping funds. Then do you want to do it now? Do you want to work in a startup, etc.? I think the data is non-conclusive. So there are amazing founders like Mark Zuckerberg who have done it right out of the college, and they've been very successful. There have been people like me who have worked in corporates for a decade, and then they have started that have also worked. So there is no right answer, there is no wrong answer. I think whenever you basically, and many times working in a startup also is a very, very good soft landing, because you end up seeing the challenging environment and the chaos that a startup entails and the challenge that it entails. And you also get to follow a leader. I often feel that how can you be a great leader unless you have been a great follower first? Unless you have really followed somebody, you have been inspired by somebody, can you really inspire others? So that's my personal feeling. So I suggest that both the options are okay. In case you have financial thing in place, whenever you are feeling the fire, just start.
Amazing. And, one more thing, just out of curiosity. So after working 2 years as an analyst at Cognizant Solutions after your BTech, what made you realize that MBA was the thing that you should be taking up next? Was it, I would like to know the inspiration behind the MBA as well.
So I wouldn't pretend as if I knew much about business or MBA, but I basically felt that I think a typical approach was always to go for something which is tougher. Why I am doing it, I am not sure I was clear. I think I felt that software coding is something which everybody is doing.
Correct.
So then I have really not cracked it. So when I was a student, I want to crack into engineering college. Once I did it, I wanted to basically crack the next frontier, which was MBA. And intuitively, we are Agarwals and business basically runs in our blood. So that was also more about learning about business. I think that must be subconsciously there.
Amazing, amazing. So, how did you see your startup idea before you were even, executing it? And how did you deal with all of that self-doubt? Like you said, investors tell you that, this is not going to work. Because in the initial phases, we really don't know anything. What did you see an unseen opportunity, or, how did it click you that when the output is nil or low, how do I start up? How do I go through the journey? So, yeah.
Yeah, great question. So I was, as basically we were discussing earlier, from a customer point of view, we thought that people would want to avoid brokerage. As a customer, I wanted to avoid brokerage.
Absolutely.
But when we looked around, there was nobody in the entire world who was doing it. So investors were like, hey, why isn't such a company existing in US? Why isn't there such a company existing in China? And we said, we are not copying any company, and we don't know why there is not another company. And but we know that this is an Indian problem. Many of my friends told me that if you start this, the 19 acres magic bricks of the world, they are going to jump into it. And even if your concept is successful, they are going to copy you. So one problem was unproven concept. Second problem was competition jumping in and basically killing you. Third problem was that why will a customer pay you in advance?
Correct.
Real estate customer never pays you in advance. They always get the deal, get the house, then they pay you. But we said we are not on the ground, so we will charge customer in advance. Third was how this has never been done anywhere in the entire world. Nowhere in the world customers pay for real estate before they do the deal. So these three were main objections, and we did not have satisfactory answer for any of these questions. That is true. But what basically we thought is that as far as logic is concerned, as far as customer problem is concerned, that seemed real.
Right.
And as I said that I believe in a concept which is basically an irrational sense of optimism. So what I mean to say is that yes, you are optimistic, but there is never enough data to prove that what you are going to do will work, because nobody has worked in that procedure ever before. So we just basically, what I assumed was that, okay, we will just keep on focusing on it. I spoke to lots of customers. Those customers said that yes, we want to avoid a broker.
Right.
Then I said, okay, let's just pursue it. And unless I am proven wrong by the customers themselves, let's not listen to anybody else. So it's
Absolutely.
tricky.
Amazing. So that's the best kind of inspiration, I think. Customer discovery is one of the major components of what we do at Ideas program as well. We start with minimizing the risk using customer discovery. So that's a very important learning. And thank you so much, Amit, for highlighting that. And the next question, Amit, would be, it has been quite a while since No Broker has started up, and it was launched, I think, a few years back. So have the notions of leadership and management changed somewhat now, or, have they remained consistent over the years? How has it been?
So now, just to give broadly numbers, we have cumulative 2 crore customers today. We add 75 lakh new customers per year. We have raised around 3,500 crore of funding till now. And yes, our valuation is now basically past $1 billion. So more of 7,000, around 8,000 crore. And we are saving thousands of crores of brokerage every year, and which gives the most satisfaction rather than any other parameter. From the management and from that perspective, I think there is a sea change. So in the first year of starting my company, I used to think that I will do everything. I used to think that we'll hire junior guys, and of course, what is going to be my value add? So I'm going to decide everything because I was by bootstrap for a year, so I took every micro decision. So I assumed that I will do everything. Well, I will hire junior guys. I'll instruct them to do everything. It never occurred to me that I will hire somebody else senior and I will give him a part of the business and will just give him that baby and will not intervene.
Correct.
So it never occurred to me, but I happened to basically hire a person, a senior person. I gave him some portion of the work. And then I was just amazed because I felt now there is one more Amit.
Correct.
And because I then found a person, he was another Amit who used to argue with me, debate with me. And then I felt, hey, great. So there's a person who is passionate and who is putting up a fight and who wants to do good in this. Okay, if some mistakes are committed, that's fine. So then I started basically hiring sharp people and used to and started basically giving them accountability, a lot of accountability. And today, I do nothing. Half of my day is just free. I do very little work. It's basically, we have hired lots of entrepreneurs. Not they were entrepreneurs not before, but in their mind they're entrepreneurs today, and they handle independent parts of the businesses, and they run them extremely independently, and it gives me even more satisfaction seeing them enjoy that process.
Amazing, amazing, Amit. I think essentially whatever we learn in the MBA business schools are being captured in a half an hour. It's a mini MBA capsule course. I can say that it's the power of decision making and decentralizing the whole decision making process is something that you highlighted just very beautifully. So we have often seen startups offering innovative solutions to real life problems, but over here it's very difficult to make people change their habits and adapt to using the creative solution. It's a very complex process. You have to talk to people. You have to do a lot of pushing your strategies. So, how did No Broker bring about a change in the habits of people? Because it was a habit in Bombay that people used to trust brokers for renting apartments. So was it difficult or how easy was it?
So I will tell you an incident which is not related to No Broker. So I basically, once I was on an airport, or I think on a road, I saw a sadhu, basically one with big hair and wearing Gerua Vastra. And he took a phone out and he ordered Uber, and Uber came. And I felt, man, basically, as long as the convenience is there, as long as the financial incentive is there, people are going to learn technology and are going to use it. And same thing I saw with my parents also, how they basically learned starting using Facebook and WhatsApp and so on. So I think what we also saw the same thing. For example, I assumed when I started No Broker that our app will be used by middle to upper class.
Correct.
Because they are more educated, they know how to use the platform, etc. But I am completely wrong. Even today, majority of the properties, see, anyway in the country, majority of the properties are basically across sector, and the pyramid is bigger at the bottom. And that is exactly how No Broker platform is right now. So it's exactly pyramidical in terms of usage. And I never imagined that a 5,000, 6,000 rupee houses will come in such a large quantity on No Broker platform. So despite it being in English language, but there has been no challenge. And so I think Indian customers are extremely value sensitive, and they can catch glimpse of where the value is, and they learn. So I think it's amazing approach of Indian customers.
So once you build a startup in India, you can build a startup in any part of the world.
Yes.
Amazing, Amit. I think I'm truly enjoying the interaction and learning a lot from you. I'm going back and writing all of this. So, my last question would be that while working, did you get this idea very early on while you were working, or what was that gap between gestation between ideation and actually incorporating and executing those ideas? And did you use any kind of frameworks to plan this out? And basically, I want our audience to have more clarity on implementing their ideas. So if you have a few pointers on that, it would be great, Amit.
Sure. So I will take the question other way as to what are the common mistakes that you can do in terms of when you are doing it, because otherwise it's straightforward that you look at your own personal life, you look at the problems that you are facing, and then you find a solution which you think will help you and hence many more customers, and that's how you basically remain optimistic about that solution. I think the common mistakes that people do is, one is market size. That people pick up a problem which is true, but the market size is small. For example, if all the customers start using it and they start paying you, the revenue would not be in thousands of crores. And unless the revenue is in hundreds and thousands of crores, you should not be looking for VC funding. You should be doing bootstrapping, because they are not going to fund a business which is going to earn, which has the potential to earn less than 100 crore of revenue. So I think one big mistake, of which many of my IM friends have also done, is basically solving a problem because they like that problem, but they did not bother to calculate the market size, which is available. One is that problem. Second is when you start, you are so excited about seeing it and doing it that you roll it out across the country, or you roll it out across the city. But I would say if you are an entrepreneur, don't even do it for entire Bombay. Do it only for Powai or do it only for Ghatkopar. Take a small sample set. Or if you are doing a B2B business, don't do it for entire world. You do it for one geography so that your marketing expenses are limited, your ROI is higher on the money that you are spending, and your understanding is also swifter. That's a second mistake that I have seen people doing. Yeah.
Okay. So did you also start locally? I mean, how was it?
Yes. So what we did was, one is that we calculated the market size first, and of course, roti kapda makan is large market size. So our problem was not market size, but the competitive intensity and the unproven concept. And what we did was that we went to a mall because we felt that our friends are giving us biased answers. The friends because most of your friends are basically acquaintances, and they don't say to your face that your idea is useless. So they will be nice to you. They will say, hey, great thing that you are doing, you are being an entrepreneur, we wish that we could also be so courageous. So they will give that general sahanbhuti and support, but that's not what you require only. So we went to a mall and we asked strangers that if there was service like this, will you use? And then they said yes, and then they also gave feedback that they would want rental agreement also to be a part of it, which we then incorporated. So we asked complete strangers about their feedback on the product and service before even making a site. If a service like this exists, would you buy it? Would you pay for it? How much will you pay for it? So one was basically this thing. Second was that when we launched, we took only one city, which was Bangalore. So only one city, we just focus on one city. And today also, after 8 years, and after becoming so big, otherwise, we are only into 6 cities. And investors, they scratch their hair. Why we are only into 6 cities? Why we are not in the pan India? But we say no. When you are into lesser cities, you can make those customers happier rather than just chasing vanity metric and making investors happy.
I agree. So thank you so much, Amit. Again, I mean, I have so many questions burning at the top of my head, but I don't know.
Is there any question that students would like to ask? I would love that.
Yeah. There are a few questions on the chat. Muskan, would you like to take these questions or should I go ahead?
Yes, if you want, you can go ahead with me.
So one of the questions, I think Roshan has a question that, is it true if you do an MBA from reputed IIMs, you get funding earlier? Because it's super clear that for being an entrepreneur, it is not necessary to compulsorily do an MBA, but it helps. I know. What are your takes on this?
So this is not true. I will tell the advantage of being from IIT or IIM. The advantage of being an IIT from IIM is that it is easier to get meeting with the investor. That is true. But if you look across today, for example, Paytm founder Vijay, he's not from any famous institute, and look at the largest IPO that he ever did. So what happens is that as long as you can prove it to the investor that you are passionate, you are crazy about this idea, and you can answer his questions at least deeply enough, whatever you know. And as long as your proposition has its value and some customers are going for it, he's going to go with you.
Right.
So degrees are only a filter which helps you marginally to get meetings, nothing more than that. Because what is happening is that today, the people who apply, who basically want to become an entrepreneur, they are in thousands and hundreds, and hundreds of them are IITians and IIM graduates. So it has stopped becoming anything of importance. Now, the importance is about your idea, about your current traction. So that has some advantage, but not much.
Absolutely agree. So anonymous attendee asking right now, I have a very good idea. I strongly believe that it works as it is not there in the market, but I'm in the middle of academics. Is it a good idea to postpone working on my startup for 1 or 2 years? Will there be a risk of someone else to do it?
See, now this is a tricky thing. Now it depends what type of values you have or what type of aggressive stance you have. There are people like Mark Zuckerberg or Apple founder, or to some extent even Rahul Yadav from IIT Bombay, who did not complete his graduation or post-graduation, left it in between. That's also a way that people have done. But there is also another thought which basically says that if you complete your degree, then you have some option to fall back to in case you fail, and hence you are taking lesser risk than what is required, and hence you are being a calculative risk taker. So there is There is no right answer. There have been cases of success both ways. Depends upon you. I would say that, see, ideas will keep on. So as far as I am concerned, I am that way. Had I been in your place, my risk appetite would not have allowed me to leave job, because ideas keep on coming. There is no scarcity of ideas today. Uh, but uh, but the emotional journey that you will go through up and down in case your startup idea doesn't work and you don't have a degree is going to be very strenuous. If you are ready for that strain mentally, then please go ahead, don't wait. But if you and your family are not ready for that strain, then perhaps it makes sense to bag a degree, secure your future, and then the entire life is there. So there is no right or wrong answer.
Amazing. So Suyash is asking, what was the process of experimenting with pricing strategy? As this was a completely new concept, it must have been hard.
So pricing strategy was more of experimentation, because nobody has ever done what we have done. People only take brokerage. So what we had to do was we have to charge a flat fees, 2,000 rupees. So did you try any of our paid plans, or was it free, was smooth?
It was a paid plan.
Okay. So in the paid plan, we also started with, first of all, and did you take a relationship manager or the freedom plan?
Freedom plan, where I could just contact, go and visit.
Sure. So we also discovered that one was that people would just want to use the product more independently with more features. So that we thought, okay, what will be a price? We said, what about 999? Sounds like a cool price and doesn't sound very expensive. So we started with that. And then we also thought as to how much is that guy saving in case he rents through us. He's saving a brokerage, which is so many thousand rupees. So 1,000 rupees seems reasonable. And then over years, we basically increased. Then what we did was we actually, the trick is to think from customer point of view. Will customer pay this much amount? How much will he save, or how much? So then we realized that, hey, the answer is not unique, because if somebody is renting a 50,000 rupee home, he can pay more. But if somebody is renting a 7,000 rupees, then he will pay very less. So today we have different pricing strategy for different type of rent. We don't display it so publicly, but based on your behavior on the platform, we display different prices to you. So it evolved, and it was based out of common sense.
Amazing. So I think we have 2 more minutes. One last question to you, Amit. One of them is asking, we are focusing more on CSR activities. How is your company helping your stakeholders or customer? I'm not clear what the question implies, but how do you do CSR is what?
I think I will take the last question first, which is, I think, a common question, which says that I have an idea, but I find it difficult to find my co-founder or maybe a good team who believes and be passionate as same about me. What parameters we should look for? So here I have a slightly controversial view, and people may or may not agree with me. So I'll give my example of my first semester in MBA. In the first semester of MBA, I thought that I have to make a project group, and I will make a group which is extremely good, which means that I will have one CA and one person with work experience and one engineer and one from humanities side, etc., etc. And my hostel friend on the same floor offered me to partner with him as a project person. I said, no, I don't want to partner with you. I want to make this perfect team, which has different people of this specific skill set, etc. I made that team. It was a horrible experience because none of us were friends. Everybody cared about themselves alone. Whenever there was any disagreement, there used to be a lot of fight, and it just didn't work out. In my past 8 years, I have seen a lot of companies breaking up because the founders don't get along. So I would suggest, instead of searching for skill set alone, which you can always hire for, as long as co-founder is there, hire a person with whom you are comfortable or whom you are friends with. That I would give very high weightage, because you are anyway venturing into something which nobody has ever done before, and you need to figure it out, right? It's from first principles. So my suggestion would be to basically go for friends. I had a closing remark, Sukanya, if you
yes,
allow me
absolutely.
to. So my closing remark, guys, would be that, as I said earlier, that and as you have seen with Sukanya's experience also, running a successful startup is the best feeling in the world. There is no doubt about it. There is no politics. You don't report to anybody. You can do any experimentation. you get credit for whatever you achieve. So that is the best feeling in the world. You can achieve this feeling by either working in a company, in another startup where the founders are good and who give you huge amount of accountability. Do try that. But if at any point of time you feel that you should start something of your own, don't think too much about risk. The fact that you have basically graduated from a good MBA college means that you have a degree for life, and hence you will surely get a job. So, for example, my final decision of quitting was because I was giving an interview. And the interview that I was giving was basically the person who was interviewing me, he had this poster on his wall, which had a quote by Mark Zuckerberg, which said, "Not taking any risk in life is the biggest risk." You think about it deeply. The act of omission is much bigger than the act of commission. Because when you're 60 years old, when you're retired, when you're sitting on an armchair, you are going to regret, hey, वो मेरे दोस्त ने कर लिया, देखो आज वो कितना बड़ा आदमी बन गया, मैं तो औरों का ही चाकरी करता रह गया. So if in case you ever feel that you have this urge of doing something of your own, remember that 5 years, 10 years, 15 years earlier, a entrepreneur came on on a webinar and told you this. I would say you have huge amount of work life in ahead of you. Take a 10% risk. Take a 1 year, 2 year risk. Nothing wrong will happen. Worst case, you'll be back in the same job with the same salary. Don't worry.
Thank you so much, Amit. I think we are all going back with a lot of thoughts and inspiration from you. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit sir, for joining us today. I think, like me, every one of us is present here could draw some learning from this session. And thank you, Sukanya ma'am, for taking out your time and driving this session with the wonderful set of questions that we had. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Muskan.
Thank you. Hope to stay connected.
Sure,
Bye.
sure, Sukanya. Sure. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, Anal ma'am, Rohit sir, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yes, my camera is on. Namaskar, madam.
Hey.
Namaskar.
Okay, so I'm Muskan. I belong from E-Club, and I start with the session with a brief introduction for Anal ma'am, followed by the moderator for the session we have with us, Mr. Rohit. So is that fine with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Anal Patel ma'am has over 20 years of experience in social work, focusing on empowerment of women and children. From her early teenage days, she attaches prime importance to education for all-sided development of the child. She is a founder, member, and trustee of Manav Sadhana, an NGO working for more than 8,000 street children based at Gandhi Ashram for their care and education. She is also founding and managing trustee of Gram Shri, an NGO giving income generation to more than 2,000 underprivileged women in Ahmedabad. As a mentor in the process of craft roots, an initiative by Gram Shri, she provides empowerment to artisans, especially women artisans, and promotes Gujarat's craftsmanship. Currently, Craft Roots is empowering 17,000 artisans from all over Gujarat. Along with her passion for social activism, she is also an endeavor entrepreneur, and she currently is the co-chairman in Social Responsibility Committee at GCCI, which is the Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out your time and enlightening us with your journey to us.
It's my privilege.
Thank you, ma'am. And as the moderator for the session, we have with us Mr. Rohit Srivastava, who is a professor at IIT Bombay in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, specializing in medical diagnostic services, nano-engineered materials, and photothermal cancer therapy. He was awarded the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in Medical Sciences in the year 2021 for his contribution to the development of affordable chemical devices. Sir heads the nanobio labs in the Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering in IIT Bombay. So I think with no further delay, I would now give the command for the session to Rohit sir for the further session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Muskan. And thank you so much, Anar ma'am, for joining us in this session. Once again, we are privileged to have you here. And most importantly, we'll be very happy to have you share your journey, which you have seen as a social entrepreneur. I have several questions for you, and I hope that the answers to these will empower many more women like you and move many more, I guess, women and and women entrepreneurs to do what you have been able to do, Anar ma'am. So thank you very much once again. So my first question to Anar ma'am is, ma'am, from where did you get the inspiration to start working in the social sector, and then carry out various activities like Gram Shri, which is now impacting the lives of thousands of women in rural Gujarat? Ma'am, if you may.
या नमस्ते. मैं अपनी बात बताऊं तो आई थिंक मैं 8th क्लास में थी, क्योंकि मेरे घर में मेरे मम्मी पापा दोनों सोशल वर्कर्स रहे हैं और बाद में वो लोग पॉलिटिक्स में गए, बट पहले वो सोशल में ही थे. तो मेरी मदर बेस्ट टीचर के अवार्ड्स उसको मिले थे, मम्मी बेस्ट टीचर थी. तो एक दिन 7th तक हम लोग वैकेशन में गांव में चले जाते थे, एंड 7th के वैकेशन में एक ऐसा हादसा हुआ घर में कि मेरे सगे मामा के घर में एक चाइल्ड मैरिज हो रही थी, मेरे भाई के कजिन के. सो मम्मी को लगा कि बीइंग अ सोशल वर्कर ये मेरे फैमिली में नहीं होना चाहिए. उसने प्यार से बहुत ट्राई किया कि लव मैरिज नहीं हो, अरे सॉरी चाइल्ड मैरिज नहीं हो, बट समहाउ वो चाइल्ड मैरिज अरेंज हुआ एंड मम्मी उसको रोक नहीं पाए. तो उन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने पुलिस कंप्लेंट कर दिया. सो हमारे जो रिलेशन थे मामा और फैमिली के साथ, वो रिलेशन टूट गए और हम लोग गांव जाना बंद हो गया. सो मेरी मदर को एज अ टीचर ये था माइंड में कि अगर इन लोगों को मुझे कहीं ना कहीं कोई और रास्ते पे डालना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो अदरवाइज ये फैमिली को मिस करते रहेंगे. सो मम्मी ने मुझे बोला कि भाई 8th के वैकेशन में आप गांव नहीं जाओगे, आप कोई 2 बच्चों को सिलेक्ट करो और नजदीक में जाओ और आप वैकेशन में पढ़ाओ. सो मैंने रिफ्यूज किया. मैंने बोला मैं क्यों पढ़ाऊं, मुझे नहीं पढ़ाना. मुझे मेरे जो फ्रेंड्स हैं जैसे वो मस्ती करते हैं, मैं वैसे मूवी देखूंगी, घूमने जाऊंगी, बट मुझे पढ़ाना नहीं है. मम्मी ने बोला कि अगर 9th में आगे आपको भी पढ़ना है तो ये बात माननी पड़ेगी, आपको करना है. बिकॉज माई मदर इज स्टिल, शी इज वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट मदर. तो फिर मुझे लगा कि आस पास में कौन से स्लम है ढूंढते हैं. तो मेरी जो आया हुआ करती थी घर में, उसने बोला मेरे स्लम में आ जाओ. सो फिर मैंने वहां से 8th क्लास में मैं थी, 1 to 4th क्लास के बच्चों को, 2 बच्चों को लेके मैंने पढ़ाना चालू किया. और शायद वो जर्नी मेरी कंटिन्यूअस इसलिए रही कि 2 साल के बाद मेरे मम्मी पापा ने वहीं से इलेक्शन लड़ा था और वो पूरे एरिया में हर कोई जानता था पापा मम्मी को. एंड बट मेरे एरिया से जब मेरे मम्मी पापा जाते थे तो मेरे जो बच्चे थे, मेरे स्टूडेंट्स थे, वो हमेशा बोलते थे कि ये अनार दीदी के मम्मी पापा है. एंड दैट वाज माय मूव कि मुझे लगा कि मुझे मेरी पहचान चाहिए. मेरे मम्मी पापा की पहचान से तो पहचानना अच्छा ही लगेगा, हर बच्चे को अच्छा लगेगा, बट मुझे खुद की पहचान चाहिए. सो वहां से मुझे लगा कि मेरा पैशन सेवा है, गिविंग बैक टू सोसाइटी. और फिर मैंने वहां से मेरी जर्नी चालू हुई. तो मैं बहुत छोटी थी तब से स्कूल कॉलेज में कंटिन्यूअस रखा, जहां पे मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली सर्व करने के लिए. और बाद में 92 से मैंने सीरियसली ये सेक्टर में सोचा कि सोशल सेक्टर में ही मुझे आगे जाना है. और मेरी जितनी भी पढ़ाई हुई शायद वो कम थी मेरे हिसाब से, बट फिर भी जो पैशन था उसी के ऊपर मैं लगी. और ग्रामश्री 1994-95 में हम लोगों ने चालू किया. पहले मानव साधना के साथ काम किया हमने, सैनिटेशन में बहुत काम किया. फिर हमको लगा कि एक ऐसी जगह खोलते हैं जहाँ पे बच्चे, क्योंकि मानव साधना में हम चाइल्ड लेबर्स के साथ काम कर रहे थे, तो हमको लगा कि अगर रैलियां निकालने से या लॉ बदलने से वो काम करने वाले और भी लोग हैं, बट जो बच्चे खुद को ही अपना घर चला रहे हैं और उनके जो मम्मी पापा उनके पास काम नहीं है, तो ऑब्वियसली बच्चे ही काम करने निकलेंगे. देन फिर ग्रामश्री की शुरुआत हुई कि हम मदर्स को काम देंगे, और अगर मदर्स अपने पैरों पे खड़ी रहती हैं तो ऑब्वियसली वो अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाएंगे. चाइल्ड लेबर्स का एक पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट लेके हम लोगों ने ग्रामश्री की शुरुआत करी एंड विमेन के साथ काम करना चालू किया.
बहुत 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 खूब अनार मैम. आई एम श्योर ये जर्नी बहुत सारे लोगों को इंस्पायर करेगी. आई एम ऑलरेडी स्टार्टिंग टू सी द रिएक्शन फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस. So this is actually wonderful, just to hear about this, and hope that one can also do what you have been able to do. So moving on to the second question, Anar ma'am. अगर you said that इनको आप mothers को empower किए, उसके बाद कोशिश किए कि वो अपना घर को आगे बढ़ा सकें, तो how can one help these women in sustaining their independence after this upliftment program ends? मैंने आप तो इनिशियली ये चीज स्टार्ट कर दी है, लेकिन जब तक वो लोग इस प्रोग्राम में हैं तब तक उनका उन लोग को एक दिशा दिखती है उसके बाद the moment they come out of the program, is there some way that they will be able to move ahead? What small steps can we take to help empower these women, or at least support them? And we would be very happy to hear your views on this.
तो जब ग्रामश्री चालू हुआ तो मेरे माइंड में एक क्वेश्चन सतत रहा था कि विमेन एम्पावरमेंट का मेरा डेफिनेशन क्या है, और मेरी संस्था कौन से ऐसी चीजों को लेके चलेगी जो विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के नजदीक जाएगा। मैं इतना समझती हूँ कि कोई भी सेक्टर है, आप रिच फैमिली में देख लो या मिडिल क्लास फैमिली में देखो या पुअर है फैमिलीज, बट सब जगह पे विमेन का एक ही मुझे लग रहा है एम्पावरमेंट होना चाहिए, वो ये है कि उसका डिसीजन मेकिंग में कहीं ना कहीं पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए। पैसे कमाने के बाद भी विमेन को पूछा नहीं जाता है कि भाई तेरा आपका क्या व्यू है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि हमारे लिए वो ही बेस्ट है कि जो बहन खुद अपने डिसीजन ले सकती है, घर के डिसीजन में वो पार्टिसिपेट कर सकती है, तभी जाके वो अपने पैरों पे खड़ी हो सकती है। हमारा जो डेफिनेशन रहा वो इसके ऊपर रहा। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी हम लोगों ने जो क्रिएट करी, जितनी भी बहनों के साथ हम लोगों ने काम किया, हमारा एक छोटा सा प्रोग्राम वो था अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम, और वो अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम में हमने ये किया कि एवरी मंथ हम एक सब्जेक्ट लेके बहनों को नॉलेज देंगे। डिसीजन मेकिंग दो तरीके से हो सकता है, एक उनके पास एजुकेशन है तो, या फिर उनके पास नॉलेज है तो। एजुकेशन एंड नॉलेज पैरेलल जाएगा, एंड दूसरा वो एक्सपोजर विजिट्स उनकी बाहर होती है, वो दुनिया को देखें एंड वो देखें कि बाहर क्या चल रहा है। ये दो चीजें हमने पैरेलल हमारी विमेन के साथ करी। उस कारण से क्या हुआ कि वो अपने पैरों पे तो खड़ी हुई, बट घर में भी उनका एक वर्ड हुआ, क्योंकि वो हर सब्जेक्ट में उसके पास नॉलेज था। फिर वो फैशन है, या फिर वो पेरेंटिंग है, या फिर हम लोग रेडियो स्टेशन लेके जाते थे, जैसे मदर डेयरी नजदीक है तो हम लोग लेके जाते थे, उनको दिखाते थे कि एक्चुअल ये जो पब्लिक प्लेसेस हैं जो आपके घर में कहीं ना कहीं टच कर रहे हैं, वो कैसे वर्क कर रहे हैं। मैं देखती थी कि धीरे 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 विमेन के सब्जेक्ट्स भी चेंज होने लगे। उनको लगा कि दीदी हमको स्पेस के लिए भी कुछ जानना है, हमको मेडिटेशन भी सीखना है। तो ये सब चीजें हमने सिखाई। तो हम बोलते हैं ना कि जड़ मजबूत होनी चाहिए, फिर कोई भी चीज आगे टेकी जाती है। विमेन को एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के तरफ लेके जाना, पकड़ के रखना, वो तभी हो सकता है जब वो खुद अपने थॉट प्रोसेस में, अपने डिसीजन मेकिंग में स्ट्रांग हो जाए। तो हमारा मेन जरिया ये रहा है।
बहुत 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 खूब मैम। आई थिंक एज लॉन्ग एज उनका, जैसे आपने कहा, एक साइड एजुकेशन, दूसरा साइड नॉलेज, तो अपना आईआईटी में भी यही है। एक साइड हम लोग एजुकेशन देते हैं और यही उम्मीद करते हैं कि इस एजुकेशन के साथ लड़कियां आगे बढ़ें। तो आज से अबाउट 10 15-20 साल पहले जब मैंने ज्वाइन किया था आईआईटी, उस समय बड़े बड़े कम लड़कियां आती थी आईआईटी में। मेरे लैब में भी मुश्किल से 1 या 2 लड़की थी। आज 50 से ज्यादा लड़की है मेरे लैब में। और this is how we can empower women, and make them understand the value of education and knowledge. Very well said, ma'am. एक और मूविंग अहेड मैम, ये तो है कि आपने ग्रामश्री के साथ मैंने अपना ये पूरा जर्नी हमारे साथ शेयर किया, ग्रामश्री क्या करती है ये भी हमें समझ में आया। नाउ the follow up question is, आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा? एक तो you have been helping these women and you have been helping them sustain their livelihood also. One, how has been your experience? The second question is, ये जो आप तो कर रहे हैं and hopefully और भी लोग ये जर्नी देख के इंस्पायर हो जाएंगे, but how do you think industry and entrepreneurs can be more vocal and active regarding such and regarding helping such initiatives? We want more people like you, and I hope that India learns from what you have been able to show them.
हम लोगों ने बहुत छोटे छोटे इनिशिएटिव्स चालू करे हैं। मैं मानती हूँ कि हमारा एक इनिशिएटिव है सेवा कैफे, एंड जो सेवा कैफे हैं, तो हम लोगों के दिल में यही था जब हमने कैफे चालू किया। कैफे आपको लगेगा कि ये ऐसे कैसे जुड़ सकता है कैफे। सेवा कैफे एक ऐसा कंसेप्ट है जो गिफ्ट इकोनॉमी के साथ जुड़ा है। आप कैफे में आते हो तो आपको प्यार से स्वागत किया जाता है, आप खाना खाने बैठते हो तो आपके सराउंडेड बाय वॉलंटियर्स हो, आपको वो बताएंगे कि ये रेस्टोरेंट कौन से वैल्यूज पे चलती है, गेस्ट इज गॉड के वैल्यूज पे चलती है। देन आपका जो डिश वॉशिंग करेगा वो बंदा भी वॉलंटियर है, आपको जो सर्व कर रहा है वो भी वॉलंटियर है। हम लोगों ने एक ऐसी स्पेस क्रिएट करी कि मैं अपनी लाइफ में ज्यादा से ज्यादा 1 लाख लोगों तक टच कर सकती हूँ, और शायद उससे ज्यादा, चलो, बट अगर मेरे जैसे शायद 500 लोग आते हैं तो कहाँ तक ये जर्नी पहुंचेगी। तो आप इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते, यहाँ से हमने करीबन 2500 से 3000 ऐसे वॉलंटियर्स हमारे साथ जुड़े जो आगे जाके उन्हें अपना इनिशिएटिव चालू किया। तो ये जो जर्नी है, जनरली हम लोग जो पुरानी एनजीओज देखते हैं, जो गांधीयन एनजीओज में देखती हूँ, इतने सालों की हमारी जर्नी रही है, तो मैंने बहुत नजदीक से देखा है कि जो एनजीओज खड़ी हुई बट वो सस्टेन नहीं हो पाई, और फिर वो जनरेशन गया, उसके साथ वो संस्था भी गई। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है कि आप अपने साथ ऐसे यूथ को, ऐसे लोगों को आप जोड़ते हो, जैसे विमेन को हमने जोड़ा कि आज सपोज मैं नहीं अवेलेबल भी हूँ, तब भी वो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप चलती रहेगी, तब भी वो माइंडसेट चलता रहेगा जो विमेन को चाहिए। और ये मुझे लग रहा है कि हमारी जर्नी में सबसे ज्यादा अगर कुछ रहा है तो ये रहा कि हमने इतने सारे यूथ को ट्रेन किया है। ट्रेन नहीं बोल सकती, बट एक्शन, हमारी एक्शन से वो सीखेंगे, क्योंकि समटाइम सेवा ऐसा नहीं होता जो बोलता है करता है। मैं जा रही हूँ और रास्ते में कचरा है और वो कचरा अगर मैंने उठा लिया, जो देखता है वो ही लेगा कि दीदी दे ले रहे हैं तो मुझे भी लेना है। तो ये हमारा एक्शन के थ्रू ही हमारा लर्निंग का वो सब रहा है। तो ग्रामश्री का जो एक्सपीरियंस मेरे साथ रहा है, इसमें काफी इतनी सारी वुमेन मेरे साथ आई हैं कि जो एक बार हमारे साथ जुड़ी है जस्ट हैंडवर्क के लिए, और खुद की एनजीओ करी, खुद का बिजनेस किया, खुद की ब्रांड्स बनाई, और वो अपने बिजनेस में आगे गई। तो ये पैरेलल काम है कि आप अपने साथ ऐसे लोगों को तैयार करो जो आपके शोल्डर पे बैठे और वो आपसे भी लंबा देखते हैं। तो हम लोग ये पैरेलल कर रहे हैं, सालों से कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे छोटे छोटे काफी इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, मैंने तो एक ही बोला है, बट बहुत सारे ऐसे इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जिसके थ्रू वी गॉट लॉट मेनी वॉलंटियर्स।
नहीं, दिस इज वंडरफुल मैम। ये जो इंस्पायर करना, ये बहुत कम लोग कर पाते हैं। और इफ यू हैव बीन एबल टू डू दिस, and these people go on to inspire more people, that chain will never end. फिर तो आपने जैसा कहा कि ये this will become a long lasting effect, जो कि इस वर्ल्ड को बहुत आगे ले जा सकती है। तो मैम एक सेकंड क्वेश्चन था, वो जो ये जो हाउ डू यू थिंक इंडस्ट्री एंड एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कैन बी मोर वोकल एंड एक्टिव, क्योंकि आप तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम कैसे मैंने कुछ और लोगों को इस जर्नी में जोड़ सकें, ये इस पर आप कुछ बता सकेंगे?
वैसे जो सेक्टर में मैं काम कर रही हूँ वो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है, और ये अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर को ऑर्गेनाइज करना वो सबके बस की बात नहीं है, ऐसा मैं बोल सकती हूँ। क्योंकि पहले मुझे भी एक स्पिरिचुअल कनेक्ट था, हमारा स्पिरिचुअल कनेक्ट के बगैर आप कोई सेवा नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि वो सस्टेनेबल मोड में जाएगी नहीं तो आप फेम में चले जाओगे, नहीं तो आप शो ऑफ में चले जाओगे। तो हम लोगों ने जब भी ये काम चालू किया तो धीरे धीरे हमारे साथ जो जितने भी लोग जुड़ते गए, उसके साथ सोशल मीडिया जुड़ता गया, उसके साथ जो यूथ, जो वॉलंटियर्स आते थे, वो उन लोगों ने प्रपोजल बनाया, प्रपोजल बना के कितने सारे लोगों को पूरे वर्ल्ड में उन्होंने जोड़ा। शायद वो हमारा नेचर नहीं रहा था कि हम लोग इतना वोकल हो पाए थे, बट हम लोग नए जनरेशन के साथ ये चीज सीखे कि आप एक छोटा सा भी काम करते हो ना, आप उसका स्टोरी टेलिंग कैसे करते हो, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। क्योंकि मैं अगर वो स्टोरी टेलिंग करती हूँ तो शायद और 10 लोग इंस्पायर होंगे और फिर वो हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे। जितने भी ऐसे छोटे छोटे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करते हैं, वोकल होना जरूरी है। बट मैं इतना 100% बोलूंगी क्योंकि मेरा खुद का नेचर इतना है नहीं कि मैं अभी थोड़ा बहुत किसी के साथ कम्युनिकेशन कर लेती हूँ। अदरवाइज मेरे माइंडसेट में यही था कि जो हम कर रहे हैं वो खुद के लिए करते हैं, अपने कर्मा होते हैं, हमको आगे लेके नहीं जाना है, ये माइंडसेट था। आज ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं, वो स्टोरी टेलिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और आगे इसको हम तभी कर पाएंगे जब ज्यादा से ज्यादा ऐसे स्टोरीज बाहर निकलेंगे, लोगों तक पहुंचेंगे, एंड और बच्चे इसको उठाएंगे। क्योंकि ये अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है, एंड ये सेक्टर को टैकल करना ये हर कोई के बस की बात भी नहीं है, क्योंकि ये बहुत मुश्किल है, उसमें बहुत सारी पेशेंस चाहिए।
नहीं, सही कहा मैम आपने। ये एक्चुअली में बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, और जो आपने कर दिया है वो तो अब मैं I'm very happy that you found time to come to this forum, because these young people will actually learn from somebody like you to do something on a much bigger scale. So मैम एक बहुत relevant question है, आप तो ये करते आए हैं, बट एज एन MBA ग्रेजुएट आपके पास तो बहुत सारे अपॉर्चुनिटीज हुए रहेंगे, और आपने अपना पूरा टाइम ग्राम श्री को दिया, इस एक सोशल इनिशिएटिव, और भी बहुत सारे आपने किए हैं, पर फोकस किया है, जिसमें this provides employment to so many women in graduate, more than 2000, I think, maybe my numbers are wrong. But ma'am, how do you think, ये तो बहुत बड़ा फोरम है, और आज IIT में बहुत सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, ये लोग सब MBA कर रहे हैं, और इसके बाद में इनको लाखों की सैलरी मिलेगी, तो क्यों ये बच्चे क्यों सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ चले हैं? ये आपसे थोड़ा हम सुनना चाहते हैं
जी। मैं ऐसा मानती हूँ, सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप किसको बोलते हैं? देखो, उसमें ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हम पैसे नहीं कमा रहे, या हम लोग पैसे तो कमा ही रहे हैं ना उसमें। हाँ, थोड़ा सा प्रॉफिट कम हो जाता है और मेहनत बढ़ती है, क्योंकि आप जितना भी सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप रिलेटेड काम करोगे, वो सोसाइटी की कोई भी गैप एनालिसिस होगी, उसको आप उठा के करोगे। काफी लोग हैं जिन्होंने पानी पे किया, किसी ने सैनिटेशन पे किया, मैंने क्राफ्ट पे किया। तो क्राफ्ट का गैप क्या था, वो मैंने देखा कि हमारे देश में हम हमेशा बोलते हैं कि एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी देना है, एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी देना है। अब मैं हमेशा, मैं इंडिया वाली हूँ, मुझे बहुत प्यार है इंडिया से, तो मुझे हमेशा ही लगता था कि मेरे देश को मुझे अगर आत्मनिर्भर करना है, तो मैं एक ऐसा सेक्टर पकड़ू जो अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड है, जिसको मैं मेहनत करके उसको ऑर्गेनाइज कर पाऊं। सो जब मैंने न्यूमेरिक्स देखना चालू किया, तो अपने देश में हंड्रेड्स ऑफ क्राफ्ट है, और इतने सारे क्राफ्ट है जो मर गए, अभी है भी नहीं अपने हाथ में, और वो हम लोग खाली म्यूजियम पीसेस में देख रहे हैं। सो मुझे लगा कि ये एक अपना हेरिटेज है, जो हेरिटेज को हमको जिंदा रखना चाहिए। सेकंड, मैंने देखा जो हाथ से काम करने वाले लोग हैं, तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग काम करेंगे तो हर हाथ को काम मिलेगा। सो एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी ज्यादा से ज्यादा हम बढ़ा सकते हैं। तीसरा, मैंने देखा कि करीबन 2 से 2.5 करोड़ लोग क्राफ्ट सेक्टर में काम। आप सोचो, अशोक भाई का फोन है, सो आप सोचो कि 2 से 2.5 करोड़ लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट अगर आप दे सकते हो, तो ये कोई छोटी बात नहीं है। ये सेक्टर को अगर हम सही तरीके से उठाएं, और उसके जो रूल्स हैं, क्योंकि NID के वन ऑफ द फाउंडर रहे हैं दशरथ भाई पटेल, और मैं उनसे बैठी थी, मैं बहुत छोटी थी, और मुझे लगा कि मुझे सीखना है ये सेक्टर को, क्योंकि ये सेक्टर को मैं पॉल्यूटेड नहीं करूं, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। तो मैं उनसे बैठी थी, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली कि 2 ही तरीके से आर्टिजन काम करता है, वन इज ब्रेड एंड बटर प्रोडक्ट, एंड सेकेंड इज पैशन वाली प्रोडक्ट, जो उसके अंदर से निकले, तभी तो वो आर्टिजन बोला जाएगा। उन्होंने बोला, मुझे खाली एक ही चीज ध्यान रखो कि आर्टिजन को लेबरर मत बनाना। तो आप इमेजिन करो कि इससे मुझे निकल के आया कि हम आर्टिजन जो है वो हमारे स्किल्ड लेबर। आज ये सोचो कि हम मेक इन इंडिया कर लेते हैं। मेक इन इंडिया इज व्हाट? लेबरर है, जिसको कुछ नहीं करना है। हमने वो सेट वाला सिस्टम बना दिया जिससे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करेगा, जहां पे उसका दिमाग नहीं लगता, जहां पे उसका हार्ट नहीं लगता, वो खाली हाथ का काम करके वो निकल जाता है। तो फिर हम क्या कर रहे हैं? तो ये जो मुझे लगा कि ये 3H का जो हार्मनी है ना, ये आर्टिजन के साथ, क्राफ्ट के साथ है। तो ये मेरा फिलोसॉफी रहा था कि हेड, हार्ट एंड हैंड, ये तीनों मिलके अगर कोई चीज प्रोडक्ट बनती है तो वो खाली क्राफ्ट में है। तो इस कारण से मुझे लगा कि क्राफ्ट सेक्टर को पकड़ना चाहिए। ऐसे बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स हैं अपने देश में जहाँ पे बहुत सारा गैप है। अगर हम एज अ सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर कुछ भी करते हैं, हम पैसे तो कमाते ही है, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम पैसे नहीं कमाते, बट हम थोड़ा कम प्रॉफिट कमाते। उससे जो प्रॉफिट हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं उतना प्रॉफिट शायद नहीं कमाए, बट उसके साथ प्रॉफिट प्लस जो सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलता है ना, उससे जो हैप्पीनेस मिलती है, वो हैप्पीनेस शायद खाली पैसे कमाने से नहीं मिलती, खाली न्यूमेरिक्स में घुसने से नहीं मिलती। मेरी लाइफ कैसी है पता है? आधा टाइम मैं फील्ड में होती हूँ, रूरल एरियाज में घूमती हूँ, आर्टिजन को घरों में जाके खाना खाती हूँ, और आधा टाइम मैं प्रोफेशनल वर्ल्ड में भी होती हूँ, कहीं पे कोई फैशन शो में भी होती हूँ, या फिर कोई भी डिजाइनर के साथ बैठी हूँ। इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल वर्ल्ड फॉर मी कि मैं ऊपर एंड नीचे दोनों तरफ में जुड़ी हुई हूँ। तो मैं इतना 100% बोलना चाहूंगी कि खाली बिजनेस कर लो, उससे बेटर तो जो सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है ना, उसमें एवरी डे की सेवा भी है और एवरी डे का सेटिस्फेक्शन भी है।
बहुत खूब मैम, एंड आई होप दैट ये जो बच्चे आज हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, इन्होंने कुछ तो इससे सीखा, क्योंकि सिर्फ पैसे कमाने से नहीं होते, अगर खुद का सेटिस्फेक्शन ना हो, और जैसे आपने इतने सारे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट और रोजगार का एक जरिया दिया और उनको उनका आर्टिसन उनका आर्ट आपने बाहर लेके आया, ये बहुत बड़ी बात। सो मैम, मूविंग ऑन, एक और क्वेश्चन, आप एक सफाई विद्यालय में भी आप इन्वॉल्व रही हैं, ये बहुत लोगों को पता है, एंड दिस इज वर्किंग ऑन क्लीनलीनेस सैनिटेशन प्रॉब्लम्स रूरल इंडिया। ये आज अपने गवर्नमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है, और ऑफ कोर्स ये आप तो इसमें बहुत साल से हैं। तो हाउ हार्ड हैज इट बीन, मैम, कन्विंस पीपल टू चेंज देयर यूजुअल way of carrying out their daily activities, making them realize the importance of sanitation? We still see that, ma'am, और आज तो किसी भी स्लम के बगल से गुजरे हैं, किसी भी रेलवे लाइन के बगल से गुजरे हैं, तो आज भी दिखता है। तो ये कैसे, मैम, ये कैसे उनको समझाया जाए, कैसे इस चीज को आगे बढ़ाया जाए, मैम?
मेरे फादर इन लॉ ईश्वर भाई पटेल, उनके साथ मैं गांव में जाती थी, और उस टाइम जब हम गांव में जाते थे, गवर्नमेंट फ्री टॉयलेट्स देती थी, और हम लोगों को मॉनिटरिंग करने जाना था कि वो टॉयलेट की हालत क्या है। और जब हम टॉयलेट देखने जाते थे, तब भी हमको लगता था वो लोटा लेके लोग तो बाहर ही जा रहे हैं, टॉयलेट वहीं के वहीं पड़े, उसको स्टोर रूम बना दिया है। सो ऐसे इतने सारे टॉयलेट्स मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे। सो हमारा बहुत ब्यूटीफुल वो था कि हमको पता था कि ये जनरेशन को चेंज करना बहुत मुश्किल है। जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है, हम वो जनरेशन को पकड़े, क्योंकि हम लोग जाते थे तो जो बड़े लोग थे उनके साथ बात करते थे, तो वो ऐसा बोलते थे कि यार अपने बॉडी की गंदगी थोड़ी घर में ही निकालनी होती है, वो तो बाहर खेतों में जाना होता है। तो उनके माइंड में कभी आया ही नहीं कि मुझे घर में टॉयलेट बनाना चाहिए। टॉयलेट भी बनाते थे तो इतना दूर बनाते थे घर से, तो उनको लगता था ये गंदा है, ये गंदी चीज है, और ये गंदगी को हम क्यों लेके आए घर में। बहुत हार्ड है। देखो मैं एक चीज बताऊं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को करना इट्स वेरी इजी, सॉफ्टवेयर जो डालना माइंड में, लोगों का मन बदलना, वो सबसे हार्ड चीज है। तो हम लोगों ने छोटी चीजों से चालू करते थे, ब्रश कैसे करोगे, हाथ कैसे धोना है, हाथ कब कब धोना है। फिर भजन बनाते थे सफाई के, वो भजन गाते थे रात को ग्राम सभा में, रैलियां निकालते थे, उसमें सूत्र बुलाते थे क्लेanलीनेस के और सफाई के और सब। फिर उन कंपटीशन करते थे सफाई के लिए। तो बच्चों को जो माइंडसेट बनाना है, हम लोग बच्चों से चालू करते थे। एंड ऐसा होता था कि बच्चे जाके मम्मी को बोलते थे कि घर में कचरा पेटी क्यों नहीं है, आप कचरा टोकरी लगाओ। सो हम लोगों ने क्या किया, जो ओल्ड तेल के डिब्बे होते थे, क्योंकि कचरा टोकरी खरीदने के लिए तो पैसे नहीं है किसी के पास, तो हम क्या करते थे, वो डिब्बे मांग के लेके आते थे, वो डिब्बे दे दो, बच्चे उसको कलर करते थे, हम उसके ऊपर फिर लिखते थे और हर घर को जाके गिफ्ट देते थे। तो इतने साल लगे, ये इतने ऐसी छोटी छोटी थाउजेंड्स ऑफ एक्टिविटीज हमने डिजाइन करी, और उस कारण से धीरे 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 वो माइंड उनके चेंज होते थे। बट ब्यूटीफुल यही है कि जब गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव लेता है और उसके साथ थोड़ा दंडात्मक भी आता है, उसमें भी फर्क तो पड़ता है, क्योंकि लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं दंड देना पड़ता था कि आप कहीं भी कचरा नहीं डाल सकते हो, कोई देखने वाला है। और इंस्पिरेशन लेने के लिए लाल किले से जब मोदी साहब ने भी बोल दिया, तो सबके मन में वो आने लगा। हम तो बहुत सालों उससे पहले काम कर रहे थे, बट जब गवर्नमेंट ने इनिशिएटिव लेना चालू किया, तो जो गलियां हम लोग साफ करने निकलते थे, ग्रुप बना के जो ड्रेनेजेस, ओपन ड्रेनेजेस हम लोग साफ करते थे, वो सब करना बंद हो गया। सो लोगों का माइंडसेट धीरे 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 फिर चेंज होने लगा। बट इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट जॉब। आज आर्टिसन के साथ भी काम करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, माइंड बदलना सबसे डिफिकल्ट काम है।
जी मैम, ये आपने सही कहा, माइंड बदलना तो सबसे डिफिकल्ट है, और ये टू एक्चुअली target the next generation has been the biggest idea that you have been able to use. क्योंकि मैम, यही लोग जब सिंगापुर जाते हैं, यूरोप जाते हैं, they will not do anything bad there, but यही लोग इंडिया आते हैं तो ये लोग क्यों, इनका माइंड वो चेंज नहीं हो पाता, ये आज भी मैं समझ नहीं पाया। और इनफैक्ट आप देखें, you are getting the maximum reaction to your answers here, because people are very impressed seeing what you have been able to achieve, मैम। तो मैम, ये दो तो स्टोरी हमने सुन लिया, कुछ नया आप करना चाह रहे हैं मैम? एनी न्यू सोशल initiatives that you are planning to implement through any of these social organizations? You work with so many people, तो आप कुछ नया मैम करना चाह रहे हैं जो इन बच्चों को मोटिवेट कर सके, उनको भी ज्वाइन करने में?
हम लोग एक बहुत ब्यूटीफुल इनिशिएटिव हमने बहुत सारे वॉलंटियर्स ने मिलके ऑलरेडी चालू किया है। क्योंकि मेरी जो जर्नी रही है, मैंने बहुत अलग अलग एनजीओ के साथ काम किया, सो जो सफाई विद्यालय था हमारा, तो वो गवर्नमेंट के साथ रह के हमने काफी काम किया। फिर मानव साधना में काम किया, खाली डोनर्स के पैसों से हम लोग बच्चों के और बच्चों के एजुकेशन के साथ एंड हेल्थ के साथ हमने काम किया। और ग्रामश्री जो संस्था थी वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे थी, हम क्राफ्ट बेच रहे हैं, जो भी पैसे आ रहे हैं उससे पूरी संस्था चल रही है, तो वो सस्टेनेबल मोड से गया। बट एक माइंड ऐसा आया कि हम एक लेवल के बाद एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव में ज्यादा लग गए, हमारा जो पैशन था वो पैशन साइड में रह गया। सो मैं इतना बोलूंगी कि हमने एक दो ऐसे इनिशिएटिव चालू किया कि भाई संस्था चालू करने की जरूरत क्या है, जिन बच्चों को अपने लाइफ में कुछ सेवा करनी है, एनजीओ के बगैर वो खुद भी तो संस्था बन सकता है। सो हमारा एक बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है लोक मित्र। जो लोक मित्र जो है, जो MSW पढ़ा है, जो बच्चों को लगता है कि मुझे कहीं गांव में बैठ के काम करना है, स्लम में बैठ के काम करना है, तो उसकी सैलरी कोई कंपनी देता है और वो बच्चा खाली गांव में बैठ के काम करता है। और हम लोग 2-2 साल के हमने इनिशिएटिव लिए, इतना ब्यूटीफुल रिजल्ट हमको गांव में मिला, क्योंकि कोई बैठा है जो जाके हर गली में जाके एक प्रेयर करा रहा है, सबको इन्वॉल्व कर रहा है, गांव में सफाई का जो माइंडसेट बदलना है। क्योंकि मैंने बोला इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो आजकल गवर्नमेंट बहुत कुछ दे रही है, जो माइंड बदलने की बात है ये लोक मित्रों ने चालू किया। तो हमारा ये बहुत ब्यूटीफुल कंसेप्ट है, उसमें 7 सब्जेक्ट्स को हम लोग टारगेट कर रहे हैं। दूसरा जो हमारा इनिशिएटिव है, वो हम लोगों को लगा कि आप कोई भी सेक्टर में है, आप कॉर्पोरेट में है या फिर आप कहीं ना कहीं अपना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप या खुद ना बिजनेस कर रहे हो, कुछ भी, आप एनजीओ में हो, आप एजुकेशन में हो, कहीं पे भी हो, आप जहां हो वहां पे हेड, हार्ट एंड हैंड, ये तीनों की हार्मनी के साथ आप कैसे काम कर सकते हो, बदलाव कैसे ला सकते हैं। तो हमने मूड बाय लव करके एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया है, और जो मूड बाय लव है उसमें पूरे देश में से काफी लोग आते हैं, ऑनलाइन उसको रजिस्टर करते हैं। ये 3 दिन हम लोग सब साथ में रहते हैं, और ये 3H के साथ हम लोग सराउंडेड, जो क्वेश्चंस होते हैं क्वेश्चंस का आंसर करते हैं, और 3 दिन के बाद वो वैल्यूज क्रिएट करते हैं कि भाई ग्रेटिट्यूड हम कैसे प्रैक्टिस करेंगे, लव प्रैक्टिस क्या होता है, ट्रूथ प्रैक्टिस क्या होता है, आपकी अपनी कनेक्ट जो होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि हम कॉर्पोरेट में जाते हैं, एक हायरार्की होती है, हर जगह पे हायरार्की होती है, और उस कारण से हमको लगता है कि यार यहाँ पे थोड़ी प्रेयर हो सकती है। मेरी फार्मा कंपनी है, सो मैं बिजनेस साइड बाय साइड, मेरा बिजनेस भी चलता है, मेरी फार्मा कंपनी में भी प्रेयर होता है, मेरे रिटेल्स में भी प्रेयर होता है। तो इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि ये सब चीज एनजीओज ही करती है। सो हमको ये चाहिए था कि हेड, हार्ट एंड हैंड, 3H का हार्मनी अगर लेके, वो अवेयरनेस लेके, अगर कोई 3 दिन के बाद अपने सेक्टर में जब वापस जाता है, तो आप इमेजिन करो वो अपने सेक्टर को बदलने की कोशिश करेगा, एक ऐसी स्पेस बनाएगा जो सेफ स्पेस हो। आज हम घर में भी कुछ बोलते हैं ना, तो हमारे आसपास जो भी लोग हैं वो हमको अजम्पशंस करते हैं, वो हमको जज करते हैं और वो स्ट्रिंग अटैच कर देते हैं। बट हमारे पास ऐसी सेफ स्पेसेस है जहाँ पे बोलने के लिए कुछ भी बोल दो, सामने वाला आपको वही तरीके से लेगा। लिसनिंग भी हमारा पावरफुल नहीं है। तो ये जो हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म है, वहां से हम ट्राई करते हैं कि हम खुद से कनेक्ट हो जाए और हम किसी को होल्ड करें और एक ऐसी स्पेस क्रिएट करें अपने आप में कि आपके पास कोई भी आता है तो वो आप होल्ड कर सकते हो। आप, मैं एक बात बताऊं तो, एक निमेश पटेल करके हमारे पास एक वॉलंटियर आया था बहुत सालों पहले, एंड वो स्लम में काम किया, वो खुद सिंगर था और सिंगिंग छोड़ के आ गया, और फिर उसको लगा नहीं मुझे तो सेवा में जाना है, मुझे मेरे फील्ड में कुछ नहीं करना, क्योंकि मेरे फील्ड में तो शांति नहीं है, हैप्पीनेस नहीं है, सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं है। तो वो हमारे पास आया, 2 साल हमारे साथ स्लम में काम किया, घूमा, देन ही रियलाइज्ड कि मैं अपने फील्ड में क्या चेंज ला सकता हूँ। फिर वो रैप सॉन्ग्स बनाता था, आज भी बनाता है, बट आज उसका आप गूगल करोगे, एम्प्टी हैंड्स करके उसका एक ब्रांड उसने क्रिएट किया, न्यू क्रिएट किया। वो खाली वैल्यूज के ऊपर सॉन्ग गाता है, सिंगिंग उसका कंप्लीटली चेंज हो गया। सो हमारा कोई भी सेक्टर है, बट वो सेक्टर में हम अगर स्पिरिचुअलिटी कनेक्ट करते हैं तो ही हम चेंज ला सकते हैं। तो मुझे ये हमारा सबसे ब्यूटीफुल प्लेटफॉर्म लगता है। ऐसे बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स हमने चालू किए, छोटे छोटे, कभी लंबा होगा तो मैं बोलूंगी, बट अभी 2 की मैं बात कर रही हूँ।
बहुत बहुत अच्छा मैम। ये इससे तो आज का जनरेशन बहुत कुछ सीख सकता है मैम। और आपने जो कहा ये सेफ जोन और लोग जज नहीं करें, ये एक्चुअली में कॉलेज लाइफ ऐसे ही हुआ करता था, और इनके लिए तो वही लाइफ है। कोई कुछ भी बोल दे, कोई किसी को जज नहीं करता, वो एक पॉइंट आता है उसके बाद में लोग ये सब स्टार्ट करते हैं। तो आपका जो कहना है मैम एकदम एकदम सटीक है। ये लोग इसी लाइफ में रहें, कॉलेज लाइफ के जैसा आगे बढ़ें, लोगों की मदद करें और और करते जाएं ये चीज, तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है मैम। सो मैम, लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू यू, वी विल नॉट टेक टू मच ऑफ योर टाइम मैम। तो आप काफी फेमस हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, सोशल वर्कर तो खैर आपका कोई नाम माने कोई जवाब ही नहीं मैम। बट आप कुछ ऐसा कुछ चीज आप शेयर करें, कुछ लेसन्स आप शेयर करें अपनी जर्नी से। आज इस सभा में बहुत सारे ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं, स्पेशली विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मैम। हाउ विल you give them some advice to these women entrepreneurs मैम?
मैं दो चीजों को पे मतलब ज्यादातर मैं दो चीजों पे ही बोलती हूँ। वन इसकी कभी फोकस नहीं हटना चाहिए। हम कोई भी चीज पकड़ते हैं क्योंकि सबको अपना अपना प्रोडक्ट एंड सब जो भी चीजें आप लेके बैठते हो, कुछ भी एनी इनिशिएटिव, बट समटाइम्स क्या होता है कि हमको कोई किसी ने कुछ सलाह दी, हम कहीं से कुछ किसी से इंस्पायर हो गए, हमको लगा कि ये ब्रांड बहुत अच्छे से जा रही है तो फिर हम उसकी कॉपी करने लगते हैं। तो बहुत डिस्ट्रैक्शंस होते हैं लाइफ में, और मीडिया अभी का जो मीडिया है वो इतना कनेक्टेड है तो डिस्ट्रैक्शन हमको इजीली लेके रखता है और हम हमेशा किसी ना किसी के फॉलोअर बनते हैं। मैं इतना बोलूंगी कि फोकस ये होना चाहिए कि हम किसी के फॉलोअर बने या नहीं बने, हम सबसे सीखे, बट जो हमारा इंट्यूशन कहता है, हमारा दिल जो कहता है, हम वो ही करें और हम अपनी पहचान बनाएं। हम अपने आप को देखें कि मेरे में बेस्ट क्या है, मेरा नेचर क्या है, मेरे में बेस्ट क्या है, मेरी वीकनेसेस क्या है, मेरे स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, उसके सराउंडिंग सबसे सीख के हम अपने आप को कैसे सीखें, मतलब हु एम आई। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट जो मैंने अपने जीवन में सीखा है, क्योंकि हु एम आई से हम कनेक्ट नहीं होते हैं, नहीं देखते हैं, नहीं फाइंड आउट करते हैं। आप कितना भी बिजनेस करो या कहीं पे भी कोई भी सेक्टर में चले जाओ, शायद आप वो खाली ऊपर ऊपर वाला जो स्तर है आप उसी से कनेक्ट होगे। एंड सेकंड, अभी मैं जो देखती हूँ बहुत कुछ लैकिंग जो मुझे दिखता है वो है माइन्यूट विजन, माइन्यूट चीजें जो डिटेलिंग का काम होता है। क्योंकि इतना बोल सकती हूँ कि अभी की जो यंग जनरेशन है उनमें बहुत कैपेसिटी है, उनके पास जो ऊपर वाले ने उनको जो अभी का माहौल दिया है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेड हो रही है और जिस तरीके से उनके पास हर गैजेट्स हैं, हर इंफॉर्मेशन उनके पास अवेलेबल है, बट उसमें भी हम जब अपनी चीज लेते हैं वो जो डिटेलिंग की बात आती है वो एक्सपीरियंस के बगैर नहीं आती। सो जो लर्निंग पार्ट होता है डिटेलिंग के लिए, वो लर्निंग फील्ड के में जाए बगैर कुछ नहीं होता। देखो हम फेसबुक या इंस्टाग्राम से हैप्पी बर्थडे बोल दें, बट जो हाथ मिलाने का मजा है, जो गले लगने का मजा है ना, वो हमको हमारा मीडिया नहीं देगा, हमको फील्ड ही देगा। सो फील्ड में अपने आप को रगड़ो। मैं इतना 100% बोलूंगी, कोई भी फील्ड है आप वो फील्ड में ट्राई करो कि फील्ड में मुझे कहाँ मैं जा सकता हूँ, नीचे तक कैसे जा सकता हूँ। क्योंकि आज इतना बोल दो एमबीए में हम सब कुछ पढ़ते हैं कि भी कंज्यूमर का माइंडसेट समझना पड़ेगा, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की लिमिटेशन समझनी पड़ेगी, सब कुछ हम लोग देखते हैं। ऊपर ऊपर से कैसे पता चलेगा जब तक हम नीचे अपने आप को नहीं रगड़े। तो डिटेलिंग करना वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। जो ह्यूमन टच है वो ह्यूमन टच हर फील्ड में होना चाहिए। और गिविंग बैक टू सोसाइटी पैरेलली, उसके लिए बूढ़े होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आज कमाया आज ही दिया, क्यों हम कल तक देखें। देखो आज कोविड हम सबको सिखा के गया है, आज का काम आज करें, आज शायद अभी करें। सो जो भी हम कमाते हैं, जो भी हम दे सकते हैं अपनी कैपेसिटी में, वो देना चाहिए। नेचर को देना चाहिए, हमको ऑल बीइंग्स को देना चाहिए। मैं अभी एनिमल्स के ऊपर के जो देखती हूँ कि उनका एक्सप्लोटेशन भी बहुत हो रहा है, वो सब देखती हूँ तो बहुत बुरा लगता है। ऐसा लगता है कि वाइल्ड लाइफ बहुत लोग देखने जाते हैं बट एनिमल्स काटने में उनको प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सो वाइल्ड लाइफ को देखना एंड एक साइड खाना, ये दोनों कुछ मैच ही नहीं कर रहा है। वो थॉट प्रोसेस में मुझे हमेशा लगता है कि आप जाते हो और फिर वहां ताज या ओबेरॉय है तो जाके आप नॉनवेज खाते हो। सो वो कनेक्ट नहीं है, आप समझ रहे हो, वो कनेक्ट होना जरूरी है कि जो एक्शन है मेरी और मेरे जो थॉट है और जो मैं चाहता हूँ, ये तीनों का जो अलाइनमेंट है ना, दैट्स डिटेलिंग। और ये डिटेलिंग होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट।
बहुत बहुत मैम, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये आपकी बात लोगों को याद रहेगी। ये बहुत सारे बच्चे जुड़े हुए हैं आज, इन लोगों ने बहुत कुछ सीखा। इनफैक्ट मैंने भी बहुत कुछ सीखा मैम आज। और आई जस्ट वांट टू से टू एवरीबody who's joined here, I had the distinct pleasure of meeting ma'am in Ahmedabad, I think a couple of months back, and I was so impressed with the way she handles any situation, any problem, and I was so impressed with you ma'am. So मैं तो आपको अपना रोल मॉडल बना के चलना चाहूंगा, और hopefully we will be able to do much more than what we have after this interaction with you ma'am. Thank you so much ma'am.
रोहित सर, IIT के लिए तो मेरा भी प्यार है पुराना, एंड मुझे मेरा ड्रीम था कि मुझे जाना है कभी, बट फिर वो डाइवर्ट हो गया जब मैंने सोशल वर्क चालू किया। सो आई हैव लॉट ऑफ रिगार्ड फॉर IITians, ऐसा बोल सकती हूँ, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी के बगैर कुछ नहीं है अब। सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग अस। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, so any last thing, or you want to close? Take it. I think we'll close. Ma'am has
Thank you
loved.
so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have a break for around 5 minutes and we'll begin the next session in the next 5 minutes.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, Sukanya ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah.
So we can start in 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm unable to start my video. If you want me to start my video, it's okay. Otherwise, I can do it without video as well.
Ma'am, now you can share your video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Should we get started or are we waiting?
We can wait for a minute.
Okay.
Hello, Sukanya ma'am. Thank you for joining us back again.
Thank you, Muskan, for having me here.
Okay. So I'll just begin again with a quick introduction of yours for the ones who are not available in the first session, and then we can proceed further with the session.
Absolutely.
Okay. Again, thank you very much for joining the session. So now we have with us Sukanya Dikshit ma'am. So Sukanya has been very active in the startup ecosystem from the last 5 years. She has been a serial entrepreneur and has been a part of founding team of several startups earlier. She decided to switch the sides of the table and gave back to the startup ecosystem in India by working with technology business incubators. Prior to joining DSSC IIT Bombay, she was the Startup Incubation and Innovation Center at IIT Kanpur as a portfolio manager. Prior to this, she also had multiple stints of working as an entrepreneur. And I hope to hear more about the entrepreneurial journey as well as more about entrepreneurship through this session. So with this, I give you the command for the session further.
Thank you so much, Muskan, for the kind words and the generous introduction. So, as I say, entrepreneurship is a crazy journey and equally rewarding as well, if you look at it, right? So entrepreneurship, it's something I have realized is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people cannot, right? Because it's putting in a lot of efforts. Definitely, it's not as easy as a 9-to-5 job. You have a 24/7 thing. You eat, sleep, walk your startup. But in the end, when you're able to cater to people, when you have an acquisition, when your startup gets acquired, it's equally rewarding. So, like you said, I have been a 2-time serial entrepreneur with exits from my startups. And yeah, I am one of the few lucky ones who got a chance to come back to IIT Bombay and give back to the student ecosystem over here. So yeah, I work with Ideas program at DSSE, the Desai Sethi School of Entrepreneurship. And we fill the gap of pre-incubation at IIT Bombay. So today I am going to give you a little bit of glimpse of, why entrepreneurship, introduce the entire concept. So, like I say, entrepreneurship is often misrepresented as having only a startup or, building something, but definitely it's something much more and beyond that. It's a way of life, it's a mindset. And, I had the fortune to be trained by the UN women as a UN women delegate. And the only thing they focus over there is the mindset. They do not teach you any hard skills of entrepreneurship, because it's actually a mindset which enables these people to start up. And when you look at these circuits, we have so many unicorns and sunicorns in India. Sunicorns meaning startups which are set to enter the unicorn club by the end of 2022 itself. And what you see on the right hand side again is some very famous IIT Bombay alumni led startups. So definitely the wave is here. The IITs are definitely seeding the next generation of entrepreneurs who are, courageous enough to think outside of the box and building great businesses, scalable and sustainable. So when you look at the total number of unicorns over the world, India stands at the 3rd place. And I'm sure within a few years or by 2025, we are set to improve this number as well. And when you look at the average time to unicorn in years for any particular startup, it ranges from anywhere between 3 to 8 years. In India, it's 8 years, but that's also significantly coming down now. So we have had startups also becoming unicorns in 6 months. So, it all depends on your speed of execution, how big the market you are serving. And when you look at the distribution of sectors of startups becoming unicorns, it ranges from fintech, software as a service, e-commerce, deep tech, health tech, and so on. And definitely these are trends which tell you, what works best in the Indian or the Asian markets. And you can accordingly, think about an idea. So, IT services essentially took off in India in 1989. We had Infosys, Wipro, HCL, Cognizant and Tata come up. And in 2015, when they had reached already a point where there were so many employees, they had hit $194 billion in revenue, exports were increasing, a lot of people were employed. So this was when there was a saturation, and we saw newer, smaller companies coming up. In 2015, actually, startups started taking off. And if you look at the projections by 2025, India aims to have around 100,000 startups. It's already 75,000, if you know. DPIIT recognized startups as 75,000 in India as of now. The startups will employ more than 3.25 million individuals. And of course, because of the increasing amount of startups, the amount of investment also that goes into startups increases. And of course, as I said, the numbers would increase by 2025, and it's projected that we would be at number 2 after US, just after US, when compared to the number of unicorns. So, what excites me more is that not that startups are coming up, but we know what these startups offer to us, right? So Swiggy and Zomato help us order food. They give us food. But when you essentially look at what is their offering for for other people in the ecosystem, you see it goes well beyond that. So they have employed some 300,000 to 500,000 delivery executives who definitely have found a way of life doing these deliveries, are running their families, and definitely much better paid than what they would have been doing other jobs. Meesho, for instance, has created micro entrepreneurs in different tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities of India. And women have actually, transformed their way of living, because it's easier to sell things on a social media platform that's so easily built by Meesho. There's an end-to-end support system that's in place. So definitely a lot of empowerment is happening in the ecosystem today. And of course, tier 3, tier 2 cities are emerging as startup hubs. Cities like Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Kolkata for that matter, is definitely, these cities are coming up, and we have around 150 plus funded startups based out of these cities. So you can see the kind of empowerment that's happening all over India. It's amazing. And if we talk about entrepreneurship as a concept, so, Howard Stevenson in the Harvard Business School has defined it as the pursuit of opportunity without regard to the resources controlled. So, what it means? You do not know what lies for you as an entrepreneur. The fear of unknown is always there, but you as an entrepreneur, you know how to identify a need or an opportunity. So I want to watch what I want, where I want, and when I want. So this was the problem statement that Netflix identified, right? And then, of course, we have million other things. Google search, Google for that matter, was also a startup when it started, and it identified the key problem that people want to have information at their fingertips. So as an entrepreneur, it's very important to be able to identify the need or opportunities. Of course, create a solution, which means do something innovatively. Implement solution to create value. Now, when you are offering this innovation to the market, you have to bundle it up with a couple of other things, so that it goes out to the market as a solution, not just as one single product. So Google has come up with not only a search engine, but you have Google Ads, you have millions of other offerings which are going on. And of course, the combined value creation that they have done is definitely way beyond any measurable parameter for me, at least. So definitely you have to have an exit or a long-term strategy with your venture. And of course, doing something that's already being done is often not defined as entrepreneurship. It has to be something new, either a new business, a new way of doing business, either a new product offering or something like that, right? Now, when we look at opportunities, there are 4 characteristics of every opportunity that comes before us. Newness, something that hasn't existed before or been available before. Of course, a new way of cancer treatment, that's an exaggeration, but even a new way of ordering taxis for that matter. We earlier used to hail taxis using the hand, or we used to do phone calls, but now we have an app where we can easily, with the click of a button, we get a taxi at our doorstep. So, these are some things that you have to keep in mind while looking for an opportunity. And of course, perceived desirability, the opportunity should be such that it is desired by n number of people. Potential economic value, that means that the solution needs to have a market. You cannot be building something which is for a very small market, and then you end up failing and you blame the system. But you have to build for the larger market, and build for basic needs of a person, what you can do innovatively to fulfill those basic needs. And of course, the fourth and most important point is the development of any new product should be consistent with legal or ethical or regulatory standards. So, nowadays we see a lot of people talking about drone deliveries, but it's currently not legalized by the DCGA, and there are talks going on, and legal implications coming in, but it's a long way to go. So when you think of a startup, you have to think of all of these parameters, and in keeping with the legal or ethical standards, you have to build something which has value, is desirable, and is also considerably new, right? So we often think that every idea is an opportunity, but that's not the case. An idea can only be an opportunity, like I said, when it adds value to the customer, solves a problem, has the potential to make some money, and is a good fit with the entrepreneurship team itself. So it is, a good idea is often inspired by the entrepreneur's difficulties. But, a real innovation is something what I call as better, faster, and cheaper. An alternative which can let you do things in a better way, a faster way, and a cheaper way. So, that actually is innovation according to me. And of course, there are three critical pillars to the entrepreneurship continuum, which is creativity. You definitely have to think differently, and the output is new ideas. When I say creativity, it doesn't only mean art and craft or something of that sort. It means you should be able to think of a problem when there's a chaotic situation. You should be able to think of how to solve that problem and create an output in the form of new ideas. And then, of course, you go on to innovate, and the output is a prototype. And finally, you go to market with your new product or service or solution. And that's actually what's called entrepreneurship. So then there are a set of people working with you. You have to set processes in your company. So value creation in the marketplace comes at that stage. So definitely these three are very important, and of course they are driven by science and technology trends, societal, economic, and marketplace needs. So building the customer value proposition according to their needs is something that can be done using a technology push as well as a market pull. So when I say technology push, it means you can find a tech-enabled solution to a problem, just like Uber or Ola did. They found that an app caters to the need of customers who want to take rides. And of course, they also identified that market is ready for it, right? Because people were increasingly switching to smartphones, right? That was the right time when they launched their product. And of course, these two go hand in hand. And the best ideal situation is to go for a technological development only when you have a market pull. You need to do a thorough market research before you actually think of doing a business. And that's what we at Ideas program or at DSSE, in the courses that we do, we often advocate this kind of a situation. So let me introduce just briefly what is DSSE. We are basically fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in the IIT Bombay community. So, when you look at the overall ecosystem at IIT Bombay, there are 6 parts to it. First is innovate and ideate. Of course, I talked to you about the journey in that pillars, where the Institute Technical Council has certain labs. ECell, of course, comes up with a lot of events. E-Club again. So these are components which help you to innovate and ideate. And then, of course, you also can incubate and accelerate your idea at the campus itself. There's a proper incubator in place, signed for that matter. And in between, there's a gap where you often need to polish your idea a little bit in order to be, incubated by these incubators. So that's where you need a little bit of education on how to go about prototyping or how to go about frameworks for validating your idea. So that's where we come in. We have minor BTech minor courses, UG and PG electives. And of course, we have pre-incubation programs like the Ideas program and the Women in Entrepreneurship program at IIT Bombay. And of course, we say that we are smoothening the student entrepreneur journey right from the innovation to the acceleration phase, it comes, and of course these pre-incubation programs, let me just tell you, that come with certain grants. So in Ideas we have level 1 and level 2. Level 1 gives you around 50,000 to just travel, talk to people and get more market validation, and level 2 is where you get around 2 lakhs for building your initial proof of concept of your ideas. So it can be an app, it can be a physical product. We our focus right now is more on technology entrepreneurship, but having said that, we don't discourage ideas which are more market friendly and are also aggregator or marketplace based. So this is the team at DSSE. Many of you might have already met Professor Anu Narasimhan. She is a strategy and marketing professional with more than 20 years of experience and has worked with famous companies like Titan and then Britannia. Professor Devdeep, a very seasoned marketing professional, a social entrepreneur himself, takes some of our courses. Professor P. Kumaresan is a professor at IDC and takes care of our proof of concept courses. Professor B. Ravi is, I'm sure many of you might know him. He has done some phenomenal work in medical devices. And we also have adjunct faculty, Professor Raj Jaswa, Professor Nishant Tikekar, Professor Umakant, Professor Rajkumar Hirvani, Professor Vinay Dabholkar, all of them teaching different aspects of entrepreneurship. And of course, it all boils down eventually to you having a startup. We also have honorary professors of practice, Dr. Anand Deshpande, Ramesh Mangalareswam, and Rizwan Koita. This is the team. I take care of the pre-incubation programs, Ideas and WIE, and Deepa and Alka are the people who take care of the courses. Shweta is into accounts, and Mr. Shakti, if any of you happen to walk around in the DSSE building, which is for that matter on the third floor of Monash building, you'll see him always around, and he's a wonderful person to talk to if you have any initial ideas. He has been with DSSE for the last 7 years. So make sure you make use of all this ecosystem. So this is what we offer currently at DSSE. We have entrepreneurship electives or minors, introduction to entrepreneurship, innovation and intellectual property for entrepreneurs, marketing and finance, and technology venture creation. So these are the subjects in which the minors are offered. We have hands-on and DIY labs, proof of concept lab basic and proof of concept lab advanced, mentoring and pre-incubation, ideas, which helps you come up with a problem solution fit, an MVP of your product, and a business plan. WIE is specifically for women entrepreneurs, and that also has certain benefits and offerings. And we are currently in the process to launch an online MEng program by August 2023 with 4 core entrepreneurship courses, 3 technology electives, leadership electives, and capstone projects. So, our mission is to advance the overall technology entrepreneurship, create the mindset, and help startups register formally with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs of India. As of now, we've had 2,800 students across our courses and labs. And in the pre-incubation programs across Ideas and WIE, we've been able to impact around 900 individuals. And out of this, in just 6 years, there are 50 startups that have been registered with the MCA. So, of course, we can see an increasing trend in our courses. Just give me a moment. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, so this is the Ideas program, level 1, level 2, and this is the kind of outcome. I'll just have water. So 22 startups have been created. I'm really sorry, my throat is not good today.
That's fine.
Just to end, these are few quotes that I've written as an entrepreneur, few experiences over the years. So I want you all to just take a minute and sort of reflect on this.
Ma'am, if you want, we can take a break of around 5 to 10 minutes, or if you want, we can even end this session.
So we can go ahead with the Q&A, Muskan. Now.
Okay, okay.
Done. Yeah.
Okay.
And
So,
all-
shall I read out the questions for you? We have a few questions on Q&A.
Sure.
Okay, so we have a question from Harshit. It says, if I find 3 different problems that people are experiencing in their everyday life, and I have some ideas, or you could say some proposition about solving the 3 problems, which filter or criteria should I use to enable myself to choose the problem that I want to work on other than the market size and need of customers?
Okay. Filter or, so first thing I think you should use as a filter is the market size, like I said. Your idea should cater to a population which is more, definitely a market size greater than 1 million population, something that everybody needs, right? Because 100,000 people paying 10 rupees would make your market larger than 100 people, agreeing to pay 1,000 rupees. So definitely that is something you should consider as the first filter. And again, there are things like, as I said, the next filter should definitely be whether you have the right technological expertise to execute the idea. And if you have the right team, that's all. I think market size and need of the customer, you've already told that. And I think one of the most important factors that's often ignored is also, the lack of clarity on segmentation of your customers. Segmentation is often ignored. So for instance, I was just talking to one of the teams in Ideas who are building a blanket with embedded lights. Now they want to sell it to trekkers, but trekkers might not be the actual customer segment for them. It's more of a fancy product, and it could go into the children's segment or the kids segment very well. So segmentation and knowing what should be your target market is very important. Does that answer your question?
I hope, Harshit, that answers your question. Okay, so can we move on to the next question?
Sure.
Okay, so it's a question from Praveen that says, you have mentioned that the current market conditions are slowing the growth stage for startups. What would be the significant factors and future of tech startup industry?
Slowing the growth stage. What would be the significant factors and the future of tech startup industries?
Yes.
Okay. Current market conditions. Definitely, there's a prediction that the recession is here, and startup funding is a little slow. So I think significant factors and the future of tech startup industries, I don't know exactly what you mean, but significant factors going forward is more moving towards sustainable and revenue making startups. Now the entire game of valuation has sort of changed, and investors are no longer offering fancy valuations based on vanity metrics. They are looking at real numbers, and that I think is going to be central for quite a while. Does that answer?
Praveen, I hope that answers your question. Okay, so till then we can move on to the next question. The next question says, what is the difference in the kind of learning experience that an individual undergoes while working in a corporate and his startup?
Okay. So, when you're in a corporate, you don't have the flexibility to do a lot of things. There are certain set processes and you have to work according to those. Now, this comes from experience, since I've also worked in corporates and also, worked in one of my friend's startups. So definitely, the entire difference lies in the flexibility and freedom to think outside of the box and be able to execute it. In a corporate, you might think, but you might not have the freedom to execute it. Whereas in a startup, you'll often be appreciated for these thoughts and you might be able to execute it with your team as well. So that's the central difference.
I hope that answers your question. Okay, there are a few questions that I have on my DM, so if we can move forward with that.
Sure.
Okay, so now the question states, at which stage in the startup journey a founder should start looking for an external help?
Only when you're making revenues. Because trust me, all that works in the business world is numbers. So if you learn the science of valuations, I'm sure all of you will do, your MBA students. So it comes in revenue multiples. So if you are, so just as an example, if you're growing very slow, less than 10% year-on-year growth in your revenue, then your valuation is a 2x to 3x multiple of your current yearly revenue. When you are growing more than 10% and up to 50%, it's a 10x multiple of your revenue. So for instance, if you're doing a 10 crore business per year and you are growing, let's say, by the next year, you're a 20 crore business. So that's almost a 50% growth, right? So then your valuation becomes 20 multiplied by 10 more. So you are a 200 crore company. So that's how valuation works. And you should definitely not think of raising before you have done 3 months of consistent revenues with some at least growth, 5,000, 10,000, doesn't matter, but you should have revenues before you start raising for funds.
Okay. And I think the next question is somewhat related to this. It asks, what according to you is a better strategy for a founder, getting funding right away or bootstrapping the venture?
So bootstrapping, like I always said, is a better strategy, and it allows you to retain much more ownership of your company, because once you give away too much of equity right at the start, your decision making goes for a toss. And I've seen that happening. I've seen companies failing by doing that. They often think, yeah, money is everything that I need to start up. But trust me, money comes after a lot of factors. You need to have a good team first. You need to build a scalable business. You need to have people pay for your product. Only then you are set for success, definitely. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so ma'am, just one question from my end. Since you
Yes.
said that entrepreneurial success, one of the key factors is identifying the right source. So what according to you are some of the other factors that contribute to the success or failure for the startup according to your experience that you had?
So, I think 2 factors according to me are very central. One is the team itself, right? Team is very important. I have been saying this right from the first. That team is so important because you need to have complementary skill sets in your team. So, I have coined a specific term for it. It's called the minimum viable team. And I often use that slide in my pre-incubation program talks, that you have to have a hipster, a hacker, and a hustler. Now, a hipster means somebody who can create the user experience for you. A hacker means somebody who codes or writes the codes, the technology person. And the hustler means the person who can hustle to different places, build business for you, build your strategy. So you need to have a good mix of all these three people. It cannot be one of other or one of others. So, and of course, you need to have the roles distributed very evenly. Documentation should be in place. So as entrepreneurs, as startups, we often ignore the importance of paperwork because we feel it's more corporate thing. But definitely, trust me, having the paperwork right will take you a long, long way. You should have it right from the very first. And, whenever you are starting up, even with your friends, even if it is a friend, you should have a co-founders agreement. Because co-founders quarrel is the maximum, is the reason why majority of the startups fail. They often have a rift and most of them go different ways and the startup just lurks in the open. So it's very important to do the right paperwork, have a legal advisor on board. And definitely these are some things that we at DSSE and Ideas can help you with. So yeah, look forward. Many of you should be applying to the Ideas program in the next call. We are opening the call probably in the next month. I'll definitely let the E-Club team know. Any more questions? Happy to take them offline, or if you have time, then now.
Okay. Yes, I think we can take up a few more questions that we have currently with us.
And Muskan, one more thing, just it struck to me, as an entrepreneur, you need to know how to manage money and how to manage people. If you learn these two things, I assure you, there's nothing in the world that can stop you from becoming the next Elon Musk. Seriously, I mean, these are the two things that you need to learn, whether you are an entrepreneur or an employee at a corporate, learning to deal with people, because you'll come across a lot of different kind of people, and learning how to deal with them, and learning to manage money, being thrift, being lean during the startup process goes a long way. So yeah, these are two. Yeah, go on, Muskan. Any more questions?
Yes, there are a few more questions. You can
Sure.
do that up. Okay. So one question is, what are the biggest challenges that you face being an entrepreneur?
What are the biggest
challenges that you face being an entrepreneur?
Biggest challenges? Learning to deal with people, of course. When you are young, you go without corporate experience, you go without the usual training how to learn to people. You are often very bad at that. So for that, I took a lot of advice. I had mentors who helped me, and eventually I learned. So that happened in the second startup, and I had my startup get acquired. So definitely, I think that was the biggest challenge for me as a person. But for other people, there are multiple challenges. You often don't know how to manage money. As first-time entrepreneurs, you just ride the bus and you're like, I have money and now I'll live the dream. Many people, what they do is start living the dream too early. They go out, they party, and they often forget about the real business at hand. So that, I think, also becomes a challenge when you don't know how to manage money. You hire aggressively and you end up paying people a lot more than they deserve. So these are some very small mistakes that people might not tell you about, but these are some things I faced firsthand. So that's why.
Okay. So I think I have one question from an anonymous attendee. So you spoke about one of the important aspects for success of a startup is to deal with people. So how do we learn to deal with people?
You read psychology. You watch movies on psychology, because once you know what's going on in the mind of other people, so if you all can just go back to Google and do a small Google search. Cognitive biases. So these are some things that people have when they are speaking to you. So there's the confirmation bias. When you are asking a question, and if you point out that you have the solution ready, people will often answer that yes, we need this solution. There's the confirmation bias. As MBA students, as school students, I'm sure you all will learn this for going forward, but this is something you can do individually also. This is a very simple exercise. You have to know psychology, you have to know biases so that you can overcome them.
Okay. Okay, so I think there are two more questions that I have currently.
Sure, Muskan. Oh, then welcome.
So one is, from your observation, what are the biggest mistakes made by startup entrepreneurs?
So I think we already had that question once, right? Biggest mistakes.
Okay, I think we had the biggest challenges and now it's the biggest mistake. So more or less it's the same.
Okay. So biggest mistake, I think, building for a market that's not there. You know, when you're building a product that's for a very small audience, or the audience has not gotten used to, the product yet, that's a big mistake. So as a first-time entrepreneur, you should definitely focus on building a product that has a market. So that's the biggest mistake, definitely. Market research, not doing market research.
Okay. I think I had one last question. So there are a few questions from students who are not from IIT and how they can be associated with the programs that DSSC has. So if you could just highlight on some programs that they can apply to.
Right. So as of now, Muskan, we have kept ideas only exclusive to IIT Bombay students. But definitely there are plans to scale up and go outside the institute. But the Women in Entrepreneurship program is across India. We have a WhatsApp group, and if you have women founders, you can associate through them in our WIE program. And definitely ideas at a point will definitely come up, and of course we are launching the MH courses. So if you want to learn from firsthand from our professors, then that's the best way to associate with DSSC.
Okay. Okay, so ma'am, I see no further questions. If there's any last word that you want to share with everyone who's there on call with us.
My last word would be, I believe anything is possible. That's the 10 years of my life, guys. The 10 years that I've been an entrepreneur. I have been an IIT graduate myself and have done a lot of mistakes, have made money in some of my ventures, lost money in some of my ventures. So I am usually very honest about the experience. And I think you have to also believe that anything is possible. And, to make it possible, you have to take risks, you have to be focused. And of course, you have to build a solution for people and solve problems for people. Money definitely comes as a byproduct. So that's my only advice.
Okay, so I think there is one question if you would want to answer, Rajeshri.
We have time, yes, but I'm not sure, Muskan, if we have time.
Okay, we have time for one last question. We have the next session on 6:30. You can take that up. Okay. So Rajeshri is asking, market is there, but product is a Me Too kind of product. Should one go on building into such a product?
So definitely if the market is there and it's a different kind of product, you should focus on the delivery. So, coffee was always existing, right? There were cafes, but Starbucks focused on the delivery mode, right? They created an entire experience that people can have at a Starbucks outlet. The entire experience of working from a Starbucks outlet, having Wi-Fi to help you work. So all of that should be kept in mind when you are doing a Me Too kind of product. Your main focus should be on the delivery of that Me Too product. Then that becomes your USP. That's all.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out your time and addressing us today. I think we have the next session on 6:30. So I'll request all of us to stay back till 6:30. We'll begin our next session at 6:30. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Muskan. See you. Bye.
Okay, see you.
Good evening, Rizwan sir.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, clearly. And thank you so much for joining on a Sunday.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So for
Can I put on my video right now or
yes, sir, you can, sir.
start? You can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Just give me a minute.
I'm sorry, what's the name of the other panelist who's going to be speaking along with me?
Gaurav sir will be joining, and he'll be basically the theme of the session is fireside chat. So he'll be asking questions to you.
Okay. So it's going to be a conversation only between Gaurav and me, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got
So
it.
now, can you try now to turn on your camera?
Yes.
Yes. So we will need to wait just a couple of minutes, sir. Once Gaurav sir joins.
But tell me, your scheduled time is 6:40, right?
Yeah, but we have communicated, sir. He'll be joining.
No, he will join early, but how about the audience? The audience will not join, no, before that?
Sir, actually, this is a running session. Audience is already with us.
Huh. So what is currently going on in the session? What program is currently going on?
Okay, sir. Before this, just we finished the session from the entrepreneurship institute DSCC, which is in IIT Bombay. There was a session on entrepreneurship, and before that we had Miss Anar Patel, and she addressed the students.
Understood. And what time did this whole day starts? What time does it start and what time does it end?
It started around 4:15. It will go until 9.
4:15 to 9. Got it. Okay. Thank you. And today is the second day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yesterday, what was the timing? Same time, is it?
Almost, yeah, 4:20 to 9.
Got it. Perfect. Okay.
So, sir, before we start, sir, with your permission, can I just briefly give your introduction to the audience?
Yes, please. You should. Yeah. Are you going to mention the fact that I now run a foundation, or you will not mention that?
Sir, yes, I'll mention the fact that you run NGO on transformation in India.
Got it. And also, I focus a lot on digital health, which includes, the effort that we are doing in IIT Bombay with the Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay. You are aware of that?
Sir, no, actually, I'm not aware of that, sir. I have an introduction which I made for you, sir. If you allow me, I'll give your introduction, and if I miss something.
No. But there's a new Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay that my foundation has sponsored. No, so
Okay.
you should mention that, right? It'll be very relevant to the IIT Bombay students. So there is the Koita Center for Digital Health. Have you heard of that or not quite? Yeah.
No, sir, I am actually not aware about that.
Your first year, which year student are you? Maharshi?
I am first year student, sir.
First year, yeah. So there's actually a Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay. Can I put it in a chat window?
Sir, it will be helpful to me, sir.
Okay. But the chat window will be seen by everybody or only hosts and panelists? Okay.
Only host the panelists will be able to see that, sir.
I just put it there. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir, I got it, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Rizwan. Gaurav this side. Hi, Marish.
Hi, Gaurav. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello, sir.
I'm good. How are you? Pleasure to connect.
Okay, sir.
There were a bunch of questions. You may have put some questions, or IIT may have given you some questions. I gave them a little bit of feedback, some minor changes in the questions. Have you received that, Gaurav?
I have not. I still have the same list which I had shared possibly 4 hours ago.
1 second, Gaurav. I sent it with Praveen. I don't know if you are connected with Praveen. I can even put them down here if you want to.
Sir, actually, Praveen has received it. He is just sharing it to Gaurav, sir.
Sure.
Can I post it here on the chat window?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay. Only panelists can see them.
These are basically the same questions, Gaurav. I've just tweaked them just a little bit. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So I opened the link which you shared, and I have added it to the introduction. So if you allow, we can start with the introduction.
Yeah, I'm ready from my side. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll introduce you, and then I'll introduce Gaurav sir, and then I'll hand over the session to the Gaurav sir.
Yeah, sure.
So our esteemed guest for today is Mr. Rizwan Koita. He is the co-founder of CTS Tech since 2005 and led the company as its CEO for 16 years. CTS Tech is a global leader in healthcare technology with deep expertise in product engineering, data management, analytics, and data science. He has completed his bachelor's in electrical engineering from IIT Bombay, and then he went to complete his master's in electrical engineering and computer science from MIT. He co-founded Transwork, which is an IT service and consulting firm. He then co-founded CTS Tech and led the company for 16 years. He is actively associated with multiple social initiatives and has his own philanthropic venture called Koita Foundation, which supports digital health initiatives and NGO transformation in India. He also helped to open the Koita Center of Digital Health, which is set up at IIT Bombay and is first of its kind in India, focused on driving academic programs, research, and industry collaborations in digital health. It focuses on improving the quality, accessibility, and affordability of healthcare and is one of the world's biggest priorities. Digital health has a profound impact on quality of care and efficiency of healthcare delivery. So, sir, I welcome you on behalf of E-Club IIT Bombay to E-Conclave 2022.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to students of IIT Bombay, and I look forward to the discussion with Gaurav and all of you all today. Thank you very much.
And now Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, he is an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur with expertise in tech startups from India and Singapore. He is a serial entrepreneur who has developed, founded, and headed multiple startups. Along with Nirvan Chatterjee and Manisha Singh, he has launched a bioinformatics company, Haystack Analytics, which is focused on creating genomics-based products for improving current diagnostics paradigm. Gaurav sir, thank you for joining us, and now you have the session.
Thank you, Marshi. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be a part of this August forum, and I think I'm privileged to share the seat with Rizwan sir here. Like all of you in the audience, I'm also a very big fan. We've heard our own bits of small stories about how CTS Tech has done fabulous work in the healthcare ecosystem, healthcare tech. I think this was possibly a domain which got the nomenclature itself from the work that CTS has done across the last 15, 16 years of its existence. Rizwan sir, welcome once again. We all are here to learn from your phenomenal experience. I hope the entire audience is going to enjoy the next half an hour or 45 minutes of conversation, and they will go back home slightly richer, slightly more educated, and possibly slightly more motivated to do something interesting in their life as an entrepreneur if they can. Rizwan sir, the first question that comes to me, and I want to open this forum with that first question is you come from an era where possibly startups as a concept was still very, it was possibly the timeline when startups were still being understood, not just in India, even outside of India. .com bubble started and then it went bust, and people were still trying to grapple on how the entire tech industry is going to work in the coming years. In that time and age, what inspired you to get started? What is your, because the theme of this conclave is 0 to 1, I would love to know for the entire audience, what is your 0 to 1 moment in the entrepreneurial journey?
Sure. So thank you very much, Gaurav. I appreciate all your kind words, and hopefully this will be a two-way conversation between you and me, and there'll be some insights learning for the audience as well. And like I do with some of these sessions, I'm very cognizant of the fact that the audience in this case happened to be a sort of bright IIT students. So I'll try and keep this conversation as real as I can, and hopefully there'll be less of gyan and there'll be more of just my experiences and learning as I have sort of spent time being an entrepreneur. Sort of going back to your question, I have a slightly different take on entrepreneurship. I feel that entrepreneurship as a construct has been around for hundreds of, probably thousands of years, right? Which is the reason why mankind and humanity have actually progressed over the years. The new form of entrepreneurship, which is linked to venture capital, which is linked to private equity, is a relatively new construct, right? So we often, and I must sort of admit that both outside of IIT as well as within IIT, the concept of startup or the concept of being an entrepreneur is unfortunately tied to raising venture capital and private equity. But if you look at the world of venture capital and private equity, they've been just around for a meager, 20, 25 years. But entrepreneurship as a construct has been around for thousands of years. So I would just encourage everybody in the audience to decouple venture capital and private equity from the concept of being an entrepreneur. And perhaps some of the biggest entrepreneurs that we can all relate to have never raised a private equity or venture capital as they became entrepreneurs. And some of the biggest sort of industrial names in India in terms of business or even globally that we can recognize have all emerged in eras where there was no venture capital or private equity. My personal journey of wanting to become an entrepreneur perhaps started very early in my life. I come from a family where being in business was always sort of regarded at a premium. It didn't matter whether you were in a small business or a big business. So it has been at the back of my mind that I should do something on my own. And having worked at McKinsey, which I did, so my first job after I graduated from IIT Bombay in 1992, I was lucky to get a scholarship to go to MIT. So I finished my master's in electrical engineering and computer science at MIT in 1994. And when I came back to India, I joined McKinsey as a management consultant. I spent about 5 years there, but the bug of wanting to do something on my own was always at the back of my mind. And in 1999, when it was not very common to leave a very high-paying job with a lot of the benefits of working in a global company like McKinsey, to leave that and then sort of get started on the ground, it was a little bit of a tough decision. But the zeal of wanting to try out something on my own was strong enough. Where I said that, perhaps I should do it sooner rather than later. So I quit my job and essentially got started in a space that I knew very little about. And, fortunately, through, I think, getting the timing right and, some of the work that we did, we had the decent success in my first company, Transworks. So that bug of wanting to do something on my own has been around for a long time in some ways. Yeah. Back to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, I completely agree with the underlying thought, Rizan, on how the definition of startups have kind of transformed today. I think when as a country today, when we talk of number of startups, we say we have now 75,000 startups and we have raised around $80 billion as a metric to prove that our startups are being successful. But they need not necessarily be the combined metric through which we or the prism through which we should be looking at the entire ecosystem. I think several entrepreneurs beyond the celebrated startup community that we talk about, possibly in the tech space, it's a very new theme. I would say it's a space. It's a theme which has evolved in the tech space where funding kind of drives success, and that's been the measure. But you've rightly put how for thousands of years, entrepreneurs in India and abroad have been creating very, very resilient businesses. They need not have raised any funding at all. And I think back home, we have several such examples also. I think, Rizwan, while the metric for success has changed, what has not changed is, even if today as an entrepreneur, I want to make a plunge, the decision to take that leap, while it will be mine, it has to be supported by the family. I'm sure it would have been a equal struggle, or even most equal struggle for you when you were making this transition. How did you go about convincing your family to make this transition? coming from a very, very well-suited profile, so very well-suited job that you were at with McKinsey?
So I'm going to give a slightly longish answer to this question because I think it's relevant for the folks on the on this panel to understand. So we look at risk, okay, and whether at an individual level or the family level, one of the things that really bothers us is if we think we're doing something very risky. And if I put myself, if I go back to 1997, 1998, when I was really thinking of being an entrepreneur, in those days, getting a job at McKinsey was one of the highest paid jobs in the country. Today, you all attribute such jobs to, whether you are sort of in the getting a high-end consulting job or getting a job in these, finance firm who are doing, trading. And, I know, for example, within the IIT context, some of these companies who are, providing opportunities in data science, etc., they pay quite well. So the question is, when you got a very high job and when you're quitting it to be an entrepreneur, say for a 4 to 5 year period, and then there are two ways of evaluating risk. One is to say that, hey, I'm getting such a high paying job. If I continue the job and then potentially my salary today is 100 rupees, it could have become 200 rupees after 5 years. And then there's an opportunity cost, a huge opportunity cost that you miss out if you are being an entrepreneur. The other perception of risk is that, imagine I'm getting a certain job which is paying me 100 rupees today. If 5 years from today, if I am not successful, what is the job that I need to be able to live a certain basic, decent life, in some ways, okay? And imagine one gets convinced that, one really needs, 50 rupees or 75 rupees to live a comfortable life. Then the risk that one is taking is the risk of being able to get a job, not which is going to pay you 200 after 5 years, but can you get a job which is going to pay you 75 after 5 years in some ways, okay? And if you can get, if you believe, or even a job which may be only paying you 50 rupees, because your cost of living may or may not have become very high. So if you can convince yourself that I'm getting 100 rupees today, but after 5 years, even if I got 50 or 75 rupees, I can actually sustain a basic, decent standard of living, then I don't have to be at 200. The real risk of being an entrepreneur is not whether I can get a job at 200, but really a risk of whether I can get a job at 50 or 75. Right? So the point I'm trying to make is that if one is able to lead a frugal life, in the early days of one's career. So you don't go and, buy a big flat and, do, sign up for a big EMI. You don't go and sign up for a nice fancy car. And then, you're straddled with a personal loan, which you need to repay. And then you get stuck in some ways, right? But you can live a frugal life, especially for people from IIT Bombay. You will realize that the actual risk of being an entrepreneur is actually very little, because there is going to be a huge demand for a good, bright IIT engineer 3 years, 5 years out. As long as you have spent your next 3 to 5 years being an entrepreneur in a productive way, right? You have built capabilities, your venture may not have been successful, but you built enough skills along the way, whether it's in terms of, creating a team, maybe going out and selling your product, maybe going out and raising a certain amount of capital, even if eventually the company did not succeed. If you could work hard over the next 3 to 5 years and build enough skills, I can assure you that it doesn't matter who's on the call right now. Each one of you all is more than capable, and especially with the IIT degree behind you, to be able to get a job which will minimally and probably do much better than minimally sustain yourself after being an entrepreneur for 3 to 5 years. So the good news for everybody on the call is that because you have this degree from IIT, and obviously the fact that you're from IIT Bombay means, you've kind of gone through a lot of, sort of core exams like the JEE and others, which ensures that you all come pre-built with a certain degree of smarts and knowledge and expertise, and then you're using your time. So interestingly, the real risk of being an entrepreneur is perhaps not as much as it is made out to be by many people. So it is a real opportunity for you all to try your hand at entrepreneurship. I'm not necessarily saying that you have to be an entrepreneur immediately after you leave college, right? That's not the point I'm making. You may want to, there may be a space that you may be interested in. You may want to work in that, you may want to work in a big tech firm. You may want to work in a startup firm. You may want to go and do some consulting. You may be very interested in finance. So you may want to join a finance firm for 3 years before you want to try your hand at entrepreneurship. So you can take your time to decide when is it good for you to be an entrepreneur. But in reality, whenever you decide, right, and if you put your mind to it, then the actual risk that you may be taking may be far lower than the perceived risk because of the ability to get a job if the venture or do something meaningful if the venture is not successful. So I applied the same thinking in those days to convince myself, and then I pretty much used the same logic to convince my family that the real risk that I was taking was perhaps not as much as people may have thought it was. And I must say that in the long run, that logic has kind of panned out quite nicely for me. And, obviously, when one is successful, one can always look back and say, hey, by the way, I did a great thing. But imagine my ventures were not successful. I'm quite confident that I would have found a job that would have more than met my basic cost of living, if I can say that. So I hope, Gaurav, that answer made sense to you. But that's pretty much how I thought about it when I was leaving a very highly paid job to be able to get started in a space that I knew very little about. And there was a perception that I was taking a lot of risk at that point.
Yeah, it completely covers with me, Rizwan. Given I quit my job in 2012, I think the basic philosophy and the basic risk measurement that I did on my table was almost very similar. Do I have capital to sustain myself in the lifestyle that we are maintaining? And good thing was we did not create a lot of fixed costs on our table. So are we at a place where we can maintain our lifestyle for next 2 years? Given that there's a possibility there will not be a lot of cash flow coming in. And am I going to create as much value for my professional self while trying to create value as an entrepreneur, where in 2 years' time, if I need to go back to the market, I might be slightly more valuable. And when both of these check boxes ticked, it felt like the obvious decision to take. So yeah, I completely agree with your larger point, Rizwan, that coming from IIT, I think a lot of us have that safety net, which it's a jack on our table, which we can throw in any time. It reduces the total risk in our professional journey significantly.
Absolutely, it's like a insurance policy of sorts, right?
Yeah.
That kind of is in your pocket, and you can use that policy at the right time, so it can be very useful there. Yeah.
And Rizwan, as an entrepreneur, I know one thing: every startup, while you are starting up, while you're incubating the idea, while you're starting up, there's a story why you picked up a domain, why you decided to set up at some point of time, or at the point that you decided to set up. What is your story when you started with Transwork? What was the thought going behind it?
So, the overall thinking was the following, right? When you are starting off, when you start in a new area, or when you become an entrepreneur, there are one or two things that should happen. Either you know the domain quite well, and you have figured out an extension to what you may be doing, and then you do a startup which is aligned with that. So, for example, I could be working in the credit card industry for 7 years, and while I'm in the credit card industry, I realized that the way credit card, this is obviously a hypothetical example, the way the rewards program in credit cards are working is not great. And then because I have a 7-year history of working in the space, I know exactly which widget I'm going to build, or what program, a new loyalty program I'm going to come up with. And then I go and do a startup in a space that I've already been affiliated with, right? I could be doing something in marketing, and then I learn a few things about digital marketing. And then I say, hey, by the way, this can be converted into a product because I've done 10 years of marketing. And then I go ahead and, build a widget in digital marketing and so on and so forth. in my case, I didn't have any of those very specific ideas or thoughts, when I was trying to be an entrepreneur. Whereas on the other side, there was this new class of services that was starting to get introduced in India, where because of the reduction in telecom costs, because of the improvement in global connectivity, Indian companies were, companies out of India were starting to provide global services to their counterparts, which is now called BPO services. And in those days, we called it remote services. The word BPO was not very commonly used. And nobody was doing it. It was just happening in very small pockets by the likes of GE and American Express and their own captive units in India. And I just per chance happened to be on a study where we were looking at some of these types of entities. And we were trying to evaluate, what were the benefits of, doing remote services out of India for global customers and so on and so forth. And it was very intriguing. So without necessarily having a very specific service offering in mind, it just seemed like, hey, this was a fairly virgin area, not too many companies out there. And if we just spent a little bit of time trying to figure this out, then it would potentially become a large space over time, and we could have a play in that space. So when I left McKinsey, I had a broad idea of what I was going to do, but I didn't have a very specific set of solutions or services or a product in mind. And I think the first probably 6-9 months of leaving McKinsey was much more around trying to navigate through and do some more research around it. But fortunately for us, the area that we were looking at, it actually had a lot of potential. And TransWorks became one of the first BPO firms out of India. And it became, in a sense, we built a little bit of a competitive advantage because we were sort of first out of the block. So I often tell people that if you have a very specific widget in mind, then go ahead and do it. But if you don't have a very specific idea, then at least make sure that you're in a field where there are not too many companies already doing work in that space, so that you get a little bit of a breather to learn the space, become a little familiar, put your ideas and thoughts together. Often what I see with folks who are trying to become entrepreneurs is that we get enamored by successful companies around us, right? So for example, we may be looking at food delivery, and we look at maybe food delivery is a bad example today because a lot of actions already happened, but there are lots of companies who try and emulate other successful companies as part of their startup, and that is a really difficult thing to do, because when you are trying to get into as a new company, you are trying to get into a space where there are already a bunch of existing companies, then unless you have something really differentiated, it's going to become a really long haul, because whatever you're going to innovate, the companies which have been in the space 3-5 years before you will always have the ability to be able to, they'll have more scale, they'll have more money to be able to innovate faster. So I'll request everybody that, if you're thinking of a business idea, don't necessarily try and emulate companies which are already out there. In fact, if nobody's doing it and you still get convinced that it's a good thing, then perhaps it is indeed a good thing. So trust your gut feel, but don't try and just do something because there are 3-4 other companies that you've heard of who are doing something and they have been successful. Chances are that they may already be a little bit too far for you to catch up from that perspective. Yeah. Back to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, Rizwan, it's very funny you brought up food delivery as one of the examples. Incidentally, I was the founder of a food delivery startup before I started Haystack. 2015, I started Hola Chef. Good thing was we were ahead of the curve. It was still an early industry way back in 2015-16. And we were significantly differentiated. Eventually, I ended up moving out of food by selling this company to Ola in 2018. But I completely agree with your thought on how the industry is that you choose and how you try to position yourself. It's going to play a very, very interesting role in the journey that you create. And I think on that experience, Rizwan, would love to know about how you got started with CTS Tech and how did you decide to create it differently from TransWorks?
Got it. So I gave you guys a little bit of a background about TransWorks and how remote services was a new area and how we started TransWorks. Now, let me tell you the flip side, the other side of the story. The other side of the story was that the business of remote services, or what is now called BPO, it was a relatively easy business to emulate. So it was easy for other companies, big and small, to start offering these services because fundamentally the concept of doing remote work out of India is not terribly complicated. And what it did was that what was sort of a completely new industry when we got started, within a 3 to 4 year period, actually there were tons of other companies, probably hundreds of other companies who were trying to do something or the other in the remote services space. And the market over a period of time started becoming quite commoditized. And when you are working in an industry where lots of people can do what you can do, then prices begin to fall. And the margin in the business or the value creation in the business starts to get depleted. So we recognize that, and we felt that that company TransWorks was better managed and run by a company with much larger capital and much larger footprint. So we sold that business to the Aditya Birla Group in 2003. When we were looking for our next venture, there were a few things that we had learned. Okay, the couple of things we had learned is one, that there is a significant potential in doing a global services business. The second thing that we had learned is that don't do anything which is easy to emulate. Okay, because otherwise tons of people will get into it. And third is that do something which allows you to build a long-term competitive advantage. And on the basis of these three sort of guiding principles, we were looking at what other businesses we could get into. And fortunately for us, we got quite excited about the business of healthcare and healthcare technology, and how, unlike other industries in 2005, the world of healthcare was much further away in technology adoption than, even at that point, industries like, financial services and retail and e-commerce and entertainment and many other industries which had already started to digitize. Healthcare was not too many people were talking about that, but there was a huge opportunity. So we felt that if we could get into the business of healthcare, then we would get an early mover advantage. 2, it was very large as a market. And 3, it was very complicated there because, to build enterprise software in healthcare, you have to know a lot more around, the different kinds of diseases and different kind of healthcare data and different kinds of standards and privacy and security. There are many nuances to the business of healthcare, which kind of require more systemic a set of capabilities to be built out. And we felt that that was actually a good thing. What was sort of painful for others, if you became good at that, then we could build a successful business. So on the basis of these sort of premise, we started looking at the healthcare technology market. We then ended up hiring a few people who understood the business of digital health or healthcare technology very well. And that, fortunately for us, actually played out very nicely. And over the last, I would say, 20 years, the world globally, digital health has transformed quite a bit. And even today, even if you look at around the world, it's still behind most of the other industries, but it's starting to make progress. And even within India, there is a tremendous opportunity to actually look at digital health in a much more focused manner. And some of you all may know that my foundation has been involved with setting up a center at IIT Bombay in digital health. And we are working very closely with IIT Bombay, but we're also doing many other initiatives because we believe that digital health is going to be quite transformative for India as well. So those were some of the considerations, Gaurav, based on the learnings that we had at TransWorks, which was successful in its own way, but the industry got into trouble even, and therefore CITIUS Tech was a slightly different take on the same set of guiding principles. But we had learned a few lessons in about 5 years that we had been running TransWorks, so we did it in a slightly, I would say, in a slightly more sophisticated manner, if I can call it that, and that played out quite nicely for us.
Amazing. Rizwan, I think you touched upon the point on how you set up a team which helped you scale the business at CKS Tech. What I think, given the audience that we have, if the group here, they want to start up, I think among several questions and the key decisions that they will have to take is how to set up a team. What is the first team, the core team with which they get started, and then how do they scale? I think, given your experience of doing this successfully several times over, even I, as a student, would love to learn from your journey there. How did you pick up the first core team and then scale this to make it into a large enterprise of the kind that you created, Rizwan?
Got it. No, I think it's a great question. I often get asked this question. So you first think of the idea and then you get a team, or first you form a team and then you think of a great idea. Okay. So let me tell you my bias or what I've seen. What I've seen is that if you look around you, and I would encourage everybody in this session to just see many companies that have become very successful. And if you look at these companies that have become very successful, what you'll notice, and this is it's not a hard and fast thing. I'm saying this is more likely what you're going to see. There will always be exceptions because there's so many companies out there. That what you will notice is that the team came together to do something. Then the first one or two things that the team was doing did not kind of work out the way they thought they would. Then they learned a few things and then they pivoted to either an extension of the same idea or something completely different. And then on the second or the third attempt, the team was very successful, and now everybody knows about those organizations, in some ways. Okay. But those organizations are only known for that successful idea. They're not known for the 2-3 failed ideas that, for the first year, 2 years, the companies were grappling with before they hit upon this idea that made them successful.
Yeah.
You will see less examples of this really bright person, doesn't matter IIT or otherwise, right, who thought of this fabulous idea, then went out and got a great team, and then went out and did whatever, and they became successful. There are less examples of that. So what that tells me when I look around me, and which is also in some ways synonymous with my own personal experience, that once you have a group of, I would say between 2 to 4, anything more is probably too many to align in some ways, right? Between 2 to 4 folks in a small group, and they don't have to be really friends, but they have to be individuals with a common set of values, a common set of a set of passion, but a diverse set of skills. Everybody cannot be this geeky coder guy if you have a 3-member team, right? If all of you guys are just great at this, doing some major AI ML coding, and nobody has expertise in sales and marketing, or nobody wants to do sales and marketing, nobody wants to go out and meet other customers because you guys are all working till 4 a.m. writing geeky code, then probably you don't have the diversity in your team, right? So imagine you are a 3-member team or a 2-member team or a 4-member team, and you all are able to have individuals, one who has a natural affinity for doing this geeky coding, one who has a natural affinity for going out and, sort of meeting customers and meeting people and just being, these are all core personal attributes. It's very hard to change some of these things, it doesn't matter startup or otherwise. And if you all align on what are the kinds of businesses that you guys want to do, or what are the kinds of things that excite you all, and collectively this group thinks of an idea, chances are higher of success than an individual on this panel who will say, you know what, before I do anything, let me think of the brightest idea first, Because then the chances are that you may wake up every morning agonizing that you've not hit upon your brightest idea, right? Yeah. And then days will go by, weeks will go by, months will go by, and then you'll convince yourself that, you know what, maybe I'm not smart enough to think of the brightest idea. And then you'll reluctantly go down a path of not becoming an entrepreneur because somewhere down the line, wo kuch idea nahi aaya, right? In some ways. So I encourage people who really want to be entrepreneurs to say, forget the idea for a moment, Just identify 2 other people with diverse skills, but common set of values. So if you believe you are very hardworking, then you really want to partner with two other people who are very hardworking. Then you don't want a goofy guy on your team, because then it'll frustrate you, that you're working very hard, that other guy is goofy. Okay.
Yeah.
If you believe that you are very ethical, and you should be, please don't partner with somebody who you don't trust as being completely ethical, because then you'll not form the right team, in some ways. Yeah. If you believe that there are certain attributes about you that work well. So just the point I'm broadly making, Gaurav, is that focus on identifying 2-3 people who may have a common set of values, common set of interests, and a common passion for being an entrepreneur. And then you'll decide, every Saturday afternoon, instead of goofing around in the hostel, we are going to spend 2 hours whiteboarding business ideas, and each one of us will think of at least one business idea that we can get together every Saturday afternoon for 2 hours, and we can just brainstorm over coffee, right?
Yeah.
Chances are that you'll meet one afternoon, nothing will come out. 2 afternoon, nothing will come out. 2 months will go by, 3 months will go by, but something interesting will come out, which will excite all of you all. And guess what? You guys will have a startup there, right? More likely model of success than a model which is requiring you to be so smart that you'll think of the idea, then so a network that you'll identify 2 other guys to get equally excited, and then make that's less probable scenario. Yeah. So I'm hoping it was an important point I was trying to make. I hope I was able to come across and make sense to you guys. But that's my suggestion to anybody who wants to be an entrepreneur. Don't forget about the idea for the moment. Identify the 2-3 people that you want to collaborate with. Yeah.
Yep. It's very well put, Rizwan. I think a different version of this I had heard in another forum. It basically said idea is important, but execution is king. Find a team which will go and execute. We all love to create the product.
But I'm saying something. Yeah, but I'm saying something slightly different, though, Gaurav. I'm not talking about the people talk about having a great strategy but poor execution versus maybe an average strategy but great. You're making that kind of a point. I'm making a slightly different point. I'm saying, does a team come first or the idea come first?
Yeah.
And I'm saying actually more often than not, the team comes before the idea.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Rizwan, you've had the opportunity of also seeing the Indian startup journey. I would say the 0 to 1 of the Indian startup ecosystem. You've actually seen that firsthand. What is your take on the current current startup paradigm that is around us in the country? How is it evolving? What are your thoughts about it?
Oh, I think India is at the cusp of something truly remarkable. And the entrepreneurs that I meet, it doesn't matter whether they're from the IITs or they're from, sort of a bunch of other colleges. I'm just amazed with the maturity and the caliber of the teams and the caliber of the thinking and the confidence and the ability to execute and the speed of execution. It has just been tremendous. Yeah. And gives me a lot of hope that, for some, I often tell people that some of the toughest problems in India are not going to be solved by the largest conglomerates in business houses in India. They're actually going to be solved by folks who are the young, bright kids who are graduating from colleges today, who have the ability and the passion. In fact, if I can take an extra 2 minutes on this question, the rationale for setting up a center for digital health at IIT Bombay is essentially driven by that same belief. Yeah. That what I have seen is that young students who may be interested in doing something creative, want to do something new, maybe even want to become entrepreneurs, they get excited by problems that they can see in front of them. So today, a lot of startups in the fintech space, a lot of startups in the e-commerce space, in food delivery, again, are all easy for students and students of IIT Bombay and students everywhere, right, to empathize with, because they experience banking, they experience e-commerce, they experience travel, they experience entertainment. Most students don't experience healthcare as much. because when you are 20, 21, 22, you're in the probably the healthiest phase of your life, except some exceptions. More often than not, students don't understand some of the real world problems in healthcare. And the center at IIT Bombay that we have set up essentially is our way of bringing real world healthcare problems, opportunities, whatever you want to call it, into the IIT campus for faculty and students to start working on those situations, right? So we have partnerships with hospitals, we have partnership with health insurance companies, we have partnership with healthcare technology companies, and some of the projects that the Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay are working are actually real world problems in healthcare. And I often tell folks that, the business of digital health and healthcare is going to go through a transformation in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And it's going to be a huge opportunity that is going to be there for doing new things, doing research, doing academia, doing entrepreneurship in the healthcare space, and especially digital health space. And if we can get enough young students excited about this, then they will come up with all kinds of amazing solutions, which are going to be revolutionizing different areas of healthcare. It could be different disease conditions, it could be patient engagement, consumer engagement, fitness, what have you. So I have a very, very high degree of optimism in the competency of, I think India is breeding a very smart and competent set of entrepreneurs at this point of time, Gaurav.
Completely agree with you, Rizwan. And I see that digital health is very close to your heart, given the work that you have done at CTS Tech and beyond it by giving it back to the society with the Koita Center of Digital Excellence that you have set up at IIT Bombay. Rizwan, you've touched upon several aspects of what are the opportunities with the Koita Center of Digital Health. Is this also a place where students can actually create, come up with their own ideas in digital health and take it forward and possibly seek support from the center, and they will be supported in that journey?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the core objectives, even if you see the website of our Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay, you'll see that there is a very significant focus on getting students to work on real world. How does entrepreneurship happen, right? Entrepreneurship happens when one comes up with an idea to solve a real world business situation. Right, it's taking too long and it's too cumbersome for me to get a cab. And then there is Ola, because Ola makes it easy to get a cab. It's very difficult for me to book a ticket. In the good old days when Book My Show was not there, you had to actually go and stand in front of cinema halls to buy a ticket. And you would have to go many days in advance if you wanted to make sure that for a popular show, you got a ticket on a Saturday or a Sunday. And Book My Show solved that problem. So every time you want to become an entrepreneur, you're actually helping solve a real world problem and doing it in a faster, better, cheaper way. And the only way you can do that is when you have a very deep appreciation of what the real world problem is, right? So what we're trying to do in our Center for Digital Health is actually make sure that every student who is affiliated with the Center for Digital Health gets an opportunity to work directly with doctors, with hospitals, with researchers on real world healthcare situations. And once you have the entrepreneurial bug in your mind, and when you're solving a particular situation or you're getting involved with a certain context, you'll be looking around you and say, hey, by the way, what are the kinds of problems that I'm seeing around me, either the one that I'm solving or what's happening in the hospital context or what's happening in the healthcare context that I get excited about, where if I had a better widget or a better solution to be able to solve for that, then that will be very valuable to a customer. A customer could be a doctor, it could be a patient, it could be a hospital, it could be whatever, right? So that is the genesis of what we are trying to do right now. And that's the so the simple answer is yes, that it is a very, very important part of what our objective in the center is. Yeah.
Amazing. I think healthcare in general in the health tech space generally has been considered as a difficult space to get started in, mostly because of inertia in the entire ecosystem, and also access to the larger ecosystem. If let's say if engineers like us are trying to get into it, I think this will be a phenomenal opportunity. Rizwan, again, you've also seen the health tech in health tech.
Can I just comment on your last statement here, Gaurav?
Please, Rizwan.
I think if I were 22 years old, right, I have all the time to solve the more difficult problems. Just remember, the more you have to strive for to do something, the chances are that there are going to be less people in the fray because it is inherently a difficult thing to do. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're 22 years old, the one additional thing you have on your side is time. Okay. So don't be in a rush. As long as it's a problem that excites you, and if it's something that you feel a certain degree of commitment and focus towards, just go for it. Even if it's not today the most exciting problem, or nobody else is talking about it. If nobody else is talking about it because nobody else, in a sense, thinks they can solve it, or nobody appreciates the problem, that's a very good thing.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a long time before other people will start to follow your path, right? So I would look at situations like these, Gaurav, and feel even more excited, rather than feeling less if I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Because easy stuff gets done and copied very quickly. It's the hard stuff that takes time and, if needs really bright people to solve it. And I feel that people on this panel who are hearing us are probably really bright people. So they should look for tougher things to do. Yeah.
Absolutely. I meant exactly the same thing. And what I was going to say was end the thought on now for students, specifically the ones who are in the session, they know a place where if they have an idea in health tech, they will be able to find a very, very early partner in that journey with the initiative that you have taken. And thank you for that. Rizwan, this trend that we have seen, I'm just doing a quick time check. How much time do we have, guys?
Sir, we have 4 to 5 minutes.
So, Rizwan, I think we have seen a phenomenal amount of our transition in the health tech. I think Indian government itself is taking a huge leap forward with the Ayushman Bharat mission, the concept of health ID. I think it's something that you have conceptualized at a different level yourself, and now you're seeing it becoming a reality. What are the opportunities that you see are going to open up for the healthcare entrepreneurs in days to come because of this transition that India might be making in the next 3 to 4 years with the Ayushman Bharat mission, the entire health ID concept that we're now taking to the market?
Sure. So, I will, let me give a parallel example. Imagine somebody wanted to get into the financial services industry. You wanted to start a fintech company. And nobody in the world had bank accounts. It would be very difficult to start a fintech industry, right?
Yep.
But imagine banking just became digital and banks started offering digital bank accounts. Then one could make a case that with that foundation, now that people's money is in digital format in a bank, the entire evolution of the fintech industry happened because bank accounts got created. If you didn't have a digital bank account, then you could not start the fintech industry. So in any form, fashion, the fact that you have money lying in a digital format in your bank account enabled the creation. It could be whatever, it could be, e-commerce, it could be, point-to-point, sort of payment transfers, UPI, all of that is possible because you have money which is digitally available in your bank account.
Yeah.
With what the government is trying to do with the Ayushman Bharat digital mission and all the efforts around digital health is enabling consumers and patients to put their health data into the health account. So now the question is, what is the opportunity, right? And you can draw a parallel with the fintech space. I say, hey, by the way, all these things happened in financial services because a bank account got created. So now the question is, what are all the things that are going to get created in digital health because a health account got created? And the number of use cases or number of opportunities are kind of, in principle, they're limitless. Now, that doesn't mean they're easy. That doesn't mean they will start quickly, but it means that eventually it will happen. It could be around, how to engage better with patients, what kind of data or what kind of information is available to doctors for better care. It could mean how do you move data around from between patients and hospitals and doctors. What kind of networks can you create to be able to analyze health data to do more cost optimization? It could mean how do you take all the data from different kinds of places and start to predict how diseases are evolving. How can you take data from everywhere to be able to predict when the next epidemic is going to happen? How do you start to look at data and genomic information of one person and their data to say how can personalized medicines become better? It's an ocean of opportunities that will open up. Each of these opportunities has space for tens of entrepreneurs, probably hundreds of entrepreneurs, right? But to caution everybody, each of this will take time. Each of them will be painstaking, but there will be lots of money to be made at the end of that journey in some ways, and opportunities to create very successful companies. Yeah. So hopefully what came across in this answer was just my sheer belief and my sheer level of excitement and enthusiasm of what is ahead. And it's a tremendous opportunity for bright students graduating from the college today. Now, if you fundamentally don't like healthcare, then please don't do it, because there are lots of other areas you can become entrepreneurs, right? But if you do believe that you have a certain affinity towards healthcare, then don't go and join an e-commerce company as a product manager. Then spend time in healthcare. Then don't go and join a consulting opportunity just because it's paying you 3 lakhs, 5 lakh rupees salary more. Spend time in healthcare, If you fundamentally don't like healthcare, please don't do healthcare, because there are lots of other areas that you should be working on, right, in some way. So that would be my response to that comment of yours, Gaurav.
Yeah, and I again, this so coheres with the general view that has evolved in the fintech industry. I think from 2014, 12, 13, 14 onwards, then the entire effort of inclusion, financial inclusion was built up, and a lot of bank accounts were opened. In 2017, 18 saw the start of the wave of which kind of led to a significant amount of maturity and fund availability, and hence a lot of new companies that have come up in the financial space. Given the efforts of the government, I think the similar kind of data availability will be there now in the healthcare space. And I think with that data availability, Rizwan, just to build up on your thought, a lot of inefficiencies will be identified. More than efficiencies, a lot of inefficiencies will be identified. What we have not known will be slightly better known to us. And each of those inefficiencies are going to become a phenomenal opportunity for an entrepreneur to create a tremendous amount of value. Genomics is something that genomics and personalized therapy is something that Haystack, as my company, has already started building towards. We completely believe we've focused on infectious, and now we are actually moved into chronic health. We believe that the genetic data and the personalized therapy is a phenomenal opportunity. And with the direction the government has taken, I think this is going to become a reality, and India might be a leader in personalized therapy, unifying healthcare access at several levels, and removing so many inefficiencies around the therapy and the diagnostic protocol that are currently there in the healthcare ecosystem. Thank you for that response, Rizwan. I think we are short on time. I think I'll just put a very open question to you. Your Guru Mantra for all of the starting entrepreneurs who are sitting in this forum, possibly other entrepreneurs who might be listening to you, given the time and date where we are, how should they be building up their journey? Where do they get started? I know it's a slightly bland question given what we have already discussed, but yeah,
I think I already answered this question. The broad areas, right? So a couple of things, right? One is India has never had a better opportunity or sort of has never been a better position for the students graduating from IIT Bombay to become entrepreneurs. Lots of opportunity out there. Two, don't be rushed. Take your own time to decide what space interests you, what kind of opportunities interest you, what you want to do, what you don't want to do. It could happen coming out of IIT. It could happen 2 years after IIT. It could happen 4 years after IIT. So it's not, life is not, it's not a 100-meter sprint. It's a very long marathon, perhaps multiple marathons. So you have the time. So don't feel that there is a pressure, because chances are that if you put too much pressure on yourself to do anything in life, probably not the best idea. Number three, when you do have some broad idea about, the timing and the space, go and identify maybe 1 or 2 other individuals who share the same level of passion for that space, or a certain, area that may be of interest to you and have a certain alignment. And just give it a shot. Be patient with what you're doing. Nothing happens quickly. Life is about, building anything sustainable that you build will probably take 5 to 10 years. So it's not something that, you need to go out in 3 months, you need to raise private venture capital. Another 2 years, you want to go and get private equity. Don't go with that mindset. Go with the mindset and say, hey, you know what? I want to build something of value, something that I can look back and feel with a sense of pride of what I have done. And it will take 5 to 10 years to do something of any meaning. So that's the kind of commitment that I'm going to give. It doesn't mean that after 2 years, if things are just not working out, you cannot pivot or you can't do other stuff, but you're giving every idea time to mature and time to, sort of take forward. And, if all these things happen and, you are focused in what you're doing, then there's a very high chance of success. Nothing is guaranteed. That's what makes entrepreneurship fun. But I think there's no better cohort of people than the students of IIT Bombay to give it a shot, especially because of the insurance policy that each one of you all carry in your pocket of the IIT Bombay degree. So on that happy note, I'm going to pass it back to you, Gaurav. And thank you very much, everyone, for the session today. It was fun. And Gaurav, you did a tremendous job of, the Q&A session. So thank you very much for that. And hopefully the team out there took something from this conversation as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Rizwan sir, for your time. I think all the credit goes to the young team at Entrepreneurship Club. It's a phenomenal platform that they have been able to create over the years, and I see that this is going to continuously create a lot of value for young budding entrepreneurs and engineers in campus. There are a few questions that have come in the Q&A forum. I would recommend the Entrepreneurship Club to possibly pick the right ones and share with Rizwan sir over email, and or if they think this is the place where these can be answered. And I think beyond that, thanks a lot again, Rizwan sir. I'm privileged to have the opportunity of bringing some of these questions on behalf of the forum to you and listening to all of your candidates' responses. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Take care, guys. Yeah. Good night. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the students on a Sunday evening, finding the time for that. And we are always thankful for your continuous contribution to IIT Bombay. So thank you once again. And thank you, Gaurav sir, for helping us moderate this session.
Pleasure is all mine, Marshi. Thank you.
Take care. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Moin, now you can carry forward.
Hello. Hi, Sukanya ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening, ma'am. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Ma'am, Shipra ma'am would be joining in about 2-3 minutes.
Sure, no problem.
All right. Hello, good evening, Shipra ma'am. Can you hear us? Hello, Shipra ma'am, can you hear us?
I think she's on mute.
Yes.
Shipra, you have to unmute yourself.
Ma'am, could you please unmute yourself?
Can one of you probably call her and
Yes, ma'am, we'll do that. Shipra ma'am, am I audible to you? Okay.
there is some issue? Might be a
Yes.
is not turned on or something. You just have to
Hmm.
call.
Yeah, we're doing that, ma'am. Hello. Good
Yeah,
evening, Shipra
hi.
ma'am. Hi,
Yes,
ma'am.
hi. How are you? Good evening.
Good evening. We are great, ma'am. How about you?
Very well, thank you.
All right. So, ma'am, firstly, how have you been doing, ma'am? All good. How has been the day for you?
I am very, very good. I'm enjoying my Sunday. Sundays are mostly one of the days where I really like to disconnect from everything and take a day off and like actually get all the energy together for the next, the coming week. So it's
Absolutely,
going really well.
absolutely. All right, great. So, ma'am, before proceeding with the session, can I give a short introduction of yours if you allow me to?
Yes, please, of course.
All right. So, Shipra Khanna, ma'am, is an Indian celebrity chef from Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, who is also an author, TV host, food consultant, content creator, food critic, and social communicator. Shipra ma'am is famous for winning MasterChef India Season 2, which was telecasted on popular Indian television Star Plus in 2010, where she earned the tag of the youngest celebrity chef in India. As a celebrity chef, Shipra ma'am has judged many popular Indian food TV shows after winning MasterChef India Season 2. These shows include Pure Sin with Shipra Khanna, On Food, and on the same channel, K for Kids. She has also hosted many Indian food TV shows and international food TV programs, including Flavors of Ramadan Season 3 on Star Plus UAE and Good Food Guide Season 2 on Star Plus UAE. We are pleased to have you for the session, ma'am.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I've been following some of the sessions, and it's really, really, it's a lot to learn, from all of this. It's just not all of you learning from us, but we also learn a lot.
Oh, glad to hear that, ma'am. We have Sukanya Dikshit, ma'am, as the moderator for this session. Ma'am, if you allow me, could I give a brief introduction of yours?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. But there's nothing very special about me, Shipra,
Hi,
honestly.
Sukanya. How are you? Why not? Of course, you have like a charming smile and a great vibration.
Thank you so much. I have been, Moin, I'll just go ahead with my introduction myself.
Okay, all right, not a problem.
I have been in the IIT system for the last 10 years, first as a student, and now I'm back in the ecosystem. I work with IIT Bombay and help young entrepreneurs. And in between, I was also, working in a corporate, and I did a couple of my own startups, exited them. So, I know the entire journey. And to be honest, Shipra, your journey is nothing short of aspirational. So, apart from a chef, you're also a writer with your latest one being Health Unlimited, and you're the host of your cooking show Kitchen Stars Ka Safar, and lastly you're also into modeling of late. So this is, I have never come across an individual taking up such diverse roles. So how do you think it helps you grow in life, and in what ways do these add value to your life's learning curve?
See, as an individual, I think all of us are very different and unique in our own ways. And as a child, I've always been wanting to do more. Curiosity, as they say, is a very important trait that one should have. And I have always been curious about a lot of things, how is this done or that done? And yes, initially, I always say in all my speeches and interviews that cooking is the only thing that I know, which I'm passionate about and I really know. But yes, I like to do a lot of things, I'm multifaceted and I like to challenge myself. And if I have something in mind, for example, whatever I am today, it's all interlinked, whether it's like a TV host or a restaurateur or a consultant, it's all around food. Or a chef or presenter of food. But yes, once I won MasterChef, that's when I knew that whatever I have learned is something that I want to share. And also whatever I've learned, which is from my grandmother or grandparents or my mother, I want to archive it. And I think writing books is the best way you can archive. And that's all I knew, that yes, I want to share whatever I've learned, and I want to inspire other people, or maybe they should cook the same dish that I have learned from my grandmother, and I want to archive it. So how do I do it? So book was another thing. And I've written, this was my 8th book, which is called #Health Unlimited. And it's all around health. And during the pandemic, I thought how as a chef can I value add to the person who likes me or who follows me or is a fan, or because we've seen a very terrible time during pandemic. We all have lost our close ones. And so that was the whole intent, when I started that. And I love to push limits. I think there's just one life, the YOLO, this is the YOLO mode in today's time, as they call it. You live only once. And if you do think about something that, okay, this is really exciting me, I would just go for it, because, it's just one life that you live. And if I wouldn't do something that comes to my mind and I think that, yes, I'm capable of doing, then I would not just sleep well. I would not feel that, yes, I have done my best. Or, 20 years later, I would just look back and say that, oh, I wish I'd done that. I don't want to live life with that regret. So definitely I will, with modeling, for example, a lot of people you should model, and why not? And there's so many models who are trying to cook, and they become chefs, and they're becoming food presenters and all. So I was like, yeah, why not a chef become a model?
Wow.
So that's how.
Definitely, yeah. There's always that option where you can be one and the other at the same time. So I think all the laws of electron and protons that we read become invalid when you talk to Shipra, because you can be at 2 places at the same time, right, guys?
I wish, but this is what I would like to tell. I know this is, I've been following this session. I was telling Mohammed that, everybody is so serious and motivate them. But I really want this session to be a little lighter note, still motivating and inspiring. But, I know a lot of students who are into IIT or who just get into this field, a lot of them, their parents are looking this for them. This is the life they want for their child, because they could not do it at one point in time. But maybe the child wants to do something else. So, but, he or she can live their father's or parents' dream as well as their own dream. So there's no limit to, dreaming. And once you dream, if you see it, you can actually, if you see it, you can actually have it. You can turn it into reality. So why to limit yourself? You're unlimited. As a human being, you are unlimited.
Amazing. So Shipra, that's very relatable because that's been my personal journey. If not an IITian, I would definitely be a chef. I'm a huge food fan, love cooking.
It's never too late, Sukanya. Come on.
Let's see. It's never too late, definitely. And so my next question, is inspired by what you just said, that, passion and one life. So your love affair with cooking began at the age of 9, and you realized your passion very early on in life. So what advice would you give to today's generation to help them discover that love? We see people even in their 30s, just like me, struggling to find that one thing that ignites a fire in them and their passion. So what's one advice you would give us?
See, I'll tell you what we have, what the children of today have, and is which they really need to work on is, not getting distracted.
Correct.
If you lessen your distractions, you will actually, you'll relate more to yourself. You know yourself as a person.
Absolutely.
And that is when you will discover or rediscover yourself and your passion. We live in it's a noisy world. We have so many distractions. Like today, if I don't want to read because I can watch that on television, or I can switch on YouTube and do it, or I can just scroll on apps and just go on videos and waste my 1-2 hours just doing nothing but just distracting myself.
Correct.
Once we stop all that and we're a little more focused, you will definitely find your passion. And once you find your passion, let it ignite you, and let it take you. Let that be the fire in you, and you see where you go.
All right, Shipra, I think this is really inspiring me, and I might start a restaurant very soon. Thank you.
Yes, I wish this for you. Absolutely.
You have a restaurant of your own as well. So what is your leadership style while managing, your restaurant staff? What learnings can we take away from that? And how do you ensure that your subordinates match the same level of energy as yours? Because I can see there's a lot of passion, a lot of energy that you bring in. How do you ensure, it infects the others in your restaurant staff as well?
See, I live by a few mottos in life, which I would like to pass on to all the viewers or students who are listening to me. First is positivity. If you're positive, if your outlook is positive, you will always attract positivity. And, positivity also brings about, when I say positivity attracts positivity, it'll be like a smile or like a positive thought or just a good vibration when you meet your staff or your people, people who are working with you, or even no matter what rank they're in. So, your positivity will always be a rub-off effect, and you will receive that from the other side as well. And the second thing is teamwork. An entrepreneur is nothing without the team. An idea can be really excellent. It can be really mind-blowing. But if it's not executed well, it's just an idea. And this is a world of idea. If you think that your idea is brilliant to, for example, do a startup or start a company or start a business or a job or whatever, or even plating a dish or creating a dish, if you think there are 1,000 other people who might have better ideas, not or maybe really equal as good an idea as yours.
Absolutely.
Unless it is executed well, how do you multiply? Being a leader, how do you multiply yourself? You train your subordinates the same way, or you train them to think the way you do. Amazing. And that's how you multiply yourself. And it's nothing without teamwork. Your team has to be right, and it's only as good as you are.
Absolutely, Shipra. I think not only, in a regular business, but even when you are doing a deep tech startup, the thing I realized was if I am the technology person, I need to have somebody who's going out and talking and bringing the business for me. So
absolutely,
that's a good mix of, hipsters, hackers, hustlers, as we say in the startup world, is very necessary.
It's very necessary. It brings about an environment, and it also gives you a different thought process. You might just think your idea is perfect, unless you get something which is completely contrary to what you are thinking. And you're this is a perspective, and everything is a perspective. You might just, whatever you're thinking is right and wrong is also a perspective. Correct. So, and it's always good to have and be open. Be open to new ideas. Be open to okay, fine, he's junior or he's just a new this thing. I always my team giving their suggestions. It's always open, and being friendly is something that is makes you very approachable, even by your team, which helps you in catching flaws at a very early stage in a business. If you are, as a boss, if you are a boss, then people kind of shy away or hesitate coming to you with problems or with something that may be a problem tomorrow. So you have to be very approachable when you're in a business. You cannot be like, oh, I'm the boss. When the day you start thinking like that, that's a downfall.
Absolutely. I agree on all fronts. And Shipra, your love for exploring the tastes of various states of India is evident by your book titles. So, for instance, you have Simply Gujarati, Simply Maharashtrian, Simply Rajasthani. So, how did this idea of expressing your love for cooking by writing books came to your mind? You already said that you wanted to have it archived and share it across. But was there any specific trigger point which actually inspired you to write more?
I always wanted to write a book.
Okay.
Now the saddest, because I was so passionate about cooking, like we've been discussing. So I always wanted to write a book. It's just that, when you're a celebrity, it becomes easier. So once I became a celebrity chef, it was like really easy for me. I would not say it was a cakewalk, but it was still easier than a regular person trying to write a book. Correct. Because, you have people follow you and they follow your journey and they want to learn from you and you become more aspirational, inspirational. And that's how but I just didn't want to stop at one, like I just wanted to just keep pushing my limits and see like, where do I go? And I really wanted to have like this track record of like the youngest chef with like the maximum number of books. So I'm working on my 9th book now, which is on a very diverse subject. But it also, after winning MasterChef India, I became the face of MasterChef Travel, which was a travel wing for MasterChef. And I was traveling like extensively, like I've traveled around more than 65 countries now. So I just thought that being an Indian with having like such age-old history and, science and medicine and, I need to respect that and bring that out via my, when your people are listening to you, that's when you should speak the right thing. And I've always, in my journey, I have learned that, you have to value your roots. Like, what happens is like when you're younger, you want this, you want to do that, you want to push your limit, you want to like be the best chef, you want to be like the best presenter, you want to work on yourself, you want to achieve. But, as you grow, your goals keep changing. And now I see like my goals are changing, they're shifting. I would like to inspire young chefs or entrepreneurs or people, or students or anybody, so that they can inspire. So it's a ripple effect, as they call it, dominoes effect. But yes, coming back to your question that, I wrote then, and that is when I started, like, because I was traveling extensively. And I think it is very aspirational because everybody is like, going through their routine and they see us as a sigh of relief traveling. Oh, I wish I could do it. But for me, it was like, oh, I'm traveling so much. But I'm an Indian, and I have like such amazing heritage, and I come from such an ancient country, and we have like medicine, we have yoga, we have Ayurveda. So, I need to like go back to my roots, and we have so many regions with diverse cuisines. And every cuisine is so delicious, because I've been opening up restaurants and, consulting or doing events or shows. So I got to travel in India also. And I met like a lot of people. And I think like the food has really not, a lot of cuisines have not been explored. And that's when the Simply Indian, the Indian series came about. That is how it conceptualized, and I wanted to take it forward. And I'm working on like, there are 4 of them right now. Gujarati, it's Gujarati, Rajasthani, Punjabi, and Himachali. But there's Bengali, because we have like so many regions, like I said, and the cuisine is like one better than the other. So you can't like stop it, that. So it's an ongoing series.
I am a Bengali for that matter.
I love, yeah. I mean, I think Bengal being like, it was our capital for 250 years. And of course, it's being the port, like historically, it was the only port that India had. The cuisine that has come via Bengal is amazing. And if you go to Calcutta, I think it's like a melting pot. Like whenever I go, I just know like, I want to go here. I can't go there for like 1 or 2 days because the food is so delicious. And there's so many hot spots there to eat. Is amazing. And everything is so delicious. The food is so delicious.
Amazing, amazing, Shipra. So there's so much of learning, and you are essentially, putting in my mind what should be the next question. So, my next question to you is, since you talked about your journey, so how do you think you have evolved, as a person? And how would you compare the Shipra who looked very nervous in the first episode of MasterChef to the Shipra who is with us today? We see so much of, we see you so confident in your element. So what lessons have you learned while competing for the title of MasterChef? If you would highlight.
Yeah, so that's a really nice question, Sukanya. So the thing is that when I want, see, like I said, when you're younger, your goals are like, I want to achieve this. I want to make that a success. I want to do that. I want to do that. But as you grow, like from the age 9, when I was starting to cook, and to like say a 20, when I was still in that process, and I was like, I'm going to learn more cuisine. I want to do this. I want to try this. And I was very innovative in cooking. I would never follow the rules, no traditional cooking for me initially. And, but now I see myself like, telling people or the youngsters, like carving a path for them and telling them that, okay, like be more inspirational to them and teaching them more. And this is how I have evolved. Like I always thought that, in fact, there was one moment when I thought like, okay, I want to do like so many books. I want to make my TV show success. My book should have awards. And so now once I've achieved all of that, I was like, what do I do next?
Correct.
So yes, initially when you are in that early stage of your career, or like a new startup or something, you will be nervous because you're just treading a path which you're not really sure of. But once you're in the game, once you're there, and you know what you're doing, when you're following your passion, you know that this is what I want. And it just gets, like they say that, if you have to climb a mountain, you'll be like, oh my God, I don't think I can do it. But if you take one step at a time, everything unfolds and slowly you're just right on top. And this is how life is. This is what I have learned. Like initially you're like nervous, you would just like kind of give up. But if you just push like a little by little and just go step by step, eventually you don't even know, like you're just right on top of the peak.
Amazing.
So you do, of course, learn. And now when you see me confident, because I know what I'm doing, I know like, there are a lot of times where you find a lot of resistance in the environment by people, with your own loved ones. When you say that you want to do this, there would be like so many people resisting it and saying that, this is not going to go far. You're not good enough. This is, okay, cool. So, I met this resistance even when I had like won MasterChef, or my book won an award, or, I was trying to do something which is not conventionally a cooking thing, right behind the counter, just like putting ingredients and cooking. Because I wanted to give it a different taste, because it's, after all, it's entertainment also. So once a person is a chef, doesn't mean that they can't model, or they can't be an author, or they can't be a presenter, or they can't like speak well, or they can't be a motivational speaker. Why not? They can be everything. So, but yes, I did get a lot of resistance from, people around, close friends, family. It's very, very natural. But one thing that I've learned, and which I would really like to pass to everybody who's listening to me, is that if you believe in if you believe in yourself, if you believe in the dream that you have, and you stick by it no matter what, no matter like hail, wind, storm, come what may, if you stick by it, you will succeed. But you have to stick by it. You can't get swayed away.
Amazing. So, Shipra, we often talk about pursuing our passion. There's a concept called ikigai in the Japanese terms. So, for you, you love cooking and you're doing exactly that for your career. So we would also we are very interested to know what did you love so much about cooking that made you pursue a career in the same, domain? So,
frankly, Sukanya, I love feeding. I love feeding people. Okay. So my passion for cooking is just not like, oh, I'll cook a dish and I'll present it and I'll be like, wow, what a dish, or, I would, this is my career, so I'm going to earn out of it or making money out of it. This is just not my intent. My intent is, if I'm cooking, I want to feed as many people. So like, I teach at Cordon Bleu also in Paris. Okay. And it's those of you who don't know, it's a French, the best culinary school in the world.
Wow.
And it's French. Like they say that French cuisine is really, because it's really, there's a lot of process in French cuisine and it's difficult to master it. So I go and teach there. So very interestingly, I'm going to share this instant with you. So the chefs were like I do that quite often. So after the lockdown, this was the first time I was visiting school in Paris, and, you know, the DN and, you know, all the senior chefs, and they're like, okay, you know, chef, you know, we have to just cook like so many portions and that's about it. So I went to my studio where the class was supposed to happen. And, you know, of course I knew like some people, they're international students, but Indian cuisine is like so popular now and it's picking up now. You know, I've been working on this. In fact, one more thing, which I'll maybe put in later. But so when I was cooking, I just like made, the quantity that I made was like way too much. They just told me like make 3-4 portions. I made it enough for like 30 people. And and because there were like so many, and then everybody, you know, from the students to the teachers to the staff, everybody, I was like, listen, you all have to eat. And they were like, there's so many students who came to me and they were just not from India, but Asia, you know, like, or say they were from, some of them were like from Afghanistan and, you know, Asian countries also. And they're like, oh my God, this was like so amazing. And they took like second helping and third helping. And, you know, it was so gratifying. It's just not about cooking. And that's what I think, like my passion lies in feeding others. I just love, like I can skip my meal and serve that entire meal and see people eat in front of me. That gives me a lot of gratification. So yeah,
all of us IITians are served the mess food. So I'm sure everybody would like to taste.
Yes, sure. Let's do a cook-off there. Yeah? Come on. Yeah, more than happy to do it. Your IITians need like some good brain food also, you know. So make some nutritious stuff for you guys. Definitely,
amazing, yes. Amazing. All of us are already, you know,
drooling, huh?
Drooling, yeah. So
Sure. And in fact, you know, I want to say one thing. So when I came, like, you know, like I said, like I'm not a conventional chef who's just going to be cooking behind a counter and tell you like, okay, now you put bengan and you put aloo and you put masala. The idea when I actually pursued, when I won Master Chef and I was doing like various things, I just realized that our cuisine is so good. And it's not that popularized outside. So luckily, you know, like I work with countries and governments and, you know, tourism boards. And I started propagating Indian food. And I represent India in a lot of countries. And I host Indian food festivals. I did it in Israel. I'm doing it in Europe and in the US. In UAE. So I'm just like kind of telling like this is our cuisine. It's just not limited to like, you know, a butter chicken or just a roti and naan or whatever. There's like so much more to it. So I won this award in the House of Lords in the British Parliament. It's called Mahatma Gandhi Leadership Award. That award was given to me in the British Parliament for propagating Indian cuisine across the globe. So that was like a really big achievement for me, like personally. I felt like, yeah, I'm heading in the right direction. And I think, you know, when you know that this is what you want to do and you have like the right intent, then I think the universe supports you. And that's where like confidence, you asked me about confidence. I think, you know, when you see your dreams turning into reality, you know that you're on the right track. And that is when you become confident yourself. You're not born with confidence. You learn confidence. You know, you learn to be confident.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. So Shipra, I'm sure the success came with a lot of challenges as well. What were the top 3 challenges, you know, you faced while doing things that you did, you know?
Number one, I mean, I still face challenges a lot of times. And like I like playing snooker, like yeah, and it's generally you know, I'm just sharing an incident. So I was playing snooker and there was one gentleman who was playing, and I just went there and in Maldives, you know, and there was nobody playing billiards or snooker or, you know, a pool. So they're like, oh yeah, I was like, none of the girls play, you know, generally it's like always boys, and then, you know, the boys like jump in and like, okay, fine, I'm playing, and you know. So there was nobody, and just one of the trainers was there, and I was there, and I was like, I would like to play. He's like, oh yeah, nice. I was like, yeah, it's like one of my favorite games, and I like to play this, but I never see like girls doing it. So he's like, yeah, you can change that. I was like, now how many challenges can I take? So, so the first and the foremost challenge was, of course, cooking being male dominated as an
Right.
industry. I mean, we all have heard about it, read about it, like our mothers, grandmothers, everybody's cooking in the house. But when it comes to professional kitchens, they're always men dominating. And this I've been fighting even internationally when I do pop-ups or like I do my menus, which I do like really exclusive menus for very exclusive places. And I see that there are hardly any girls. There may be just like one girl outside in the kitchen, in the main kitchen. Patisserie, you might find people, but otherwise you just find like very few girls who want to be in the kitchen, or they're not in the kitchen because men dominate. They think like they can do better. No, I'm not saying they're like impolite or whatever, but you do face challenges in that space, you know. And in India, it is now I'm seeing this change happen. And but initially, I would never see any girl in the kitchen. So there would, when I would do menus or I'm in the kitchen with the staff and I'm teaching them like, okay, this is the menu. Has to go in the menu. I still remember like the first restaurant that I started in Delhi was I was just taking trials from the chefs which I had to hire, and one old like a little, yeah, of course he was elder to me, but he saw me in the kitchen and he's given the trial and he was like so taken, like he was just not happy about the fact that a girl who's so young is taking him for a test, and he's like, I've been cooking for like 20 years or 25 years or 30 years, I don't remember. And he was so offended that somebody so young is like taking my test, like I've been cooking all my life and I cook amazing food. So that challenge, somehow you just cannot. And with that generation who's elder to you, of course, you don't want to speak out of turn and you don't want to offend anyone. But this has been a challenge. Like, they cannot take orders from a girl. And then secondly, a chef who's a boss lady in the kitchen. So, this has always been there. And then, yes.
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
I think it's very relatable to IITians as well. We have 3 hostels for the girls. It's a fact, and 18 hostels for the boys at IIT Bombay. And you
Wow.
can imagine there's a huge gender ratio gap in all across IITs. And when I was graduating from IIT Roorkee, I was one of the 10 girls in a class of 100 people. So definitely the ratio is
Wow.
bad, and we've all faced it, whether in IITs or outside. Entrepreneurship, the world of entrepreneurship is also more male dominated. So yeah, it's there, but more power to women like you, Shipra, I think.
Of course, to all of us, and
So,
second challenge,
yeah.
second challenge I'll tell you is that pretty girls can't cook, or like pretty girls don't have brains. So I'm like, okay, fine. I am pretty. I take it as a compliment, but I do have brains also. Like, I am a business person and I know like what I'm doing. It's not like, okay, you're pretty, so you can get away with anything, or you just like, you can just model, or you can be a business person as well. You can be a business woman. You can have a brain that, you have people following your orders around. I'm not saying that I want to order or something, but what I'm trying to say is that yes, you know where you're coming from and you're grounded, you're there in the present, and you are pretty. I mean, come on. You take the cake. No, I mean, these are like really basic things which are like, gender we don't have control over. We are born with that. However we look is how we are born. So it's
Right.
not like, you change yourself or do something. But if these things which you're born with are held against you, sometimes it becomes really, it's really offensive, because I mean, it's just not the right way to judge a person, or by his personality, or by his way of looking, or the gender. Why have so much discrimination with like gender discrimination, or like, a lot of things. But it's just not this. It's like in every phase, I think there's a challenge which you need to overcome. And then, it's like, even after winning MasterChef, I had to be like, oh yeah, it's just a competition, like you won. Okay, it was a tough competition. It's a globally recognized competition. But yeah, I mean, even for cooking, you have to like, I had to like, the kind of awards I've got is just like I mean, one after the other, because it was, maybe the fire was from the fact that, yes, I can cook and I can, I can achieve this and I can do that as well. I can be an author, I can be a TV host. And, it was just like the fire was like, okay, you can't do this, you can't do that. And like, no, I can. So I think, life is sometimes they say life throws melons and you make lemonade,
Absolutely.
lemon and lemonade. Yes. So, I mean, you just, the kind of resistance that you find outside, just kind of make it the fire, like let it ignite you to do better. I think that's a positive stride. Yeah. Like taking everything in positive stride.
Also, other kinds of challenges, like we just had the pandemic. So what were, some hardships you faced during that time? You were, of course, a restaurant owner, and of course, it affected a lot of businesses. So, if you would like to highlight some.
See, another thing about entrepreneurship is that you have to be, I said, like, you have to be open to ideas.
Right.
I would like to add one thing is like, you need to learn how to be a little flexible as well.
Absolutely.
So during the pandemic, of course, hospitality industry like really suffered. I think the backlog that we've got like in the last 2 years, I mean, working maybe 5 years would kind of compensate for it, or like really working hard. And especially like, I think even the chefs, even in big hotels, a lot of people are out of job in the same industry, hospitality industry, because restaurants or hotels are not hiring too much staff.
Correct.
So, so you have a degree, you've learned everything, but you're just like sitting, and like, these are some challenges that are of course there. But then at the same time, home delivery started. So there's always a, like at least the basic salaries and everything of the staff was taken care of, and you kind of mold yourself. And that, I mean, all thanks to the pandemic, I started writing this book, #Health Unlimited, which has made me the health and well-being ambassador by the health ministry also, because it, I just knew the direction that I'm going to take. Like, the book is based on Ayurveda, which is the ancient science in the medicine, Indian medicine. It's a medicine system, basically. Okay. So Ayurveda is an Indian ancient medicine system. And this has been here in India. It's our gift to the world, which we do not realize it. And I just dug into it and, come up with like really simple ingredients that, according to Ayurveda, are also useful for our daily immunity and health. And around that, I've created like really easy, nice recipes, which all your IITians can also like cook and like really get the brain and immunity to fight everything. And, I mean, I think there's always a silver lining, and that's what we should all look at. And that's what happened. Yeah.
Right. So, Shipra, just to top it all off, what is one thing you wish you knew at the beginning of your journey as a chef, as a founder of multiple businesses that you know now? So would you have some comments on that?
I think, I mean, I would say that I wish I'd known that learning more or traveling more or whatever I wanted it to do in life, which today I have done, would just, it will boil down to basic. It's like basics. Everything after, we all say we are going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to achieve this, we want success here, we want success here. Once you got all of that, you just boil down to basics. And it's like sincerity, loyalty, love, compassion, inspiring others. It's being humble, loving people and animals, and, just like so much of compassion for it. Actually boils down to that. Life is so simple. Like, we just complicate it by our greed and like, whatever we want to achieve. If you're like really fired up and you want to achieve, but actually life is all about that. It's about togetherness. It's about being around people you love. It's about compassion. It's about spreading love, positivity. It's as simple as that. I wish I'd known it, but like, it's like a full circle, right? So
absolutely,
you evolve with every age, stage, career, graph, businesses. You learn, you grow, you learn, and you come back to the same dot.
Amazing. So I think life and physics and a lot of principles that our scientists have told are often very much interrelated. And since I have majored in chemistry and physics, there's one law that we famously read. It's also there in the +1 and +2, the law Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So it says one thing cannot be at two positions at the same time, and there's an entire science behind it. But I think there is the electron, there's the proton, there's the neutron. And now the fourth term that I coined for you, Shipra, is a Shipratron, because
I like that.
None of this applies to you, and not definitely.
Yeah, and to everyone, see, like life is, yes, it's a full circle. Like I said, like even see, as human beings, we are gifted with everything equally. It's how you're using it. Now, at this stage in my life and career, I want to inspire people. And even if I manage to inspire, even in this chat, if I manage to inspire one person and change his or her life, she is like, your story will inspire another story and another story, and it is a dominoes effect. And that is what, our as human beings, that is what we meant to do, inspire each other to not let, there's so many. I'll tell you something, like I was in Europe some time back, and there were like a lot of chefs committing suicides. Okay. And it was really like heartbreaking, because Michelin star comes about, and like it's like so much pressure. And actually, this field has a lot of pressure, because you have to prove, like, and it's just like competition, like IIT, like when you sit for exams, it's like, so much pressure. You have to like pass, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to like prove yourself. And after a degree, what are you doing? Where's your startup? Which company are you going? There's so much of pressure. And you get bogged down with that pressure. One thing that I would like to tell everyone, when I hear these stories, is like, just hang on, because, life is not going to, nothing is like do or die. It's not extremes. Life is about balance. You play and you work, play hard, work harder. So when you strike this balance in your life, it's nothing. If you get less marks, nothing is going to happen. You can prove yourself like in so many other ways. It's not like if you come first in the class, you'll be like a very successful entrepreneur. I've seen like biggest of people, biggest of degrees, like just go waste, and people who've just not done so well in their classes or curriculum, they've just like gone to, like, they've skyrocketed. They've been so successful in life, and history has it. It's not about numbers. It's not about like, what you're scoring. It's about how you take life and how you play right in that, the cards you've been dealt with. Right. So it's really important to strike a balance, and there's no problem in taking time off. And in fact, sometimes you should, even as an entrepreneur, because IIT, like clearing IIT is one thing, right? But once you're an entrepreneur, you're under pressure all the time, because there are numbers. There is like, you have to meet the target. You have to like come up to, the finance kicks in, and you don't want to go through losses. Right. So this is like an everyday battle, which you will face. But the moment you give in, that is like you're losing out on life. You're losing out, like maybe, the best partner you could have been with in your life, but because you were like struggling with some startup, you lost on that. And eventually 20 years later, when you've done everything, you have everything, and you look back and like, oh, I wish I'd, taken a little pause and done that. And sometimes it's okay to take a pause, and pandemic has really made me realize that it's okay to take a pause. You take a pause, be off everything for a month, get yourself together, and then come back and make, the work that you do in silence is what speaks. And that is what is going to make you successful. Not something that, okay, fine, I got to go through the drill because my friend is like waking up at 4 o'clock and she's studying like from, 4 till like, late in the night. I got to do it. No, it's not. Every human being is different. Maybe you just study 2 hours and you just store more than she does when she gets up at 4 o'clock. Amazing. So it's just about striking a balance. It's not about getting so hard on yourself. If you pay attention, if you are in the moment, if you're mindful, whether it's eating, whether it's studies, whether what's being taught in class, whether when you're reading the book, whether you're doing your practicals, live in that moment. Stop distractions, and live in that moment. Whatever you absorb in the moment is what is going to stay with you. So there's nothing to worry. You have it all.
That's what makes you more productive as well, the pauses that you take. And
yes.
So we are very excited to know, Shipra, what's next for you. I mean, after doing so much, any future plans that you would like to share with us?
Yes, I have like a few shows coming up in India and internationally. I am doing a lot of travel, and new restaurants are on the way. My book is coming. Another book which is my 9th book, is coming in 23. And there's a lot of content, new content and exciting food content, which will give you a little break from your big fat IIT books that you guys are studying. So you can look forward for that and just enjoy the food that is being like shown. And yeah, just try to take some break, and yeah, nice. I mean, just striking a balance.
Great. Thank you so much, Shipra. And we would like to have you attend some of our events offline as well, if you can.
Yes, of course, I would love to, because it's so much, like I think why also, Sukanya, I've been able to do so many things because of curiosity. Like, I love to learn. And I think like, I still feel I don't know, and a lot of people like, I'm like, I'm so excited to learn. Like, I sit with anybody, whoever's like cooking or like whatever food it is, whoever the person is, I really do not, it doesn't matter to me if it's a millionaire or like somebody even. I just do not care. I just want to learn. I'm just so inquisitive about things, and sitting in your sessions is like really, I'm learning, a different side.
I'm sure all of us are learning, and
I hope everybody is learning, not sleeping.
A lot of floating hearts, a lot of banners coming along. So guys, if you have any questions for Shipra, do write them in the chat box or raise your hands probably, and we'll take them with her. But I think for me for one, I'm very inspired by you, Shipra. I'm going back and I'm going to reflect on whatever you have said, and definitely think seriously about following my passions for one. And
it's an absolute pleasure, Sukanya. It is. Thank you so much.
More than welcome, Shipra. Moin, any closing comments?
Ma'am, before that, I had a couple of questions for Shipra, ma'am.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
So, ma'am, you mentioned that you started cooking at the age of 9. So you had a great advantage as you started it really early. At the age of 9, I also got interested into several other things, but then I was jumping from one thing to another. I did not even know what passion meant at that point of time. So how all of this happened? How did you know at the age of 9 that cooking is something which you wanted to pursue for lifelong?
Okay, firstly, I guess I did start cooking at the age of 9, but it wasn't like a MasterChef dish. I would like to highlight that. It was a disaster. Okay. And it wasn't like the best dish I've ever cooked. I just found this new thing because I was not allowed in the kitchen that, okay, I'll go to the kitchen and I make something. And once I made it, and then, I spoiled it. Next time I was like, okay, I'll try to do that better. I made something else and I made something else. So I just kept going on and on. So basically the failure of the first dish actually motivated me to do the next one better. And that's how it started. And that this was one side of me which just took over. And, when I had my daughter, she was a special child and she was not allowed food from outside. And that really triggered my culinary skills, and I was like, food is something that I know, I'm passionate about, and she cannot eat out, and she's a big foodie. So I started cooking like all kind of food which is available outside in restaurants. I started cooking for her in the kitchen myself. And that is where the passion and that fire for like cooking the best dish and feeding her with the best nutritious dish, that is where it started.
All right. Ma'am, I also had another question. You talked about being open to ideas while answering one of the questions. So even if some idea strikes to an individual, many a times the person is already so preoccupied with his regular work that he's unable to devote the required time and energy to that new idea, while simultaneously working upon the ideas which he already had and his regular stuff. Basically it's like working on multiple streams. So how do you manage on that? How do you manage on the ideas, on the implementation of ideas which you had a couple of days before, the new ideas which you're getting today, and the regular work which you have been doing all the time?
See, one thing which we really underestimate, okay, is meditation. We think like it's for older people. We think like, but all across like the world. I mean, India, of course, we started with meditation, right? It started with yoga, and yoga comes from India. But now, if you see the Westerners, if they're like especially like people who are into sports, which is like a really big segment, right? So all the sports people, when they are trained and they have these mentors and all, they are taught to meditate. Why? Because you have to see, we are human beings, right? I also said, Mohammed, which you missed out, is that try to reduce or just eliminate distractions in your life. The moment you achieve that you, with so many things happening in this world and so many like phone and an iPad and like everything, like there's so much available out there, in terms of apps and this and that. If you try to minimize those distractions and try to focus, you will know what to do. And whenever you have an idea, the first thing is leave everything, just write it down. Just write it down, circle it, do it with like highlight it or whatever. Maybe you come back to it later. Maybe in that spur, yeah, I'm not saying like you're doing accounts and suddenly you get an idea. You can just write it down, maybe, you can't be like leaving accounts and doing that. Accounting is like something that you would do as a ritual, right? So just write it down somewhere and get back to it in your free time. But you have to have that free time. For that, you need to be centered. You need to know how to balance. And for that, meditation is one of the tools that I know, which without fail, eventually you will get to it. I'm not saying like, you're to 20 years and you start meditating and all that. I know it's very difficult because 20 years is, your prime time to like go out to a disco or like go out drinking with friends or just like go out lunching or whatever, picnic or outing or weekends off or whatever, this is the time you live life with your friends. So I'm not saying that, I'm not forcing or imposing that, but if you are so focused on your career and you really want to take it ahead and take it to the next level and you're serious about it, you will take your life seriously. You will do things responsibly. Whether it's, I'm not saying don't party out or don't do this, do everything. But if you're so clear with your goal, then you have to be very focused.
Absolutely. I resonate a lot with your idea of avoiding distractions and meditating. Thank you, ma'am.
Are you going to do it?
Ma'am, I have a practice of meditation. So that's why I resonated with your
Shipra,
idea.
for that matter, even I am a Vipassana practitioner. I have been to 10-day camps of Vipassana.
Oh, nice.
IIT have done that.
I think the aura, once somebody is meditating, the aura really changes.
Right.
I mean, you will understand. I mean, the 20-year-old, 25-year-old won't. But, when you do that, it really changes. But maybe right now they don't need to, or they don't do it because, yes, life is to live, right? But maybe 10 years down the line or few years down the line, yeah, you should consider doing it.
So, ma'am, on a closing note, I, on behalf of E-Club of SJMSOM IIT Bombay, I thank you so much, Shipra ma'am, for taking out your time in the weekend and accepting our invitation to be a part of the session. I'm sure that the participants must have gained good insights about entrepreneurship, cooking, team management, leadership, etc. I also thank Suganya ma'am for being the moderator of the session. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Bye. We hope to
yes,
stay.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Arjun sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
How have you been, sir? How has the day been?
All good. Happy Sunday to all of you guys.
Great. Neha ma'am, could you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. How have you been, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Great.
So, yes. Arjun sir, if you allow me, can I give a brief introduction of yours?
Well, yeah.
Thank you. So, Mr. Arjun Vaidya sir is currently leading venture investing for Whirl Invest in India. And he's also an active angel investor and mentor to brands in India's startup ecosystem. After graduating from Brown University and working at LVMH's private equity arm, He decided to start an Ayurvedic healthcare company named Dr. Vaidya that would combine the family's traditions with cool branding, continuing his family legacy. He built Dr. Vaidya's into India's largest Ayurveda brand online. This brand was recently acquired by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, making it one of India's first D2C exits. He is the first Ayurvedic entrepreneur to be featured in the Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia list and Business World 40 Under 40 list. Outside work, he is a World Economic Forum Global Shaper, a mentor at AIM, and a part of Brown's University Young Alumni Advisory Council. He also runs a podcast, directs to billion consumers, on navigating India's complex and exciting FMCG ecosystem. We are pleased to have you for the session, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Excited to be a part of this conversation. And yeah, I'd love to share with you and maybe learn from you guys as well.
All right. Neha ma'am, before handing over to you, I would also like to give a brief introduction of yours.
Sure.
Thank you. So Neha Goyal ma'am is an alum of SJMSOM IIT Bombay and is currently a management consultant at Accenture Strategy. Before, she has worked as a software engineer with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry. She is skilled in Java and C programming languages and database administration systems. She is someone who is keen and enthusiastic about learning and experimenting with new skills. We are all pleased to have you as the moderator for the session, ma'am. Over to you for the session, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So welcome once again, Arjun sir. So sir, like since you've mentioned as per your description that you come from a background of Ayurveda, so beginning right from there, I would want to ask you, like with the growing acceptance of traditional medicine worldwide globally, where do you see Ayurveda making an impact, not just India or let's say Asian countries, but globally and giving competition to modern medicine as a whole? What are your 2 cents on that?
Neha, I think it's a good question. And I think that's the premise behind why I started what I ended up doing, right? So the background to that is I went to college in the US in 2009. I went from my undergrad to Brown University. And there I saw a move towards natural organic products. I saw yoga being repackaged, yoga mats, yoga gyms, yoga apparel, Lululemon, multi-billion-dollar industry in the US. And while it was really cool to see yoga repackaged and rebranded, I think what was not so exciting for me was that Indian companies didn't take yoga to the world, right? And so being someone who's super patriotic, I wear this band with the Indian flag on my hand, have been wearing this for the last 10 years. I started thinking, why aren't Indian companies involved in the process of yoga? And let's not let the same happen with Ayurveda. So that was the thought process behind which I moved back to India, and eventually the thought process behind which I started my company. The idea was that we have an ancient science, we have a lot of history and a lot of appeal, but we need to repackage and rebrand for modern consumers. That was the thought process behind starting my business. I think we have huge scope, whether it's tea, whether it's yoga, whether it's Ayurveda, whether it's certain kinds of foods. I think there's lots of scope for our Indian brands to go global. I think the only thing we have to understand is 2 things. 1, world-class, and 2, appealing in a modern format. If we can get those 2 things, then we have lots of exciting scope ahead of us.
Yes, sir. And I think I really resonate with the way you really merged yoga and Ayurveda. I'm also a certified yoga professional, and that I can really resonate and understand the way you're mentioning how important yoga is in today's world, no matter how much modern medicines take over. But I think the essentials of Ayurveda, yoga, this is something that will always stay prevalent, especially in Western countries as well today. Coming to entrepreneurship, sir, my next question to you is about the time when you quit your job on the 150, you had like the 150-year-old family's legacy to fall back upon. So I'm just interested to know, like, what was in your mind when you wanted to lead a brand as an entrepreneur rather than sit back or work as an employee? Because today that is what we see more of the notion, because it's a safe way to just fall back on your job as an employee. So what made you do the transition?
Yeah, look, it's really difficult, right? To sort of quit your job, especially for me, because I had a really prestigious job. I was working in private equity straight out of college, and it's not common for people to get private equity jobs straight out of college. So I think from that perspective, it was pretty comfortable job, a pretty well-paying job and something that was very coveted, right? And so to go from that to being an entrepreneur is one thing, but being an entrepreneur with almost no salary and no view on when I will make it, I think it's a big risk. But look, I think that's the only way to do it. I see lots of people who see their startup is their side hustle while they're building their career, and then once their startup becomes big, then they'll quit their job and they'll start up. But I don't think scalable startups are built part-time. That's my view. Maybe a slightly controversial view, but you can't be slightly pregnant with entrepreneurship. Either you're in or you're out, and that's a conscious decision I made. Did I second guess it? Like tens of times. When things are not going so well, you're like, did I actually make the right decision to quit my job? But I never regretted it, and I think eventually it panned out to have been one of the best decisions I took. But yeah, I think that's really the way to do it. I think you gotta rip off the band-aid and just jump right in and then take life as it comes.
That's true. So you mentioned like you should either be all in or all out. But what if in a case, let's say you're all in and then you fail? How do you come off that? And because failure, as we see that 8 out of 10 startups fail. So how do you actually go past that and grow your brand, or let's say move to the next startup in case of a failure?
There's two types of failure, right? There is a daily sort of something that didn't go well for you. And that doesn't mean your startup is a failure or the idea is a failure. And that's the job of an entrepreneur, right? To face failure every day with grit and resilience and come back and fight, right? That's one kind of failure. The other kind of failure is the failure that you need to look at in the mirror with. And while as entrepreneurs, we are eternal optimists, you need to have a mirror or a reality check, which is this idea working, right? Like if, let's say, for example, I'm running Dr. Vedya's and I tried to get to 100 orders a day on Amazon and I got only to 50 orders a day or 40 orders a day. It's not a failure of the idea. It's a failure of my objective. But if I'm trying to start a digital Ayurvedic products business and people don't want to buy Ayurveda digitally and it's been 1 year and nobody's buying it, then that's an idea failure. And so sometimes it's important to see that mirror, and if things are just not working out, while you don't give up easily, when you need to say it's not working, I think you need to be rational about it and accept it and move on. It's not easy to deal with failure both ways. And there is no sugarcoating it. While we read in the press and in sort of media that people say celebrate your failure, wear like a badge of honor on your sleeve, etc., all of that. I would say that like it's a cultivated skill that I haven't mastered yet. I'm still not okay when I fail, but I've gotten better at it.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense, sir. Because when people say that, yeah, failure is as you said, carry it on your sleeve and all, people say it, but it's really hard to accept it when it's yours failure. So I think that makes sense. Yeah. The way you mentioned that you should have an idea or rather mirror of ideas. So I want to ask you, how is it that you assess between different ideas? And let's say you have various ideas, but how do you execute it? Because people say that having ideas is different, but execution is key. So how
Look, I put this quote on LinkedIn and I truly believe it. Ideas are good, but unicorns are made from blood, sweat, tears, and high quality execution, right? Correct. And so an idea is not enough. It's just not enough. It's the starting point. It's the bare minimum. It's where you start the conversation. And then from there is where you really sort of build a business. And so there were many Facebooks before Facebook, many Googles before Google, and many Apples before Apple. But Apple is Apple, Google is Google, and Facebook is Facebook because of the better execution, the quality of execution there is, right? And I can't stress it enough, because Ayurveda, taking Ayurveda online, taking Ayurveda digital, making it new is a fantastic idea. People have tried it before me as well. But I think the only way to really prove your chops is to execute.
Yes. I think that's actually right. And other question that streams from this, which most I think of most of the new generation entrepreneurs have, is how do you get that initial customer base from the beginning itself? Like, where is the platform where you start and keep scaling up?
Yeah, it's a really tough thing, especially in consumer brands, because you have to build that trust in the customer's mind, right? And that's not easy at all. So I think that initial customer base and getting your first 1,000 customers is the toughest part of it. What you got to do is figure out your unique selling proposition, right? Your USP for your business.
Right.
And so for us, we set out with 3 things. 150 years of legacy, right? That's number 1. Number 2, we talked very openly about our process, our approvals, our credibility as a brand. That's number 2. And number 3, we made Ayurveda easy to understand for modern consumers, right? In an appealing, accessible format. I think these 3 things put together allowed us to engage the first set of customers. Once you engage the first set of 1,000 customers, there's network effects that set in, right? And then you have word of mouth and testimonials and all of those things. But breaking the barrier or setting out for those first set of customers, I think that's the most challenging part, but the most exciting part as well.
Yes, I think.
So the journey of Dr. Vaidya's from 0 to 50 orders a day was as long as the journey from 50 to 5,000 orders a day.
So which part of this was more difficult if you have to say it that way?
0 to 50, right? Because at 50 orders a day, you're 5,000, you're at least sure that you have 50 orders a day.
Correct.
But at 0, you have 0, right?
Yeah, that's right. And speaking of your podcast, Direct to a Billion Consumers, so I am familiar with it. I've heard it recently. Where do you plan to take this forward? What do you think? How do you plan to scale it up bigger? Like, let's say, reach to a bigger and better audience. And what do you think will happen to this medium in future? And how can you reuse this better for public awareness? How do you plan to take this forward?
Yeah, look, I think other than my role as a VC, I do a lot of things for our ecosystem and community. My podcast is my hobby. I'm not going to say that it's my full-time thing. Why did I do the podcast? Right? I did the podcast and I do a bunch of other things which I'm happy to talk about because I felt like there was a limited support ecosystem for D2C founders and early stage founders. And that's something that I wanted to solve for and build. And so I ended up creating this podcast as a repository of information for anyone who wants to start an e-commerce brand. Similarly, I used to get, after I sold my business, hundreds of questions from founders on, should I use Shopify or WooCommerce? Is SEO really relevant? Which marketplace should I list on? How do I list my products on marketplaces? How do I scale sales? Should I have a retention strategy? And it was not scalable for me to answer each of these questions on WhatsApp. And so I now teach India's largest cohort-based course on D2C e-commerce, which I started last year around this time, actually, and we just started our 4th cohort today. Other than this, I'm launching an exciting version of this course in Hindi because lots of people came to me and said, you teach in English, but what about Hindi? So it'll launch in December on Kuku FM as well, in sort of bite-sized content for a shopkeeper in a tier 3 city to be able to go online. So I think I do all of these things to enable the ecosystem, to give back to founders, to help them with things that I didn't have access to and I didn't know. So I think that's why I do all of these things. Where it's going to go, I think I'm just going to get better and better each time. I set high standards for myself. And so I think we're already number 1 in the podcast in the D2C space and number 1 in the cohort-based course space. For the podcast, maybe, I don't know, it goes on video. It's only on audio right now. Maybe I try video. With the course, I just want to keep doing more and more and more.
Yeah. In fact, I would like really request and urge the people who haven't heard it yet to just go back and listen to this because it's nothing short of amazing. It's truly aspirational and inspirational, both in one. So you just mentioned like about the VC role as well. So just curious to know, like, why did you exit from your own built family brand, Dr. Vaidya, and choosing the venture capitalist role above it?
Yeah, look, I didn't choose the venture capitalist role above it. I first sold my business and then the venture capital role found me. So I didn't sell my business for VC.
Okay.
Dr. Vaidya's was not a family business. While people think it's a family business, it was a family legacy. My dada ran a clinic. After he passed away, the doctor who ran that clinic wasn't there, and it was a legacy which would have died had I not done anything with it. My goal was not to run a clinic. My goal was to build a business on it. And that's what I ended up doing with Dr. Vaidya's. So we did start it from scratch. We took it to a nice place. And then, to be honest, we got a really good offer from our investors to buy the business. I think heart of heart, I knew that I was a good online operator. and I'd taken the business to $1 million a month online. I didn't know how much space there was for us to grow further in the online space. The future of the growth of the business was offline, and I wasn't the right person for that. I don't know how to run an offline business. I thought it was the right home for the business. These people were very passionate about the business. It was a large group, RP Sanjeev Goenka group. And I think as a founder, you know when the right time is, and it's the right time for you. It may not be the right time for Neha, it may not be the right time for the other people on this call, but for Trisha and I, it was the right time, and we felt it was the right time, and so we took that decision. Half my friends said it was too early, half my friends said it was the right time. The answer to that question we'll know in a couple of years, but I think for me, it just felt like the right moment.
Yes, I think this really gives out the message that you listen to everyone, but do what your heart says. I think that broadly.
This kind of decision, I think it's a very, very personal one.
I think others cannot really assess what kind of situation you are in or what is the right decision. That really comes from you. So yeah, I think that's a broader message to the audience as well. So as you mentioned, like it was your own family brand, and then you are a VC route. So with your first experience as well as an investor in private equity firms, so there are different industries that you must have got exposure to or understood, or at least have navigated throughout your journey. So every business wants to raise money, but how was your experience throughout the journey? What do you feel? How have you evolved from the first day to today?
Yeah, look, as a private equity investor, I can't say that I was making so many decisions. I was 21 to 24 years old, and so I was learning. I was a sponge. I think from my private equity experience, I learned, I met some of the best consumer businesses in India across cars, bikes, apparel, lifestyle, fashion, retail, wine and spirits, watch and jewelry. And I learned what a good entrepreneur is and what a good entrepreneur does. I think that's sort of what that journey was as private equity. As I was running my business, and I went to various investors, and I had 75 failed pitches before I was able to raise money. I learned the way to pitch, the way to tell your story, but also to go at the right time to investors when you've established product market fit. And then as a VC right now, I invest through a 3-pronged framework. Because I invest in the early stage, it's 50% on founder. Who is that person? Why do they have a right to win? And why would they fight through tough times? And then second would be market size. Is it a large enough market that caters to more people than just me? And the third thing I would say is the business and the economics. So what are the sales? What's the growth velocity? What's the gross margin? What's the team behind the business? What's the customer acquisition cost, lifetime value? So if I was to ascribe percentages, it would be 50% founder, 20% market size, and 30% business and economics. That's how I invest today.
That's nice. That's really nice to know. In fact, the time you mentioned the 75 failed pitches, like I hadn't come across that, but now I understand that there's so much behind just a success story. We just listen to the success, but the backdrop really remains invisible. So thanks for highlighting that. So, and the way you were mentioning about the different industries, I would also want to know, like, from you, what is your opinion personally of which kind of businesses or which kind of industries do you think will grow the most in the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years with new digital technologies which are coming into the picture today?
Look, I'm a big believer in e-commerce and D2C. So I would say D2C. I think there's a huge opportunity outside of consumer products as well in digitally enabled brands. So consumer technology and platforms. And I think there's a big market for enablement to commerce as well. As e-commerce grows, so will marketing automation, so will logistics, so will quick commerce, so will supply chain automation, so will the creator economy. So I would say for me, my areas of focus and where I'm excited is consumer brands, consumer technology and platforms, and then enablement to commerce. These are the 3 spaces that I spend most of my time in.
Okay. And since you mentioned about like D2C and how it will acquire, like, let's say the most market in the next 5 to 10 years. So what about the like emerging technologies, like let's say 5G, metaverse? How do you think that they will play a role in building the new medical health startups and the future in India?
Look, I can't say I know. I'm not a Web3 crypto guy. I was tempted last year, but I didn't make any investments in that space. That's not a space I'm an expert at. Not that it's not a space that's different. It's just not a space for me. I think we've seen what 4G and Geo did to India, right? So 5G is going to do that even more. I think access to data has changed the way people consume anything. Content, products, aspirations. I went to visit a startup in a startup helping enable digital commerce in villages. And I think from my experiences in those 4 villages outside of Raebareli in UP, what I saw is aspiration levels are as high. They're watching YouTube, they're on Facebook. And when I said, hey, this company is giving you groceries, what else do you want? They were like, we want makeup, we want saris, we want cricket bats, we want badminton rackets, we want sports shoes, we want athletic clothing. This is a village outside of Raebareli with a population of less than 5,000. So I think 5G is going to do the same good work that 4G did and that Jio has done for us. And I think it's good that we have equality of knowledge and aspiration.
Yes, that's right. So, and coming to experience of investing, when you invest in a business, so what is the most crucial factor? What is the first thing that you look at? And what do you think are the most important parameters which can be a deal maker or a deal maker or a breaker kind of a thing?
So look, I talked to you about the parameters already.
Yes.
When I talked about my framework. I think deal breaker for me is actually, does the founder like me and do I get along with the founder? Because while it can be a great business, does the person want to work with me and do I want to work with that person? Because it's very easy to deploy money. But after you deploy money, you got to meet that person a month for 5 to 7 years, right? Yes. And are they okay to meet you and are you okay to meet them? I think that's an important question that not many people talk about. It's an interpersonal relationship that's very important. So I think that's for me the deal maker or breaker. Other than that, obviously the 3 factors that I talked to you about. And I like specifically founders solving problems outside of elite India. So if they're solving problems in Bharat for tier 2, tier 3 customers, that's a bias for me. I like businesses that have that kind of scale.
Okay. And we've also seen that you're a constant promoter of increased participation of women in entrepreneurship. So how can we achieve that? What are the initiatives that you have taken or are in progress or you plan to take, let's say, in the future?
Yeah, look, I think my wife was my co-founder. She got the same, if not more, responsibility than me. I've said it on multiple public platforms. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to build the business to what I did. I've invested actively in various businesses run by women founders. 50% of the Dr. Vedia's team was women as well. I think we have a long way to go, but initiatives like the latest list of that Mint and Invest India and Goodlam curated 100 top women founders in India just need to keep happening. But I think you've got to start at home. And so around you, in your social circle, in your friends and family, promote the prospective entrepreneurs, the women in the workforce. I think like one thing I'm consciously made a decision to do is my wife is in her 8th month, going to be in her 9th month of pregnancy now. And I've told her that whatever people may say around you, if you feel like you want to work through the whole pregnancy, do it. And when you deliver the baby, if you want to start work as soon as possible, there's no shame in doing that. You do what works for you. And if you need support from me, I'm happy to be there. And I know that she's someone who's worked all her life. So why should she stop working? Because she's had a baby. I think like equal parenting for me at that point is something that I will resonate with and I'll be there to support her. And I think small steps like this can go a long way in our country for sure.
Yes, I think that is like truly an inspiration, because where today still some of the families or villages, they think that it's primarily a woman's job, but you equalizing it and saying it's a 50-50 job, I think that is a very big message.
Right? I think it should be.
Of course.
There's no shame in it.
Of course, being a woman, I think I truly resonate with what you're saying. But how do you think we can make it reach the greater depths of India, or let's say globally? Because there's still places where women are considered lower compared to a man or even otherwise. So how do you think that this message, that the thing that you've just told, how can it penetrate deeper within India and globally?
Look, I would say that let's not think about global, because that's too large a problem to solve. From an India perspective, I think start small, start around you. If each of us, there are more than 100 people on this call, if each of us thinks about this, promotes people around us, spreads the message, I think that's good enough start, right? There are various drops of water that make an ocean. And so all of us need to do our bit. I'm a big proponent in small action and more often than large action and rarely. So if all of us can do our bit, I think we'll we'll be in a very special place. And so let's all take a pledge, right? We're 100 people on this call. Let's all over the next week try to support one female founder or woman in the workforce in something that will enable them to perform better or do what they're doing, right? And if all of us can do that in the world around us, that's already a big step forward.
I think that's true. The way we say charity begins at home. So it's like we can just begin our small steps, and that can lead to a better India and therefore a better global environment as well. So yes, I also completely understand. I think I completely agree with what you've just told. So yeah, that's a good point to lay forward. And coming to investing again, what is the advice that you would give someone who's a little naive or new to investing? What kind of investment product should one target when he's not very aware of the investing world and just begun his journey?
I'm new to this world as well. My oldest investment is 18 months old as a full-time investor. So ask me this question in 5 years. I'm learning, so I don't have the answer.
I think so. You're still old compared to all of us in investing world, at least.
Look, I think the only thing I've learned is don't invest in FOMO. Invest because you believe and do your own research. That's what I've learned till now.
Okay. And investing, or let's say entrepreneurship as a whole, what is the one big message that you would lay out for the budding entrepreneurs who have just started their journey or are in the progress of it? What do you think should be your 2 cents on?
Yeah, there's no better time than now. I have never seen the vibrance, the enthusiasm, and the excitement in the startup ecosystem in India as it is now. We're at the right place at the right time, so make use of it. And my advice always is the best way to start is to start, right? Don't philosophize, don't think too much. Go out, talk to customers, get them to buy your product, and the rest you can leave up to history.
Yes, so that's true. Coming to customers, as you just mentioned, how important is value addition for customers and gaining customer trust in this journey?
I think both are paramount. From a value addition perspective, there are lots of products available. India is a big country with lots of competition. So if you're not adding value, you get sort of called out or seen through very quickly. And you know, from a brand perspective or from a business perspective, I remember this one saying. It used to be in my aunt's office. It said it takes years to nurture a customer and seconds to lose one. And the best entrepreneurs, the best founders I've met are the ones who do whatever they can for their customer base. I think it's a saying that meant a lot to me.
I think, yeah, that is completely true, because it actually takes years of hard work to bring out customers, but just seconds to lose one. Yes, that's right. So in just one of the podcasts, you had also mentioned that your father suggested that you need to make yourself indispensable in the firm that you work. Is this advice, do you think that if it is still relevant, and in which way is it relevant? And is it also true when you have found your own company, like not just in the firm that you're working, but in your own startup, let's say?
No, I don't think it's true in your own startup, because if you're not indispensable in your own startup, then that's a problem, right? Like, so I think it goes without saying for your own startup. For all the people who go to a job or start a career or go into the corporate world, this thesis or this point, right, made me believe or understand that don't consider yourself as an employee. Even if you're in a company, you don't own it, behave like an owner. That's the only way you'll be able to be the best in your career as well. So that's the insight I got from there. That's why I was able to convert my internship into a job in a private equity fund and eventually move on with my career.
Yes, I think just considering that you are also the owner and then you're working it as if you're owning the work, that is one of the prime things, not just working for someone. So yeah, I guess that is one takeaway for everyone here. That is completely something which is very relevant today as well. So yeah. But considering your journey from the day you started and the day you're today, how do you think it has evolved? Not just in terms of the different roles you've taken, but personally, professionally, both of them. From the day you just started off, let's say you thought that today you'll start off, and the day to which we are seeing you and we are here. What's the journey?
I think there's lots of evolution left in me as a person, but I think I did grow up a lot building my company. I learned a lot of reality. I saw the amount of hard work it takes to build. I got a lot more respect for entrepreneurs. I learned how to deal with teams, build teams, motivate people. I learned also how to deal with dejection and failure, but still keep a smile on your face and still be positive through it. Then eventually I learned as an investor now how to pick and how to judge people. I think that's the best skill of someone who works in this space. So I think I grew up a lot over the last 5 years. And I would say the Indian startup ecosystem has all to do with it. So I became who I am because of my startup journey, and hopefully some of you can go through the same thing.
Yes. But having done so much in your journey, how do you find time? Like, how do you manage the time so well? Because from your description itself, you've done so much over the last few years. So how is it that you find time, right time for the right thing?
I'm not good at prioritization of time and management of time. So I just put in more hours than everybody else. That's the way I manage it. I'm not a smart worker, I'm a hard worker, and I know that. And so I'll put in more hours than most people. I worked the whole of today from 11 a.m. till now. And that's just the way I am.
I like it. So when you say, you put it out so blatantly that, I don't believe it. And let's say I'm more of a hard worker than a smart worker, because
you have to be a mirror to yourself and accept your shortcomings, right?
Yes, but it's difficult. People do not really readily accept. But the fact that you're laying it out so truthfully and honestly, it's something that's really inspirational. So I like that. But then how do you define, or let's say, how do you differentiate between smart work and hard work? What do you think is better? Because, or more sustainable?
Smart work is definitely better, but I don't know how to do it. So I think if you're a smart worker, good on you, but I'm not one, right? I'm not great at prioritization. I'm really bad at saying no. So I'm here having this conversation with you guys because obviously I wanted to be a part of this. I will finish this conversation and head straight to my friend's wedding. And so, yeah, that's not the idea of a Sunday, but that's what I choose to do.
I think that's nice. But then having done so much throughout your course of journey, how do you take pauses in life? Like time to reflect on what you've done, time to plan for the future. How do you do that? Taking the right pauses?
I got lucky that I got to sell my company and take a 3-month pause. Figure out what the next set of things I want to do is. But I think it's really important to take breaks. I don't mean 10-day holidays. I mean a trek on a Sunday, a run during the week, watching TV or a movie with family and friends, having dinner with loved ones. I think all of these things help you recharge your batteries, because we live in a dog-eat-dog and a sort of rat race world today. And so you got to disconnect for a little bit. It's not so easy, but it's really important.
Yes. And just a little on the same. So how important is learning also throughout the process? While it's important to take breaks, how important is it to be a lifelong student or a lifelong learner along the way?
I think open mind, the smartest people have the most open minds. While you may not take every piece of feedback or every piece of advice, you should at least listen to it. You can make your own decisions, but the smartest people are the best learners.
Yes, that's true. But then, and it's also said that if you're the smartest in the room, you should change your room. So yeah, I think that continuous evolvement is also important. Yeah, I think you've laid that out very well. Coming back to Ayurveda again, and India as a whole. So I just wanted to ask you, like, what do you think, is India ready for another pandemic if we face one of them in the future? And how do you think that Ayurveda can help it making more future ready or resilient in that sense?
Look, I don't know if we're ready for another pandemic yet, because I think a lot of us have forgotten about it. I'm guilty of not wearing a mask ever. So look, I think Ayurveda did a lot in the first wave, right? And the first part of the pandemic as well, whether it's giving reassurance to people, staying open, keeping our factories running, immunity boosters, kadhas. And I think COVID helped Ayurveda businesses like mine as well. And I think the concept of immunity is now relevant in today's consumer, which wasn't the case pre-2020, pre-March 2020. So I think from that perspective, we have become more cognizant. We think about health. It's a part of conversation. We now say, hope you are healthy and safe instead of just how you're doing. I think the conversation has changed. I just hope we don't forget it so fast.
Yes. And how do you think in the new normal, we are taking this forward? Like we say, this is the new normal world. So how do you think that Ayurveda and medicine as a whole has changed in the coming times ahead?
Well, I think consumers are more cognizant about health, care more about health. We think about it more. We talk about space, clean air. We're prioritizing these things. So I think that's a good thing. And I've seen it around the way conversations happen near me now. And I just hope we don't forget it. As I said earlier. I think we were jolted by something, but our memory is short-lived. And I think getting it completely will be a very risky thing for our society.
Yes. I think this is also increased the talks about climate change and other environmental conditions. People are more conscious about the health, as you've rightly said. People are going on walks, or even the small bit of it. I think that has changed instead of just let it be attitude. So yes, I think that has brought at least small, minute changes in each one of us from the health perspective. I think that is where I also agree with you. And coming back to your firm, so I also wanted to ask you, what made you choose the Belgium-based firm Volinvest over the other options that you might have opened for you after like building such a big brand name under your name?
I think that was an easy one, the people and the opportunity. So I get to run a VC fund that I'm pretty independent with, sponsored by one LP, which is Volinvest. And at 29, they were willing to give me a fund to run by myself. So they trusted me. I got to know them. I found them to be a great group of people under which or with which I could perform. And so it just worked out for everyone in that perspective. But I think the opportunity of running a fund independently at the age that I was and the trust they put in me, I think was really exciting.
So how did you transition from this, like the independent firm, and then how did you start off running it off and then like managing things, all of that together? How did you just do it?
I think it just happened. It came with time. I learned from people who were in the fund management business. I went and spoke to people, got a lot of advice on what to do and what not to do. And then luckily I had the whole Volinvest infrastructure with me. I then went and built a small team and made a few investments, and touchwood, things are going fine now. But I think it was an exciting opportunity for me and was something I'd thought about as a possible next step. So it worked out for me.
Yeah, I think it worked out pretty well for you because you are an inspirational figure for all of us. So yeah,
my pleasure. And look, I'm happy to take a few questions before I drop off as well. I see one in the chat box, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them before I drop off.
Yes, sir, sure. So we can address the question as well. So we have a question from Piyush. He says that how do you see the future of health analytics and Ayurveda, and how do you think that will change the healthcare ecosystem in India and globally?
Yeah, look, I talked about Ayurveda's future, so I'll talk about analytics. I think that
yes,
I've invested in a company called E-Conclave from the fund, and that's aggregation of patient health records and management of all of this data. I think it's huge. It'll make us smarter, and it'll make us better at reacting to situations like the pandemic. I think India's early on its journey. We've seen the West move a little bit far forward, but I think we're excited to see what we can do in India with this as well. So hopefully ECA and many other businesses like this will lead the charge.
Yes, sir. So I, on a closing note, I just want to ask you, what is your one guru mantra that you would like to give to all of us here that we can take back with us, reflect from your end?
For me, I had this quote of Steve Jobs in front of me in my office, and it said, "Stay hungry, stay foolish," and then I added, "Keep building." So that's what I would tell all of you guys. You're at a very exciting phase in your lives. This time never comes back. I may sound like an old person saying it, but yeah, just live your dreams, because you're in probably the most exciting economy in the world right now, which wasn't the case when I was growing up.
I think that advice means a lot to me and the audience as well as large. It's not just me. I think the audience and everyone here has learned a lot from you, derived a lot of insights from what you've mentioned.
Thank you.
Very, very happy to host you, sir. It was
My
really,
pleasure. I hope I added some value, and
of course, a lot of value. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time for us today.
So, on behalf of E-Club of SJMSOM IIT Bombay, I would like to thank our guest speaker Arjun sir for taking out time, and I would also like to extend my thanks for Neha ma'am for being the moderator of the session. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Now, I would like to invite Praveen Mishra, who is the head of E-Club of SJMSOM IIT Bombay, to take over for the closing ceremony.
Thank you, Mohin, and thank you all for joining and staying still so late. This season of E-Conclave witnessed the participation of 2,000 students, professors, and budding entrepreneurs. We are thankful to all the speakers, moderators, and hosts and participants for making this event such a huge success. We hope that we were able to fulfill our objective of enhancing your learning experience about entrepreneurship and leadership, and hope to see that you will start your ventures soon. Thank you for joining and have a great evening. We hope to see you during E-Conclave 2023. Thank you.